Chapter 1004. The war started because of Fang Chen and ended because of Fang Chen. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder region did not expect that Fang Chen would play such a crucial role in the war. After the war ended, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder region briefly arranged the aftermath, and then hurriedly took Fang Chen back to the region city. As for the Demon Cloud family, they were incomparably furious. In the Demon Cloud family mansion, the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family was very calm, without a trace of anger. The several elders beside him felt a little strange. "Patriarch, we lost this war." Before the elder finished speaking, the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family waved his hand to stop him. "I wanted to use this war to kill Fang Chen and force the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder region to hand over that thing, but I failed," the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family said. In the eyes of the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family, a small Fang Chen was not worthy of him starting a war with the Heavenly Thunder region. Originally, he did not have any plan, he just wanted to kill Fang Chen. However, when Fang Chen fled to the Heavenly Thunder region and the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder region took action, he had a comprehensive plan in his heart. Everything in the war was under his control. Only Fang Chen's sudden appearance was something he did not expect. A Heaven Star Border Realm expert could not intervene in a profound King Realm battle. The secret technique that Fang Chen used was too tyrannical, and it made the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family a little curious. He was invincible under the Heaven Star Border Realm. No matter how many half-step Heaven Star Border Realm experts there were, it was useless. Therefore, after seeing Fang Chen's strength, the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family decisively stopped the war. After this war, the Demon Cloud family will definitely be laughed at by other provinces. The elder said in a deep voice. "So what if it's a joke? Compared with that thing, it's nothing." The patriarch of the Demon Cloud family said. "Patriarch, what is it?" the elder asked. The patriarch of the Demon Cloud family shook his head and did not say anything more. Half a month after the war ended, Thunder Freer came back in a hurry, and his face was not looking good. "Big Brother Thunder, why are you back?" After seeing Thunder Freer, Fang Chen asked in confusion. "I already know about the war between the Heavenly Thunder State and the Demon Cloud State. You should leave this place quickly," Thunder Freer said. "Why?" Fang Chen asked. "The powerhouses of the Demon Cloud State have already returned from Trace Island. Once they all return, the Heavenly Thunder State will not be able to fight against the Demon Cloud State. At that time, you will definitely die," Thunder Freer said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The powerhouses of the Demon Cloud State returned from Mark Island. An elite that could cause even Heavenly Thunder Freer to feel apprehensive was at least an elite of the Heavenly Body tier, right? As he spoke, the Lord of Heavenly Thunder State appeared. "Old Prefecture Lord." The Heavenly Thunder Prefecture Lord cupped his hands and greeted. "You were right to protect Fang Chen this time. However, right now, our Heavenly Thunder State is in great danger," Thunder Freer said. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder continent was confused. He was about to ask when he sensed a terrifying aura approaching the place. The next moment, Thunder Freer and the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State jumped into the sky. 3 figures were rapidly flying over from the horizon. Terrifying auras were emitted from their bodies, which swept across the entire city. "They're here." The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State was shocked. He did not expect the powerhouses of the Demon Cloud State to come so quickly. "Thunder Freer, you should already know why we're here," one of the powerhouses said coldly. His words made the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State beside him palpitate. 3 powerhouses of the Heavenly Body tier? The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State was a little confused. Normally, he could not even see one powerhouse of the Heavenly Body tier, but now, 3 had appeared. Moreover, all 3 of them were from the Demon Cloud State. There were many powerhouses from the Demon Cloud State, and many of them had stepped into the Heavenly Body tier. They had always lived in the center of Trace Island, and did not care about the Demon Cloud State at all. However, this time, they actually returned to the Demon Cloud State together. "Hand over that thing," another person said coldly. In their eyes, Fang Chen was not worth mentioning. They did not even want to kill him. They were only slightly interested in that thing. Impossible. Thunder Freer refused directly. That thing was useless to powerhouses of the heavenly body tier, but it was very useful to cultivators of the Heaven Dipper tier. Moreover, with that thing, it could at least guarantee that the heavenly thunder state could continue to exist and not be destroyed. You dare to refuse the will of the Grand Ancestor, the last powerhouse of the heavenly body tier said coldly. Grand Ancestor? Hearing the two words Grand Ancestor, Thunder Freer's face finally darkened. He knew very well what the two words Grand Ancestor meant. The Grand Ancestor of the Demon Cloud State lived in seclusion on Trace Island all year round and rarely showed himself. However, every powerhouse of the heavenly body tier knew how powerful this person was. Grand Ancestor has also returned? Thunder Freer asked with a wry smile. Yes, Grand Ancestor has returned, and specially asked the three of us to come here. It was not easy for you to cultivate to the heavenly body tier, so you must not destroy your future, the first person said. After thinking for a moment, he said, I can give you the thing, but the Demon Cloud State is not allowed to invade the heavenly thunder state from now on. Thunder Freer's face was full of helplessness. Although he was also a powerhouse of the heavenly body tier, in front of the Grand Ancestor, he was not worth mentioning at all. This time, the Grand Ancestor of the Demon Cloud State had returned, so there was nothing he could do. Old Governor, the Governor of the Heavenly Thunder State called out loudly. Thunder Freer shook his head slightly, and then said, hand it over. In the end, the three powerhouses of the Heavenly Body tier obtained the item. However, before they left, one of them waved his hand, and the vast power of stars instantly turned into a terrifying arm that swooped down. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the city, suddenly felt his body being restrained, and a terrifying power attacked him. Oh no! Fang Chen shouted in his mind, and struggled with all his might. However, he could not break free. Boom! The explosive power directly enveloped Fang Chen, and the whole city shook. You! Thunder Freer was furious, and he glared at the three powerhouses of the heavenly body tier. You killed a member of the Demon Cloud State, and heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Then, the three of them turned and left. After the aftershock of the explosion disappeared, Fang Chen's body was already a bloody mess. Fang Chen! Thunder Freer came to Fang Chen, and the powerful power of stars poured into his body, trying to save Fang Chen. However, the injury was too serious, and there was no way to save him. Is there no hope? The Governor of the Heavenly Thunder State asked. Thunder Freer shook his head, and his face was full of helplessness. No life aura could be sensed from Fang Chen's body. In the capital of the Demon Cloud State, in the mansion of the Demon Cloud State. Grand Ancestor, the item has been brought back. The three powerhouses of the heavenly body tier had already rushed back to the Demon Cloud State. An old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles nodded, and then said, the Demon Cloud State has declined too quickly, and the cultivators now are too weak. The Grand Ancestor had been living in seclusion on Scar Island for so many years, and he had never paid attention to the Demon Cloud State. However, when the Grand Ancestor heard about the war between the Demon Cloud State and the Heavenly Thunder State, he felt very helpless. Since he left, the overall strength of the Demon Cloud State had declined too quickly, and now they could not win the war with other states. The Grand Ancestor had a thought, and he immediately returned, preparing to personally guide the people of the Demon Cloud State. As for the item, the Grand Ancestor did not know at all. It was a strange piece of metal. More accurately, it was a prison. There was a space inside the iron plate, and the clansmen of the demon blood race were imprisoned. Under normal circumstances, this kind of treasure would be in the hands of the higher-ups of Scar Island. The Grand Ancestor returned and asked about the reason for the war. The Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State told the Grand Ancestor that he had traveled with the Governor of the Heavenly Thunder State on a trip to the ruins, and found the strange iron plate, but it was snatched away by the Governor of the Heavenly Thunder State. All these years, he had been planning to take back the iron plate. Although he did not know what the iron plate was, his intuition told him that it was definitely a treasure. After listening to the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State's detailed introduction, the Grand Ancestor knew that the iron plate was a prison that imprisoned the demon blood race. This kind of prison could only be opened by high-level heavenly body tier elites. The Grand Ancestor was so interested in the prison because, in addition to the countless clansmen of the demon blood race, there was also a slaughter arena. The slaughter arena was a place that specialized in competition. Scar Island was often used to train the prodigies of the younger generation, and their opponents were prisoners of the demon blood race of all levels. And this time, the Grand Ancestor wanted to open the prison and let the martial artists of the demon cloud state enter the slaughter arena. Half a month later, the prison was opened, and countless martial artists of the demon cloud state poured into the slaughter arena. After hearing this news, the patriarch of the demon cloud state was very excited. With so many powerful sparring partners, the demon cloud state would soon rise again. After everything was settled, the Grand Ancestor left the demon cloud state with 3 heavenly body tier elites and returned to Scar Island. In the heavenly thunder state, Thunder Freya also left. Before leaving, he held a grand funeral for Fang Chen. Near the capital of the heavenly thunder state, there was a cemetery that was said to be the highest standard in the heavenly thunder state. Countless elites of the heavenly thunder state were buried inside. Fang Chen was buried here. At the front of the cemetery, there was a tombstone with the words Fang Chen's tomb written on it. The name of the person who signed the letter was Thunder Freya. Fang Chen, a genius martial artist who was invincible under the heavenly dipper tier, died just like that from a casual strike of a heavenly body tier elite. All the martial artists of the heavenly thunder state felt pity for Fang Chen. In the cemetery, there was a special gravedigger. The gravedigger would sprinkle water on the soil above the grave every day to keep it moist. Today, the gravedigger sprinkled water according to the rules. Soon, he finished sprinkling water and left the cemetery. However, after he left, there was not a single drop of water on the soil below Fang Chen's tombstone. The soil was very dry, as if it had been exposed to the sun all year round. And in the soil, streaks of sword chi were faintly discernible. In the grave, Fang Chen's badly damaged body suddenly moved. It was the beating of a golden heart. Wang. A fierce and domineering sword Dao aura spread out from the golden heart. That day, Fang Chen had suffered such a powerful blow, and his body was badly mutilated. However, his heart was intact and did not suffer any damage. Chapter 1005. As time passed, large amounts of sword chi gathered outside the tombstone. These sword chi came from the air. More and more sword chi appeared, and in the end, the sword chi engulfed the entire burial garden. Wang. After about an hour, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body suddenly changed, and a strong suction force instantly spread out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The extremely dense sword chi above the burial garden all entered the tomb, and finally entered the golden heart. The golden heart absorbed the majestic sword chi, and became even more brilliant. Moreover, the golden heart was operating in an extreme way. Within the sword chi, there was an extremely majestic power, containing the aura of sword Dao. Dong. After the golden heart refined the majestic sword chi, it became even purer, and then spread out again, entering Fang Chen's limbs and bones. If there was someone here at this moment, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Fang Chen, who no longer had any signs of life, was slowly recovering with his badly damaged body. The sword chi spread to every corner of his body, repairing his body. This process lasted for a whole month. After a month, Fang Chen's body was completely repaired. His body seemed to be condensed by sword chi, and looked a little illusory. After the golden heart finished all this, it beat rapidly again, and wisps of aura entered his mind. Wang. When that heavenly body tier elite attacked, the golden heart protected Fang Chen's soul. Although Fang Chen already had no vitality. However, no one knew that his soul was actually in a state of suspended animation. Protected by the golden heart, it was just in a deep sleep. The golden heart's methods were too powerful, and even heavenly body tier elites were deceived. And now, his body had been completely repaired by the golden heart, and at this time, his soul was also gradually awakening. That day, that heavenly body tier elite attacked, and the power was too strong. Although his soul was protected by the golden heart in time, it still suffered very serious injuries. Repairing the soul was more difficult. However, fortunately, there was the golden heart. It took about 2 months to and fro, and Fang Chen's soul was finally repaired. One day, Fang Chen's finger suddenly moved. Immediately, the vicissitudes of Sword Dao aura instantly spread out around his body. Knock knock knock. Since time immemorial, the gods have fallen. I wish to suppress everything. An incomplete message echoed in Fang Chen's mind. If one were to look closely, they would discover that this sentence actually came from the Golden Heart. When he said this, the Golden Heart was beating so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Those words were filled with a domineering aura. Even after such a long time, one could still vaguely sense just how powerful the person who said those words was. While after hearing that, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. I'm not dead. The first thing he asked when he opened his eyes was whether he was dead or not. Immediately, Fang Chen sensed carefully and confirmed that he was not dead. His face was filled with an excited smile. Is it because of the Golden Heart? Fang Chen said excitedly. He pushed open the coffin with both hands and walked out. It was pitch black inside the tomb. Fang Chen stretched out his finger and a wisp of flame appeared, instantly illuminating the entire tomb. It could be seen that some of the ornaments in the tomb were very precious. Fang Chen was very touched. Big brother Tianlei must have done this for him. Back then, when the heavenly body tier elite attacked, even he himself thought that he would definitely die this time. He did not expect that he would actually survive. Since time immemorial, the gods have fallen. I wish to suppress everything. However, at this moment, this vast and majestic sentence appeared in Fang Chen's mind again. Fang Chen's body suddenly trembled, and then his face was filled with shock. What does this mean? Fang Chen asked in confusion. Since time immemorial, the gods have fallen. I wish to suppress everything. Could it be that the owner of the golden sword said it? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was even more convinced that he came back from the dead completely because of the Golden Heart. However, he could not understand what this sentence meant. After thinking for a while, he could not figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Hey, my body! Fang Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. How did his body become like this? At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his body seemed to be completely condensed by the sword qi. A light flashed in his mind, and then his eyes lit up. My understanding of the sword Dao has also become deeper. Fang Chen was very excited. Could this be the so-called good fortune after surviving a great disaster? After carefully studying for a while, Fang Chen finally understood why his body had such a situation. Because when Fang Chen's soul was probing the Golden Heart, a message quietly appeared in his mind. Perfect sword body. His body was a special physique, the sword body. However, in the vast universe, there were countless special physiques, and the sword body was just one of them. For example, his disciple Tian Xin's sky desolate sword body was slightly stronger than his. However, this perfect sword body completely shocked Fang Chen. The information in his mind indicated that the so-called perfect sword body was not innate, but something that was made after birth. What did this mean? To have a perfect sword body, one must first have a sword body, and then have a golden heart. Put yourself in a desperate situation and fight to live. After death, the body can be reconstructed to become a perfect sword body. It was easy to say, but very difficult to do. In this message, the expert's tone was very domineering. In the whole universe, the perfect sword body is the strongest physique. When he saw this sentence, Fang Chen was full of doubts. Who was this expert? Why was he so arrogant? The perfect sword body was the strongest physique in the whole universe. What about other physiques? Moreover, the message mentioned that other than himself, Fang Chen was the second person to have a perfect sword body. A warrior with a perfect sword body would not encounter any obstacles in the cultivation of the sword Dao, and could cultivate unimpeded. Just this sentence alone was enough to shock Fang Chen. Was there really such a heaven-defying physique in the world? Thinking of this, Fang Chen activated the perfect sword body. In an instant, a vast sword qi was emitted from his body, and then Fang Chen began to comprehend the sword Dao. Buzz. Fang Chen felt that his understanding of the sword Dao had increased by at least 100 times. What did this mean? If he cultivated alone, It would take at least a few years to reach this level. However, he achieved the perfect sword body so quickly. What an abnormal perfect sword body! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. Then, Fang Chen performed the 3 revolutions radiant sword technique. After performing the 3 revolutions radiant sword technique, Fang Chen was even more stunned. The perfect sword body could actually increase the power of the sword technique. The 3 revolutions radiant sword technique was a 9th grade technique. After performing it with the perfect sword body, its power reached the level of a divine level technique. Abnormal. At this moment, other than this word, no other words could describe the shock in Fang Chen's heart. This nirvana rebirth had given Fang Chen a lot of benefits. Now, he could be considered to have been reborn. Since I'm not dead, let's start our revenge now. Fang Chen exuded a terrifying aura and said coldly. Fang Chen wanted to know who this golden heart was. Who was the master of this golden heart? However, he knew that with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to know these things. One day, when my cultivation reaches the peak, everything will be clear, Fang Chen said to himself. After saying that, Fang Chen broke open the tomb with his bare hands and walked out. Standing in the cemetery and looking at the words on the tombstone, Fang Chen bowed 3 times to the tombstone. From now on, there will be no Fang Chen in the world unless I take revenge. Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. This grudge must be avenged. Moreover, if he did not take revenge, his real name would not be restored. Fang Chen left the cemetery. He changed his appearance and even restrained his aura. Under the name of Sanguinati, he began to take revenge. Many years later, the name of Sanguinati still spread on Scar Island. Sanguinati suppressed Scar Island with a blood sword. Of course, this was a story for later. Before leaving the cemetery, Fang Chen restored the tomb. He did not want outsiders to know that he was still alive. Fang Chen came to the capital of the Sky Thunder State and found an intelligence agency. He used purple crystals to buy some information. Information about the Demon Cloud State. Fang Chen paid enough purple crystals and said slowly. After a while, Fang Chen received a small booklet. It was full of information about the Demon Cloud State. After reading carefully for a while, Fang Chen found that after his death, the Demon Cloud State began to gather mysterious King Realm martial artists on a large scale. It was said that an ancient relic was discovered and all the martial artists of the Demon Cloud State were invited to participate. During this period, a large number of martial artists went to the ancient relic. Ancient relic. Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. With the temperament of the Demon Cloud family, they would definitely monopolize the ancient relic. Why would they announce it to the world? There must be an inside story. He continued to read. The content of the information was basically the development of the Demon Cloud State after the ancestor of the Demon Cloud family left. After reading, Fang Chen's face showed a sinister smile. His strength was not enough to fight against the Demon Cloud family. However, he could hide in the dark and slaughter the geniuses of the Demon Cloud family. Ancient relic, all the martial artists of the Demon Cloud State are invited to participate. Then the younger generation of the Demon Cloud family will definitely participate. Fang Chen thought to himself. Now, Fang Chen had a preliminary step. Revenge began with this ancient relic. Chapter 1006. A few days later, Fang Chen arrived at the Demon Cloud State. After returning to the Demon Cloud State, Fang Chen's mentality had undergone a great change. Last time, he was forced to escape from the Demon Cloud State. Now, he came here for revenge with resentment in his heart. The Demon Cloud family would definitely pay a heavy price. Of course, Fang Chen also knew his current strength. Therefore, his plan was to secretly kill the younger generation of the Demon Cloud family while improving his cultivation. In the vast universe, the strong were respected. The one who could help him was ultimately himself. If Fang Chen's cultivation reached the heavenly body tier, or even surpassed the ancestor of the Demon Cloud family, even if that heavenly body tier elite was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to attack Fang Chen. In the end, it was still because he was too weak. Fang Chen was very familiar with the Demon Cloud State. This time, he returned to the demon cloud state and appeared in the heavenly sword mansion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Fang Chen was walking alone, a voice suddenly entered Fang Chen's ears. "Brother, you must also be heading to the state capital, right?" Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to look. A young cultivator, wearing green clothes and holding a folding fan, walked over with a smile. Fang Chen didn't say anything and stared at the green-robed man. The green-robed man walked in front of Fang Chen and waved the folding fan in his hand. Then, he said, "Brother, I'm also a cultivator of the heavenly sword mansion. I've been living in seclusion with my master. This time, I came out for that ancient ruin." Fang Chen nodded heavily. The green-robed man looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Fang Chen was clearly very young, but his face was full of vicissitudes of life as if he had experienced the baptism of time. There must be a story behind this person. The green-robed man thought for a moment and then said, "Brother, I haven't asked for your name." "A name is just a code name," Fang Chen said in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, the man in green smiled and said, "You don't mind traveling together, right?" Fang Chen did not object, nor did he answer. He turned around and left. Seeing this, the green-robed man followed closely behind. Along the way, the green-robed man kept trying to find out about Fang Chen's identity. However, Fang Chen didn't say a word, leaving him speechless. The two of them found a city with a teleportation array and teleported to the Black Wind Mansion's prefecture city. There were transmission arrays between the 8 prefectures of the demon cloud state. However, there was no teleportation formation that led directly to the capital. Therefore, if one wanted to use the teleportation formation, they would have to teleport from prefecture to prefecture. When they were teleporting to the Black Wind Mansion, something happened that delayed the teleportation. In front of the transmission array of the Black Wind Mansion, there were some cultivators looking at Fang Chen and the green-clothed man with anger. From the records of the teleportation array, it could be seen that the two of them were teleported from the Sky Sword Mansion. "Trash from the Heavenly Sword Mansion, scram back to where you came from. The Black Wind Mansion does not welcome you," said the leader coldly. "We took the teleportation array and passed by here," the green-clothed man reasoned with them. "Last time in the ancient ruins, He Jian and He Kong of the Black Wind Mansion died at the hands of Fang Chen of the Sky Sword Mansion. From then on, the Black Wind Mansion and the Sky Sword Mansion are irreconcilable," continued the leader. Hearing this, the green-clothed man's expression changed slightly. However, at this moment, Fang Chen took a step forward. He stared at the leader and asked, "Then, what do you want?" "Kid, you're courting death." The leader didn't expect this person to be so rude in the Black Wind Mansion's territory. Immediately after, the spirit energy around him surged. He clenched his fist and punched towards Fang Chen. Crack! None of the surrounding cultivators saw it clearly. The leader was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. The green-clothed man's eyes also lit up. Fang Chen's attack was swift and fierce. Based on his many years of experience, this person was at least a 9th-level Mystic King Realm martial artist. "Quickly call senior brother He He," someone shouted. Hearing the name He He, Fang Chen's expression was calm. He didn't move at all. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble either. The green-clothed man behind Fang Chen also looked at Fang Chen with interest. He was also very curious about who this person was. How dare he cause trouble in the Black Wind Mansion? Soon, He He arrived. He Kong was originally one of the best of the younger generation in the Black Wind Mansion. However, He Kong was killed by Fang Chen in the ancient ruins of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. He He took the opportunity to rise. After obtaining a large amount of resources from the Black Wind Mansion, his cultivation had also successfully stepped into the half-step Heaven Star realm. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" He He appeared. His face was filled with a cold aura as he stared at Fang Chen and the green-clothed man. "Senior brother He He, this person is from the Sky Sword Mansion and is causing trouble here," said the cultivator who was sent flying by Fang Chen. "Someone from the Sky Sword Mansion dares to cause trouble in the Black Wind Mansion. You're courting death." He He didn't say anything else and directly attacked. Terrifying spiritual energy surged out from his body. Then, he executed his strongest technique. He stretched out his hand and pressed it down. Bang! They originally thought that he would definitely be able to crush this person. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. His outcome was exactly the same as the cultivator from before. He was also sent flying by a punch. Crack! He, who fell to the ground, had a shocked expression on his face. Who is this person? His heart trembled as he pondered about Fang Chen's background. Who are you? He suppressed his anger and asked. Sanguinati. The moment Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and entered the transportation formation. Teleport. Fang Chen scolded sternly. The cultivator in charge of the teleportation array was immediately intimidated by Fang Chen's strength. When he heard Fang Chen's words, he hurriedly opened the teleportation array. The green-clothed man glanced at He and entered the teleportation array. Crash! The teleportation array opened and Fang Chen and the green-clothed man disappeared. Senior brother He, are we just going to let them go? Asked a cultivator. Shut up. His expression was displeased as he coldly said, don't spread this news. After passing through several teleportation arrays, they were sent to the capital of the Demon Cloud State. Of course, when they passed by the Bloodmark Manor, they were also made difficult by the people of the Bloodmark Manor. This was because they had the tokens of the Sky Sword Manor on them, so it was easy for them to be detected. The green-clothed man didn't attack. As usual, Fang Chen attacked to intimidate everyone before calmly leaving. Crash! With a flash of white light, the green-clothed man and Fang Chen walked out of the teleportation array. Brother Shui, with your strength, you can't be a nobody. Why have I never heard of your name in the Sky Sword Manor? Asked the green-clothed man curiously. Fang Chen's expression was indifferent and he didn't answer. Soon, the two of them found the registration location. If you want to enter the ruins, come here to register, shouted a cultivator from the Demon Cloud family. There was a registration point set up in the capital. Fang Chen and the green-clothed man held the tokens of the Sky Sword Manor and quickly registered. After registering, they learned that if they wanted to enter the ruins, they had to go through a selection process. Only those who met the criteria could be selected. Fang Chen and the green-clothed man settled down and waited for the assessment. Each assessment would only open when the number of people registered reached 1,000. 3 days later, the assessment began. Only by passing the assessment will you be qualified to enter the ruins, said the person in charge loudly. Next, the person in charge explained the contents of the assessment. The assessment was very simple. The weakest person had to be a high-level profound king to pass. After about 2 hours, the assessment ended. Out of the 1,000 people, only 100 were eliminated. Most of the people who had the guts to come were high-level profound kings. The 900 of you have come here to take a martial oath. No matter what you see or hear, you must keep it a secret. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy, said the person in charge. Fang Chen felt very strange when he heard this. Why did they have to take a martial oath to not divulge anything? But after thinking about it for a moment, he stopped thinking about it. The 900 people discussed for a while before they all took a martial oath. Then they were brought to a very hidden place by a mysterious cultivator. This was the forbidden area of the Devil Cloud family. Aside from the Patriarch's approval, no one else could enter. Enter one by one from here, said the mysterious cultivator. 900 warriors charged through the light door in a single file and entered it. When Fang Chen charged through the door of light, it was as if he had entered another independent world. Furthermore, as soon as he entered, he felt a biting cold fiendish blood aura. What a powerful fiendish blood aura. Where is this place? Asked a cultivator. Just as everyone was puzzled, an elder of the Devil Cloud family appeared. Everyone, welcome to the Devil Cloud family's prison. What Devil Cloud family's prison? Where is this place? How can it be a prison? Everyone was discussing, but the elder of the Devil Cloud family seemed to be used to it. He was responsible for the reception of this place. From the opening of the prison until now, hundreds of thousands of high-level mysterious King Realm cultivators had entered this place. Every batch of cultivators that entered would be shocked. The elder flicked his wrist and some information appeared in everyone's mind. Devil Cloud family's prison, killing arena. When Fang Chen saw this information, he was shocked. At this time, Fang Chen suddenly understood. The so-called ancient ruins of the Devil Cloud family was actually a prison for the Devil Cloud family. The reason why it was opened to the outside world was to strengthen the overall strength of the Devil Cloud family. In other words, it was to cultivate more powerhouses. Since it's to cultivate young powerhouses, then the people of the Devil Cloud family are indispensable. Fang Chen thought to himself, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The azure-robed man looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Brother Shui, what do you think of this prison?" Fighting with Devil Cloud family prisoners and breaking through on the brink of life and death, this is a treasure land, said Fang Chen. No wonder the cultivators who entered this place had to make a martial oath not to spread it outside. A martial oath was very restrictive. Presumably, the cultivators who entered this place had all made a martial oath not to spread the news of this place. Chapter 1007. Soon, the elders of the Demon Cloud family who were in charge of receiving them had arranged for all 900 people. The Demon Blood Clan's prison was a very large space. In this space, there were two parts in total. The first part was the slaughter arena. The slaughter arena was the place where Fang Chen and the others usually lived. Here, there were many cities. Within each city, there were martial artists living there. This was also the safest place. Apart from that, the second part was the real prison. In the prison area, there were countless members of the Demon Blood Clan. These members of the Demon Blood Clan were trapped here and unable to escape, becoming prisoners. The Demon Cloud family opened this prison and had absolute control over it. If the members of the Demon Blood Clan wanted to survive, they had to constantly enter the slaughter arena and be sparring partners for the human martial artists. Only by winning could they obtain the resources they deserved. Because there were too many martial artists that came in, Fang Chen and the others couldn't have their own independent courtyard. Basically, there were only two people in a simple independent courtyard. The man in green chose to live with Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't care about this. After all, his goal was to kill the young prodigies of the Demon Cloud family. After resting for a day in the slaughter arena, Fang Chen came to the arena the next day. The arena was divided into many stages. Every level had a stage. According to the level, each martial artist could enter to train. Of course, the Demon Cloud family spent a lot of money to maintain such a large prison, so they had to pay some purple crystals every time they entered the arena. These purple crystals were nothing to Fang Chen and the others. After paying the purple crystals, Fang Chen entered the 7th level Profound King Realm arena. There was a martial arts stage in the arena. On the martial arts stage, a martial artist of the Demon Cloud family was fighting fiercely with a member of the Demon Blood Clan. Bang bang bang! The young martial artist of the Demon Cloud family used his full strength but still wasn't a match for the Demon Blood Clan. RIP! The Demon Blood Clan found an opportunity to tear the descendant of the Demon Cloud family into pieces. This is your reward. The referee appeared. With a flick of his wrist, some resources were tossed to the demonic blood race. After receiving the resources, the demonic blood race was overjoyed and retreated. Although the demonic blood race were prisoners, if they were not given some benefits, they would not be willing to enter the slaughter arena to train human martial artists. When he had just arrived at the prison, the elder in charge of receiving him had said that the killing arena was extremely cruel. If he was not strong enough and was killed by the demonic blood race, he could not blame anyone else. Therefore, it was normal for one to die in the arena. Next, the referee said loudly. Before Fang Chen could say anything, the green-robed man stepped onto the stage. Let me do it. The green-robed man smiled. The referee nodded. Then, a huge demonic blood race member was sent onto the stage. This Demon Blood Clan member's cultivation was comparable to the 7th level of the Profound King Realm. Let's give it a try. The azure-clothed man grinned. Then, he waved the fan in his hand. Immediately, a scorching light shot toward the demonic blood clan. Pucha, this 7th level profound King Realm demonic blood clan member was unable to resist at all and was instantly killed. His blood splattered all over the martial stage. Too weak. Not challenging at all. The azure-clothed man curled his lips after he won. The reason why he came to the 7th level profound King Realm arena was because he saw that Sanguinati had arrived. Brother Blood, I'll be leaving first. You play by yourself. With that, the azure-clothed man turned and left. After waiting for a while, Fang Chen finally stepped onto the martial stage. His opponent was also a 7th level profound King Realm demonic blood clan member. However, this demonic blood clan member's vitality was exuberant. He was comparable to a peak 7th level profound King Realm human martial artist. Human, you're dead meat. The demonic blood clan member said coldly. When the referee shouted, the demonic blood clan member emitted a frenzied aura and suddenly attacked Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen instantly released his perfect sword body and used his physical body to block the demonic blood clan member's attack. What? The demonic blood clan member's face was filled with shock. Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched out, killing the demonic blood clan member. On this day, Fang Chen wandered around several arenas to inquire about the situation. At night, Fang Chen sat cross-legged in his room. The azure-clothed man in the room had already fallen asleep. Today, he went to the 9th level profound King Realm arena to kill the demonic blood clan member. Because of his strength, he had already gained some fame. At this moment, Fang Chen couldn't fall asleep. His original plan couldn't be carried out here. He needed to make a new plan to take revenge. The demonic blood clan has sent almost all of their younger generation here to train, but I don't have a good time. Fang Chen thought to himself. His pitch-black eyes looked through the window and looked at the pitch-black sky. There was a crescent moon in the sky. The moonlight shone on the ground, as if covering it with a layer of white luster. It would be great if I could blend in with the demonic blood clan. Fang Chen suddenly thought. Then, he shook his head. Although this idea was good, it was almost impossible. Just like this, the night was silent. The next day, Fang Chen continued to go to several arenas to inquire about the situation. On this day, he heard a piece of news that caused him to be extremely moved. Have you heard? Last night, the little demon general secretly left the slaughter arena and went to the prison area. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by the upper echelons of the demonic blood clan and was directly killed. What little demon general was killed? Why did the little demon general go to the prison area? Doesn't he know that the prison area is very chaotic and dangerous? In the slaughter arena area, many martial artists were discussing this matter. The little demon general was a genius martial artist who had recently risen in the slaughter arena. His cultivation was only at the 8th level profound King Realm, but his combat strength was comparable to a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm. As long as he fought, no one under the Heaven Star Border Realm in the demonic blood clan would be a match for him. No one knew why the little demon general secretly went to the prison area. Just as Fang Chen was shocked, the elder in charge of the slaughter arena gave an order. No one is allowed to go to the prison area. When this order was spread, everyone nodded in agreement. The demonic blood clan had been imprisoned for who knew how many years. No one knew how powerful the demonic blood clan was in the prison area. Because this was the slaughter arena and there was a seal, they couldn't break through. And once they entered the prison area, they would face greater danger. After the little demon general's experience, even some geniuses dispelled this idea. On this day, a new idea gradually sprouted in Fang Chen's mind. Sneak into the prison area, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen analyzed the feasibility. 2 hours later, Fang Chen came to a conclusion that seemed feasible. And the little mouse also thought that this method was feasible. Boss, you can disguise yourself as a demonic blood clan member and fight with human martial artists, the little mouse said with a chuckle. I can use my innate ability to kill demonic blood clan members, extract their blood, and inject it into your body. Ordinary demonic blood clan members won't be able to detect it. I can give it a try, said Fang Chen. The daring Fang Chen was prepared to give it a try tonight. When night arrived, Fang Chen used the space-time true meaning to silently leave the slaughter arena and enter the prison area. Buzz. As soon as he entered the prison area, Fang Chen sensed a terrifying bloody aura. Truly worthy of being a prison for the demonic blood clan. Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. This was a forest where you couldn't even see your own fingers. Fang Chen hid in the weeds and spread his soul, probing for a path. At this moment, a demonic blood race member walked over shakily from not far away. "Boss, they've appeared," whispered the little mouse. "Move." When the demonic blood clan member approached, Fang Chen directly ordered. The little mouse immediately used its innate ability to devour. The boundless suction force made the demonic blood clan member unable to resist at all. He was instantly annihilated. Crash. When the little mouse completely devoured the demonic blood clan member, a ball of blood appeared in his palm. "Boss." The little mouse passed it to Fang Chen. The latter activated the perfect sword body and absorbed the demonic blood clan member's blood. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. When the demonic blood clan member's blood entered his body, the bloodline power in Fang Chen's body was suddenly released. Not good. Fang Chen shouted inwardly and tried to control his bloodline power. However, the bloodline power didn't erupt at all. It only flashed. Seeing this, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. However, when Fang Chen wanted to continue absorbing the demonic blood clan member's blood, he was shocked to find that the demonic blood clan member's blood had merged with his own. What's going on? Fang Chen was shocked. Originally, he only wanted to refine the demonic blood clan member's blood and then disguise himself. But now, the demonic blood clan member's blood had merged with his bloodline. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. "Boss, what's wrong?" Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the little mouse anxiously asked. After a long time, Fang Chen tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and looked at the little mouse. Voila! With a thought from Fang Chen, a bloody aura instantly filled the air. Success! The little mouse instantly felt the pressure of the demonic blood clan member's aura and excitedly shouted. Fang Chen heavily nodded. The result was beyond his expectations. Perhaps it was because of his bloodline power, but when the demonic blood clan member's blood merged with his bloodline, there was no rejection. The current him could use the demonic blood clan's aura at will. Voila! Fang Chen completely restrained his bloodline aura and released the demonic blood clan's aura, just like a real demonic blood clan member. "Boss, awesome." The little mouse grinned. After disguising himself as a demonic blood clan member, Fang Chen changed his appearance to that of a demonic blood clan member who had just died and then changed his clothes. After doing all this, Fang Chen had become a demonic blood clan member. Let's go. Chapter 1008. In the pitch-black forest, there was a pile of flames in an open space. There were several demonic blood clansmen around it. "Little Sword, why have you come back?" asked a bulky demonic blood clansman as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's heart shook slightly. So the demonic blood clansman he had killed was called Little Sword. "Little Sword, didn't you drink too much?" "Why are you pretending?" asked another bearded demonic blood clansman. "I wanted to drink a bit more, so I came back." Fang Chen grinned. He sat down in the middle of them and poured a jug of wine into his mouth. Seeing this, some of them were speechless. "Hey, what's going on today?" Little Sword actually took the initiative to ask for wine. They joked. Normally, whenever Sword drank, he would act craftily. "Come, let's drink." They didn't suspect anything and drank in large mouthfuls. Over the course of the night, Fang Chen gradually understood the situation of the blood sword from the few of them through drinking. Sword wasn't originally called Sword, but because he liked refining swords, he changed his name to Sword. Sword, Sanguinati. Fang Chen muttered these two names inside. Sword's cultivation was at the 6th level of the profound king realm. He was too weak to enter the slaughter arena. After daybreak, they split up. Sword, cultivate well. Once we reach the 7th level of the profound king realm, we'll go to the slaughter arena and kill those damn human martial artists, said one of them. Fang Chen nodded heavily. That night, no one discovered that Fang Chen was a fake. That allowed Fang Chen to let out a breath of relief. The first step is complete. Now I have to think of a way to enter the slaughter arena, thought Fang Chen. Within the prison region, the demonic blood clansmen all had their own cultivation areas. Fang Chen's residence was on a mountain peak. Sitting there, Fang Chen sensed the bloody aura of heaven and earth. With Fang Chen's strength, he was completely capable of entering the slaughter arena. He just needed an excuse. Just like that, Fang Chen stayed in the prison for half a month. Half a month later, Fang Chen arrived at the slaughter arena. Although the demonic blood race were prisoners, they were very orderly. Release your cultivation, a demonic blood clan leader said. When Fang Chen released his cultivation, the junior leader frowned and said, "Don't you know that 6th level profound king realm cultivators can't enter the slaughter arena? Leader, I obtained some fortuitous encounters, and my strength is already comparable to the 7th level of the mystic king realm," Fang Chen said. Oh. The leader tested Fang Chen's strength, and it was true that Fang Chen had reached the 7th level of the profound king realm. Alright, you can go in now. After that, Fang Chen obtained a token and entered the slaughter arena. He once again came to the slaughter arena, but this time, his character had undergone a huge change. The entire arena was completely controlled by the Demon Cloud family. The demonic blood clan could only wait for their turn. After waiting for 2 hours, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. "Blood Sword, it's your turn," a demonic blood clan member called out. Fang Chen was secretly delighted and immediately stepped onto the martial arts stage. On the other side, a 7th level profound king realm human martial artist stepped onto the martial arts stage. Fang Chen looked over and saw that this person was from the Demon Cloud family. "Demonic blood clan, you're dead for sure." The Demon Cloud family martial artist was very arrogant. "You're the one who's going to die." Fang Chen deliberately provoked this person. As expected, the Demon Cloud family martial artist was provoked by Fang Chen and directly attacked. In order to not be discovered, Fang Chen deliberately suppressed his strength. He was equally matched with the Demon Cloud family martial artist. After about an hour of fierce battle, Fang Chen used a few killing moves and directly killed this Demon Cloud family martial artist. First one. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the resting area, many members of the Demon Blood Clan surrounded Fang Chen and laughed. "Blood Sword, good job. Good kill. Blood Sword, did you obtain some fortuitous encounter that allowed your strength to rise so quickly?" Fang Chen nodded and did not say anything. In the following days, Fang Chen continued to kill members of the Demon Cloud family in the 7th level profound king realm arena. A month later, Blood Sword's name spread throughout the 7th level arena. The members of the Demon Blood Clan were very excited. In this 1 month, Fang Chen had killed a total of 60 warriors of the Demon Cloud family. Although they were all at the 7th level profound king realm, it was still a great loss for the Demon Cloud family. And because of this glorious battle record, Blood Sword directly rose to 9th place on the human leaderboard. The human leaderboard was a leaderboard created by the Demon Blood Clan to encourage their clansmen to work hard and kill their enemies. Of course, there were also some rewards. Although the Demon Blood Clan was a prisoner, they would not sit and wait for death. The human leaderboard was updated once a month. Blood Sword was only at the 6th level profound king realm, but he had charged to 9th place in a month. This was enough to show his strength. Of course, Blood Sword was not only famous in the Demon Blood Clan. He was also completely famous in the human region. Within the slaughter arena, Elder, a powerful member of the Demon Blood Clan, has appeared in the 7th level arena recently. He has already killed 60 of our martial artists in a month, a martial artist of the Demon Cloud family reported in a low voice. "Trash, a bunch of trash. Send a peak 7th level elite to kill him," the elder said furiously. The slaughter arena itself was a training ground. But once such a heaven-defying member of the Demon Blood Clan appeared, it would destroy the training ground and cause the human race to suffer great losses. As expected, on the second day, the Demon Cloud family sent a peak 7th level profound king realm martial artist to kill Fang Chen. In this battle, Fang Chen used absolute strength to kill a peak 7th level martial artist. After hearing the result, the elder was furious and immediately sent an 8th level profound king realm martial artist. However, Fang Chen left the slaughter arena and did not appear again. Where did Brother Bloodsword go? Why haven't I seen him in this period of time? The azure-robed man was puzzled. He even suspected that Sanguinati might have been killed by the Demon Blood clan. However, he quickly rejected this thought. On a certain day, the azure-robed man heard a piece of news. A member of the Demon Blood clan called Bloodsword had started a massacre in the 7th level arena and caused the Demon Cloud family to suffer great losses. Bloodsword, Sanguinati. The azure-robed man's mind was filled with doubts. Following Bloodsword's disappearance, the slaughter arena regained its calm. On a certain mountain peak in the prison area, Fang Chen silently stood there. Just you wait, Demon Cloud family. The reason why he disappeared was because he didn't want others to suspect that his strength had improved too quickly. Thus, after concealing himself for a month, Fang Chen reappeared. Bloodsword's appearance directly caused a commotion. All the Demon Blood clan members were waiting for Bloodsword to return to the 7th level arena. As for the human martial artists in the slaughter arena, they were all paying attention to Bloodsword. Bloodsword, where is he? Let me kill him. Trash from the Demon Blood clan dares to kill someone from my Demon Cloud family? Bloodsword, do you dare enter the 8th level arena? Many people were shouting arrogantly, wanting to kill Xuejian. However, Bloodsword really did as they said and entered the 8th level arena. Anyone below the 9th level can enter the stage, Fang Chen said coldly as he stood on the stage. Instantly, the entire slaughter arena was in an uproar. Bloodsword was too arrogant and didn't recognize his own status. Let me. A branch family disciple of the Demon Cloud family stepped onto the arena. Bloodsword, you're too arrogant. Die. However, this person was easily killed by Fang Chen the moment he attacked. Too weak. Bloodsword sneered after smashing this person's head with one fist. Below, the human martial artists were all enraged after a short moment of silence. You're courting death. Another person stepped onto the martial arts stage. However, the result was the same as the previous one. He was killed by Fang Chen with one fist. Just like that, more than a dozen martial artists from the Demon Cloud family were killed. The Demon Cloud family was finally enraged. Bloodsword, your appearance has broken the rules of the slaughter arena. You must be killed. This was the news from the Demon Cloud family. Not long after, Demon Cloud Lian Ba appeared. He was a rising star of the Demon Cloud family. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the Profound King Realm, but he was at the 9th level of the Profound King Realm. Bloodsword, if you dare to appear, I'll smash your head with one fist. The people of the Demon Cloud family were enraged. The other martial artists of the Demon Cloud state were more low-key. The azure-robed man didn't recognize Fang Chen when he saw him. Demon Blood Clan's human leaderboard. After a month of peace, Bloodsword once again charged onto the leaderboard. He charged into the top 10 at the fastest speed. Killing an 8th level martial artist was much more difficult than killing a 7th level martial artist, so it was easier for him to get onto the leaderboard. In 5 days, Fang Chen killed more than 200 martial artists of the Demon Cloud family, but most of them were from the side branches. Even so, the Demon Cloud family was furious. Demon Cloud Lian Ba, a rising star, even wanted to challenge Bloodsword. On the arena of the Sevenfold Arena, Fang Chen and Demon Cloud Lian Ba faced off. A clown dares to challenge authority, Demon Cloud Lian Ba sneered. TMPH, the slaughter arena is meant to train martial artists of the human race. You can only blame yourselves for being too weak if you're killed by the Demon Blood clan, Fang Chen said coldly. Your winning streak ends here, Mo Yun said tyrannically. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a fierce attack. Child's play. If Fang Chen went all out, even a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist wouldn't be his match. Therefore, he didn't hold back when facing Demon Cloud Lian Ba, a rising star of the Demon Cloud family. He smashed Lian Ba's head with one punch. Trash. After speaking, Fang Chen turned and left. In the arena, everyone looked at each other. This Demon Blood clan member called Bloodsword was too strong. Even an 8th level martial artist couldn't compete with him. It seems that we need those people to act in order to kill him, some people discussed in low voices. Others nodded when they heard this. At the same time, in the prison area, the demon blood clan was ecstatic. In a certain open space, a stone tablet broke out of the ground. This was the young headless stone tablet. It recorded the names of every person on the leaderboard, and it was constantly changing. At this moment, many demon blood clan members were staring at the stone tablet. The stone tablet flashed with a blood-red light. Then, a ball of light quickly swept across the young headless and finally stopped at the top. Chapter 1009. The Demon Blood Clan's Human Leaderboard. It was the most authoritative leaderboard in this prison. Every member of the Demon Blood Clan could see the clansman who had contributed the most to the Demon Blood Clan through the human leaderboard. But now, Xue Jian was ranked first on the human leaderboard with the strength of a 6th-level profound king, which caused an uproar. What? Xue Jian is ranked first on the human leaderboard? How is that possible? He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Ranked first on the human leaderboard, suppressing Xue Fen. He's really powerful. Many clansmen of the Demon Blood Clan discussed, their hearts filled with shock. For a long time, the first place of the human leaderboard had been occupied by Xue Fen. No clansman had ever been able to take it from him. The human leaderboard was updated every month, and the person ranked first would receive a large reward from the leader of the Demon Blood Clan. Over the years, Xue Fen had received countless rewards. This also caused him to be invincible under the Heaven Star border realm. Even human martial artists weren't willing to fight with Xue Fen. Ever since this prison was opened, Xue Fen had killed countless human martial artists. Just as the crowd was discussing, a burly warrior in blood-red clothes walked in front of the stone tablet. It's Xue Fen. Everyone exclaimed when they saw who it was. The Demon Blood Clan's appearance was similar to human martial artists, but the blood flowing in their bodies was the blood of the Demon Blood Clan. This also caused them to be a different race from the human race. Xue Fen's appearance caused a stir. Everyone looked at Xue Fen excitedly. Xue Fen, your first place has been surpassed by a clansman. A clansman grinned. Hearing that, Xue Fen stared at the first place of the human leaderboard with burning eyes. Interesting, Xue Fen muttered to himself. Xue Jian's name was like a whirlwind that spread throughout the Demon Blood Clan's territory. He even received an audience with the leader of the Demon Blood Clan. The deepest part of the prison was filled with the smell of blood. There were palaces here, which were built by the Demon Blood Clan when they were trapped here. There was a majestic palace in the center. Everyone knew that this palace was where the leader of the Demon Blood Clan lived. Xue Jian, first place on the human leaderboard. On the throne in the palace, the leader wrapped in blood-red aura muttered to himself. Then, he gave the order for Xue Jian to meet him here. Half a day later, Bloodsword arrived at the palace. Xue Jian, the leader is inside. Go in, a devil blood race clansman said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. His eyes flickered, and then he calmed down and walked into the palace. Upon entering the palace, Fang Chen felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure came from the leader of the demonic blood clan. Heaven Dipper Realm. Fang Chen could sense that the leader of the demonic blood clan was a Heaven Star border realm expert. Xue Jian greets the leader. Fang Chen cupped his hands. The demonic blood tribe's leader didn't say anything. His deep eyes carefully stared at Fang Chen, as if he wanted to see through Fang Chen. Knock knock knock. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Strands of clear energy flowed through his body. In an instant, Fang Chen felt the pressure lessen significantly. His face was very calm. His pitch-black eyes met the demonic blood clan's leaders. After a long while, the demonic blood clan's leader laughed. Not bad. You can actually remain calm in front of me. I wonder why the leader called me here. Fang Chen asked. Xue Jian, you killed an 8th-rank human martial artist with your 6th-rank profound king realm cultivation and even reached first place on the human ranking. The demonic blood clan's leader smiled. You have contributed greatly to the demonic blood clan. This king will reward you heavily. Hearing this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. It seemed that the demonic blood clan's leader didn't realize that he was in disguise. This way, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. If even a Heaven Star Border Realm expert couldn't discover his identity, then those profound King Realm demonic blood clan members wouldn't be able to. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could kill the demonic blood clan's geniuses without restraint. Of course, Fang Chen also had his principles. He was a human martial artist, so he naturally wouldn't help the human race's enemy, the demonic blood clan, to kill the innocent. Within the slaughter arena, every martial artist Fang Chen killed was a member of the demonic blood clan's younger generation. Crash. The demonic blood clan's leader waved his hand and some resources were immediately sent to Fang Chen. These are your rewards. If you can reach the human ranking 3 times in a row, I will make an exception and let you enter the Bloodfiend Tower, said the demonic blood clan's leader. Many thanks, leader. Fang Chen put away the resources and cupped his hands in thanks. The demonic blood clan's leader was very optimistic about Fang Chen. He believed that Fang Chen would be the demonic blood clan's hope to break out of prison. After chatting with Fang Chen for a while, he had Fang Chen leave. After leaving the palace, Fang Chen quickly returned to his residence. The resources given by the demonic blood clan's leader were only useful to the demonic blood clan. Fang Chen couldn't use them, but this didn't stop him from continuing to kill the younger generation of the demonic blood clan. Ever since Fang Chen killed demonic blood clan's Lian Ba, the demonic blood clan's younger generation prodigies couldn't sit still. In the slaughter arena's human area, there was also a list similar to the demonic blood clan's human ranking. This list was called the Combat Power List. It was also a list ranked according to the number of demonic blood clan members killed. The stronger one was, the more demonic blood clan members they killed and the higher their ranking. The Combat Power List was also used by the demonic cloud state to motivate the younger generation of martial artists. There were a total of 100 people on the Combat Power List. The martial artists who could enter the Combat Power List were almost all mysterious King Realm prodigies of the demonic cloud state. The competition for the Combat Power List was very fierce. The rankings often changed. However, only the top 5 of the Combat Power List remained unchanged all year round. This was because the top 5 of the Combat Power List were too strong. In the slaughter arena, they were known as the 5 Great Demon Kings. The reason why they were called Demon Kings was because they had killed too many demonic blood clan members. No one could shake their position in the top 5. Among the 5 Great Demon Kings, 2 were rogue cultivators, while the other 3 were all from the demonic Cloud Clan. Demonic Cloud Lianhu, Demonic Cloud Lianbao, and Demonic Cloud Lianhu. The 3 of them were not originally from the demonic Cloud Clan. However, not only were they given the surname Demonic Cloud, even their names were the direct names of the demonic Cloud Clan. It was enough to see their status in the demonic Cloud Clan. The 3 of them were the trump cards of the demonic Cloud Clan. They had been trapped in the mysterious King Realm and were unable to step into the Heaven Star Border Realm. This time, when the prison opened, the 3 of them naturally entered the prison. In the slaughter arena, they launched a merciless slaughter. It was simply a nightmare for the demonic blood clan. And now, the 3 of them were in a courtyard. Bang! Suddenly, the demonic Cloud Lianbao slapped the stone table, causing it to shatter into pieces. His face was filled with anger. This blood sword is really too hateful. The demonic Cloud Lianbao said angrily. In just a few months, so many people from the demonic Cloud Clan had died. The higher-ups had already given a death order to kill Bloodsword at all costs. From the looks of it, only the 3 of them could kill Shuejian. Third brother, don't be angry. The demonic Cloud Lianhu said. Second brother, let me cripple a puny demonic blood clan member. The demonic Cloud Lianbao said angrily. The demonic Cloud Lianhu did not say anything and looked at the eldest brother, the demonic Cloud Liansha. Bloodsword is the shame of our demonic Cloud Clan. He must die. The demonic Cloud Lianhu said, however, we can let the other 2 go test his strength. Hearing this, the demonic Cloud Lianhu and the demonic Cloud Lianbao's eyes lit up. In another courtyard, a man in a green shirt was chatting with a burly man on a stone bench. The burly man had a trace of anger on his face. The demonic Cloud Clan is really despicable. They obviously want the two of us to test his strength. The burly man said in a deep voice. Tan Fu, with our strength, it won't be dangerous to deal with a demonic Blood Clan member. The man in a green shirt said with a smile. During the time when Fang Chen wasn't around, he had quietly become one of the 5 demon kings. It's not dangerous, but I can't take this lying down. Tan Fu said with dissatisfaction. Forget it. The man in a green shirt waved the fan in his hand and said, I really want to fight with Bloodsword. The entire prison was in an uproar because of Bloodsword. And Bloodsword, after taking first place on the young leaderboard, disappeared once again. The human cultivators thought that Bloodsword must be afraid and didn't dare to appear. And the demonic Blood Clan members knew that Bloodsword was cultivating. After taking first place on the young leaderboard, the leader would definitely reward him with a large amount of resources. Bloodsword would definitely take this opportunity to improve his cultivation. On a certain mountain peak, Fang Chen's residence. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, surrounded by a dense sword Dao aura. The current Fang Chen had completely stepped into the sword Grandmaster realm. His comprehension of the sword Dao could instantly kill any genius in the demonic Cloud Clan. Wang. At a certain moment, a strange sound rang out in the surrounding air. Then, Fang Chen instantly opened his eyes. Rumble, within his sea of qi, spiritual energy surged and a vast aura emerged from Fang Chen's body. 7th level Mystic King Realm. After this period of cultivation, Fang Chen finally stepped into the 7th level Mystic King Realm. Finally broke through? A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Fang Chen, who had reached the 7th level Mystic King Realm, had completely surpassed the limit of the Mystic King Realm and was comparable to a Heaven Star Border Realm cultivator. Even in front of a Heaven Star Border Realm cultivator, I have the ability to protect myself. After Fang Chen had a breakthrough in his cultivation, he also heard the news that the human clan wanted to kill him. They can't wait to get rid of me, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared from the mountain peak. When Fang Chen appeared in front of the slaughter arena again, it caused a commotion. Bloodsword has appeared. Is he going to slaughter the human cultivators again? Many demonic Blood Clan members shouted excitedly. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen stepped into the slaughter arena. Chapter 1010. The 5 demon kings were gathered together. The azure-robed man was holding a fan with a smile on his face. As for the 3 from the Devil Cloud family, they were filled with rage. They wanted to kill Shuejian as soon as possible. After disappearing for a month, Shuejian had reappeared. When Shuejian stepped onto the stage, the stocky man, Tan Fu, also stepped onto the stage. Shuejian, let me deal with you, said Tan Fu. Fang Chen frowned. He didn't expect the Devil Cloud family to send someone like Shuejian. However, he didn't want to reveal any flaws, so he started fighting with Tan Fu. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen didn't display too much strength, as he was afraid that others would see through his flaws. After dozens of rounds, Tan Fu still couldn't defeat Fang Chen. Damn it! Tan Fu roared, and a battle axe appeared in his hand. The battle axe whistled through the air, and a powerful aura instantly spread out. At this moment, the crowd below the martial arts stage was also discussing this matter. This Shuejian is pretty strong. Yeah, to be able to fight with one of the 5 demon kings like Tan Fu, he's pretty strong. The 3 people from the Demon Cloud family watched the battle on the martial arts stage with serious expressions. Boss, this kid's strength should be at the half-step Heaven Star Border Realm, said the Devil Cloud Leopard. TMPH, so what if he's at the half-step Heaven Star Border Realm? Let me go kill him, said the Devil Cloud Leopard. Just as they were talking, the battle on the stage came to an end. Fang Chen's fist landed on Tan Fu's body and sent him flying. Poochie. Tan Fu fell to the ground and vomited blood. His face was pale. I lost. Tan Fu couldn't believe that he lost to a member of the Devil Blood race. However, Tan Fu wasn't someone who couldn't let go. He immediately stood up and left. After Tan Fu lost, the Devil Cloud Leopard attacked. Let me, said the Devil Cloud Leopard. Then, with a tap of his foot, he directly leaped onto the martial arts stage. Shuejian, I'm going to tear you apart, said the devil cloud leopard. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, said Fang Chen with disdain. Fang Chen's words completely enraged the demonic cloud leopard. A vast amount of spirit energy surged out of the latter's body. Then, with a tap of the tip of his foot, his body turned into an afterimage, and his fist suddenly blasted out. In an instant, the sky was filled with fist shadows. Bang bang bang. The demonic cloud leopard's fist technique was extremely overbearing. However, Fang Chen was able to deal with it calmly. Crack. When the last fist radiance was destroyed by Fang Chen, the demonic cloud leopard's body retreated a few steps. Your defense is not bad, but let's see how many punches you can take. The demonic cloud leopard's eyes were filled with killing intent, as if it was embarrassed by the blood sword. Rumble. The demonic cloud leopard clenched his fists tightly. The spirit chi around him turned into a monstrous wave that surged out and gathered on his fists. Die. The demonic cloud leopard growled and punched out. It looked like a simple punch, but it contained the aura of Fist Dao. When the demonic cloud tiger and demonic cloud lion saw this, they nodded their heads. This blood sword is pretty capable. He actually managed to force the third brother to use his trump card. The demonic cloud tiger smiled. So what? Offending the demonic cloud family will only result in death. The eldest brother, the demonic cloud lion, spoke in a deep voice. The faces of the demonic cloud family members were filled with excitement. The demonic blood race is just an ant. How can they compare to my human race? The demonic cloud leopard will definitely kill the blood sword. Hearing the voices of the people below, the smile on the demonic cloud leopard's face became even brighter. Die. The demonic cloud leopard's body also soared into the sky. When he punched out, a river of spirit energy instantly appeared and shot towards the blood sword. Splash. The sound of flowing water resounded throughout the slaughter arena. Within the river of spirit energy, there were countless lightning fists flickering with sparks. The aura of slaughter engulfed the entire martial stage and instantly enveloped Fang Chen. It's time to end this. The demonic cloud leopard was very confident in his trump card. The blood sword would definitely die this time. However, Fang Chen did not put the demonic cloud leopard in his eyes at all. When he said this, the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Of course, the hidden star sword was also disguised. The blood of the demonic blood race drilled into the hidden star sword and directly wrapped around it, making it impossible for others to detect. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword pierced through the void and pierced into the river of spirit energy. Crack! In the river of spirit energy, the hidden star sword advanced majestically. Wherever it passed, the lightning fists would be directly shattered. Seeing this, the demonic cloud leopard was a little surprised. However, he continued to increase the strength of the river of spirit energy, wanting to destroy the blood sword. However, at this moment, he actually felt fear in his heart. The demonic cloud leopard's soul shook and his body rapidly retreated. He did not know where the danger came from, but his intuition told him that he had to retreat. Too late. Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered. The hidden star sword pierced through the spiritual energy river with lightning speed, and then, under everyone's gazes, it pierced into the demonic cloud leopard's chest. The demonic cloud leopard desperately tried to resist, but it was useless. No. The demonic cloud leopard's heart was filled with unwillingness. His strength clearly suppressed the blood sword. Why was he killed by the blood sword at the crucial moment? Third brother. Below the martial arts stage, the demonic cloud leopard and demonic cloud leopard stood up and jumped, wanting to stop him. However, it was already too late. Poochie. Fang Chen ruthlessly pulled out the hidden star sword and the demonic cloud leopard instantly fell to the ground. His soul had already been shattered. Third brother. The demonic cloud leopard and demonic cloud leopard hurriedly came to his side and desperately tried to save him. Third brother. However, when they found that the demonic cloud leopard was no longer alive, they went completely crazy. You killed my third brother. I will tear you into pieces. The demonic cloud leopard roared furiously. The demonic cloud leopard also emitted a terrifying aura as he stared at the blood sword. Below the martial arts stage, There was silence. The green-robed man was also a little shocked. This blood sword has been hiding his strength all this time. The green-robed man saw through the blood sword's strength. Even the demonic cloud leopard, who was a half-step to the Heaven Star border realm, was easily killed. This person was too strong. Invincible under the Heaven Star border realm? The green-robed man said. On the martial arts stage, the demonic cloud leopard and demonic cloud leopard emitted a terrifying aura as they stared at Fang Chen. Come at me together. In the Mystic King realm, the three of them were the most powerful prodigies in the demonic cloud family. This time, they could kill him together. Kill. The demonic cloud leopard roared. A black halberd appeared in his hand as he rushed towards the blood sword. The eldest brother, the demonic cloud leopard, also exerted his full strength. When the two brothers worked together, they could even fight against a Heaven Star border realm martial artist. However, their opponent was Fang Chen, an extreme Mystic King realm martial artist. His combat power was comparable to a Heaven Star border realm martial artist. Void Meteor Annihilation. The void was torn apart. A thick void hand reached out and blasted towards the demonic cloud leopard. Get lost. The halberd in the demonic cloud leopard's hand blasted towards the void hand. Crack. The void hand was shattered. The halberd in the demonic cloud leopard's hand blasted towards Fang Chen in a powerful manner. At the same time, the demonic cloud leopard's attack was also close to Fang Chen. Let's die together. Fang Chen roared as a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. Star Sky Technique. He put away the star concealing sword and performed a powerful secret technique, Star Sky Technique. Rumble. Traces of star energy in the surrounding air were all integrated into Fang Chen's hand. Then, Fang Chen's hand pressed down. Die. In an instant, Fang Chen was like a demon god. The Star Sky Technique was too powerful. Coupled with Fang Chen's profound King realm cultivation, the demonic cloud leopard and demonic cloud leopard couldn't resist at all. How is this possible? The demonic cloud leopard was the first to be suppressed. He struggled with all his might and shouted. The demonic cloud leopard was slightly better. It retreated and barely avoided the suppression of the starry hand. Trying to escape. When Fang Chen saw this, a strange smile appeared on his face. The demonic cloud leopard felt that something was wrong and its scalp went numb. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's body suddenly appeared behind it. The giant hand swooped down and directly suppressed the demonic cloud leopard. Suppressing two demon kings with a flip of his hand completely shocked all the human martial artists. The folding fan in the green shirt man's hand fell to the ground. His heart was filled with perilous waves. It seems that I still underestimated this person's strength. The green shirt man suppressed the shock in his heart and said to himself. Then, the green shirt man's figure flashed and quietly left the slaughter arena. Oh my god, how powerful is Blood Sword? He can actually suppress two demon kings. Blood Sword had already killed one demon king earlier. Now he was suppressing two demon kings. Crack. While everyone was discussing, Fang Chen's palm pressed down again and directly crushed the two demon kings. No. The two demon kings were filled with regret, but it was too late. If you kill us, you will also die. Before the demonic cloud leopard could finish his words, he was killed by Fang Chen. At this moment, the martial arts practice field was dead silent. In a short period of time, 3 demon kings were killed consecutively. Let's go. Although there were rules in the slaughter arena, Fang Chen was worried that the demonic cloud family would be blinded by anger and forcefully attack him. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen disappeared from the slaughter arena. The news of the 3 demon kings being killed instantly spread. When the elders of the demonic cloud family heard the news, they were furious. At this moment, the demonic blood race was even more lively. The first place on the leaderboard was once again taken by Blood Sword. Blood Sword is too powerful. He took first place on the leaderboard again. Yeah, Blood Sword is much stronger than Blood Raven. What are you talking about? Blood Raven is our demonic blood race's #1 Mystic King expert. How can a rising star compare to Blood Raven? Who was stronger between Blood Sword and Blood Raven? This topic instantly caused the supporters of both sides to quarrel. However, right at this moment, Bloodraven appeared. "Shut up," said Bloodraven. Chapter 10:11. "What, Bloodcrow? You didn't say that on purpose, right?" someone asked. They were Bloodcrow's supporters and didn't want to believe this result. Hearing this, Bloodcrow shook his head. He looked into the sky and said, "Bloodsword killed 3 demon kings by himself. I can't do that." Saying this, Bloodcrow turned and left. Because he knew that from today onwards, he was no longer the strongest mystic king of the Demon Blood clan. After Bloodcrow left, he went into seclusion. He yearned to step into the Heaven Dipper realm. As for Bloodsword, he was regarded as a prodigy of the younger generation by the Demon Blood clan. After the Demon Blood clan leader heard the news, he summoned Bloodsword again. Inside the leader's palace, Fang Chen stood quietly. On the throne above, the Demon Blood clan leader looked at Bloodsword with a smile. "Bloodsword, I already know that you've killed 3 demon kings of the human race by yourself. You've done well," said the leader of the Demon Blood race with a smile. "Helping the Demon Blood clan is something I should do," Fang Chen said humbly. The Demon Blood clan leader's smile widened. "This time, the humans are furious. Don't go to the slaughter arena for now. The Heaven Dipper realm martial artists will definitely attack you," the Demon Blood clan leader said. Fang Chen looked at the Demon Blood clan leader. Here, the Demon Blood clan was a prisoner. Once the humans were completely enraged, the Demon Blood clan would definitely be destroyed. However, the Demon Blood clan leader wasn't worried at all. Glancing at Bloodsword, the Demon Blood clan leader smiled and said, "Bloodsword, you don't have to worry. When we were captured and brought here, we became prisoners of the humans. However, if the humans want to kill us, they have to pay a great price. The human race only has an absolute advantage in the slaughter arena. In this prison area, as long as it's not a heavenly body realm elite, we have nothing to fear," the Demon Blood clan leader said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart moved. With the Demon Cloud clan's strength, it was already good that they could maintain the slaughter arena. It was impossible to destroy the Demon Blood clan here. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was relieved. He could kill the members of the Devil Cloud family without limit, and the Devil Cloud family couldn't do anything to him. "Although I've said that you can enter the Bloodfiend Tower if you can enter the Bloodfiend Tower 3 times. Suddenly, the demonic blood race leader changed the topic. "This time, your contribution is great. The human race has suffered heavy losses. This king will make an exception and let you enter the Bloodfiend Tower." "Thank you, leader." Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. Who would have thought that the leader of the demonic blood clan would allow him to enter the Bloodfiend Tower? Previously, Fang Chen had also asked around. In the past, there had been many demon blood clansmen imprisoned here. However, with the passage of time, some of the experts gradually fell. In the end, the Demon Blood clan built a Bloodfiend Tower. After each powerhouse died, they were all buried inside the Bloodfiend Tower. Over time, the Bloodfiend Tower became the most sacred place of the demonic blood clan. This was because one could see the dead experts of the demonic blood race everywhere in this place. It was even possible to obtain their life's ultimate arts. Every time the Bloodfiend Tower was opened, it required a large amount of resources. Therefore, the Bloodfiend Tower's control was very strict. Unless it was some amazing genius, no one could enter. This time, the demonic blood race leader made an exception to open the Bloodfiend Tower and let Shuejian in. It was enough to see how much importance he attached to Shuejian. After resting for a day, Fang Chen entered the Bloodfiend Tower on the second day. Wang. The surroundings were filled with a strong smell of blood. When Fang Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in the Bloodfiend Tower. "This is the Bloodfiend Tower," Fang Chen looked around and said curiously. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to increase his strength. Perhaps he could have a fortuitous encounter in the Bloodfiend Tower. After Fang Chen entered the Bloodfiend Tower, the leader of the demonic blood race also called for an emergency meeting. As for the human race, the Demon Cloud family was furious. They even sent out a Heaven Star Border Realm expert to kill Shuejian. However, ever since he killed the 3 demon kings, the blood sword never appeared again. Demonic blood race, hand over Shui Jian. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. The demon cloud family's martial artists stood in the air above the slaughter arena and shouted. However, they didn't dare to rashly enter the prison area. That was because the demon cloud family's ancestor had warned them that the demon cloud family's martial artists could only move within the slaughter arena. They were not allowed to enter the prison area. Shui Jian is an elite of my demonic blood race. How can we hand him over? H, your demonic blood race is a prisoner, yet you dare to bargain with us, said the demon cloud family's people coldly. However, no matter how they shouted, the demonic blood race ignored them. Furthermore, the demonic blood race no longer allowed any of their people to enter the slaughter arena. For a moment, the slaughter arena was completely empty. The human race's martial artists no longer had any sparring partners. This scene made the demon cloud family's elders very anxious. In the end, this news was sent back to the demon cloud family. What? Demon cloud family, discussion hall. After the demon cloud family's patriarch heard this news, his expression became extremely grave. Patriarch, a peerless prodigy, appeared in the demonic blood race. He killed the demon cloud lion and the other two by himself. Then, he went into hiding and didn't dare to appear, said an elder. Truly trash. The demonic blood race is a prisoner. Even they can't deal with them? The demon cloud family's patriarch was somewhat furious. Originally, the prison was used to train the younger generation. However, the ancestor had only left for a short while, and the prison had a problem. Patriarch, that demonic blood race is determined to protect Shui Jian. We have no other choice, said the elder bitterly. A mere demonic blood race. Back then, they were captured by a heavenly body tier elite. This means that their strongest member is only at the Heaven Dipper tier. Let me go meet him. The demon cloud family's patriarch prepared to personally go to the prison. There were two reasons for doing this. First, the ancestor used heaven-defying methods to open the prison in order to train the demon cloud family's martial artists and increase the demon cloud family's overall strength. And this kind of trouble they encountered directly made the demon cloud family's martial artists unable to train. Once the ancestor found out, he, the patriarch, would definitely be punished. He was very afraid of the punishment of a heavenly body tier elite. Second, there was the problem of ambition. When he learned of this prison, he had an idea in his heart. Enslave this branch of the demonic blood race and make them his puppets. Just imagine, having such a large number of demonic blood race as his puppets. In that case, the demon cloud family's strength would skyrocket. At that time, they would even be able to annex the surrounding provinces. Combining the above 2 points, the demon cloud family's patriarch personally entered the prison. The demon cloud family's patriarch is going to personally take action. This news was like a whirlwind, spreading throughout the entire slaughter arena. All the martial artists' faces were filled with excitement. In the prison area, the demon cloud family's patriarch emitted a terrifying aura as he flew in the sky without restraint. Human martial artists. A demonic blood race clansman discovered the demon cloud family's patriarch. However, before he could finish speaking, he was directly killed by the demon cloud family's patriarch. Poochie along the way, countless demonic blood race clansmen were killed. Even a few of the top 10 prodigies of the mortal rankings were killed. His journey was unimpeded, and he finally arrived in front of the palace in the depths of the prison. As a prisoner, you actually have the mind to build a palace? The demon cloud family's patriarch floated in the sky, staring at the several palaces in front of him and sneered. While at this moment, the demon blood race's leader appeared. He glared at the demon cloud family's patriarch and said coldly, "Damned human, you're tired of living. You still don't recognize your identity. The demon blood race is a prisoner," the demon cloud family's patriarch said in a deep voice. "With your strength, you want to kill my demon blood race's clansmen," the demon blood race's leader said disdainfully. Even prisoners had their dignity. If it was a heavenly body tier elite, he would have nothing to say and could only wait for death. However, if it was a heaven dipper tier cultivator, then there was no need to be humble. Let me see what qualifications you have to say such words. The demon cloud family's patriarch attacked. Rumble. The entire prison was shaking. The battle between two Heaven Dipper tier elites caused a huge commotion. Catcher. The Demon Cloud family's patriarch threw out a punch, but it was shattered by the Demon Blood Race's leader. Dong. The battle between the two was very intense. As time passed, the Demon Cloud family's patriarch's expression became more and more serious. Because he found that he couldn't do anything to the Demon Blood Race's leader. Damn it. The Demon Cloud family's patriarch was furious and cursed loudly. Scram. A blood-red light appeared around the Demon Blood Race's leader. Then, with a roar, the sky changed color, and a fierce and domineering attack directly blasted toward the Demon Cloud family's patriarch. In the sky above the slaughter arena, countless human cultivators were watching. The Demon Cloud family's patriarch can definitely suppress the Demon Blood Race. Many cultivators were waiting for the Demon Cloud family's patriarch's good news. However, just as everyone was watching, Dong. The ground shook violently. In the next moment, a wild aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth instantly emerged. Many cultivators saw this and their expressions changed greatly, and they all fled. Catcher. This vast aura collided with the seal of the slaughter arena and instantly dissipated. The power was so great that many cultivators in the slaughter arena were dizzy and disoriented. In the next moment, a black shadow shot over. The Demon Cloud family's patriarch was a bit embarrassed. He angrily shouted and flew back into the slaughter arena. In the distance, the Demon Blood Race's leader floated in the air, and the two looked at each other. "You're too weak." The Demon Blood Race's leader sneered. The two fought, and no one could do anything to the other. The Demon Blood Race's leader didn't fear the Demon Cloud family's patriarch at all. Hateful, if the heavenly body tier elites of my family were here, they would definitely destroy you. The Demon Cloud family's patriarch flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. The heavenly body tier elites of the Demon Cloud family were all on Scar Island. Unless something big happened, they wouldn't return. And with his power, he actually couldn't suppress the Demon Blood Race in the prison. This made the Demon Cloud family's patriarch very helpless. "Patriarch, what should we do?" an elder asked. Chapter 10:12. The prison was closed. The Demon Cloud patriarch contacted the heavenly body tier ancestor of Scar Island through the family treasure. However, the ancestor's reply made the Demon Cloud patriarch a little helpless. "Close it first. I will return after a year." Although the ancestor didn't say anything, it could be heard from his words that he seemed to be exploring and had no time to care about the situation of the Demon Cloud state. The Demon Cloud patriarch's eyes were burning as he said coldly, "In that case, let's close it for a year. The day the ancestor returns will be the day the Demon Blood Race dies." A year's time was like an instant for a heavenly body tier elite. Just like that, the matter of the Demon Cloud state prison came to an end. Most of the cultivators who came out had improved a little. Inside the prison, the Demon Blood Race was very happy after learning that the human race had left. At least their clansmen wouldn't be killed by the human race. At this time, Fang Chen was still exploring inside the Bloodfiend Tower. There were a total of 9 floors in the Bloodfiend Tower. Fang Chen was on the first floor. He didn't know that the Demon Cloud Patriarch had fought with the Demon Blood Race leader. In this first level, those buried here are all low-level Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists. Fang Chen muttered to himself. There were many tombs on the first floor. Fang Chen searched carefully but didn't find anything. The little mouse, on the other hand, found some precious treasures in a tomb and devoured them. "Boss, this thing is useful to me." The little mouse grinned. "This thing seems to be the body of the Demon Blood Race after they die. There should be some in these tombs," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen and the little mouse searched all the tombs on the first floor and gained a lot. If the Demon Blood Race leader knew about this, he would definitely be stunned. The first floor was in a sorry state now. Fang Chen stepped into the second floor calmly. He found that the perfect sword body was indeed the strongest body in the world. It could actually absorb the bloodline aura of the Demon Blood Race. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen's harvest in the Bloodfiend Tower was not much. It was even worse than the little mouse's. After the little mouse swallowed a large number of treasures, the purple luster on its body became even more intense. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this time, Fang Chen finally arrived at the 9th floor after tossing and turning. As soon as he entered the 9th floor, Fang Chen discovered that the blood of the demon blood race that had merged with his bloodline had actually emerged and mixed with the bloody aura in the air. What's here? Fang Chen looked around. His intuition told him that the people buried on the 9th floor were at least Heaven Dipper realm powerhouses. The 9th floor was completely empty. There was nothing there. Fang Chen was a little confused and continued to search. Finally, after searching for a while, he found a tombstone. When he saw the words on the tombstone, Fang Chen felt his heart pounding rapidly. Originally, he thought that the person buried on the 9th floor should be a demonic blood race at the peak of the Heaven Dipper realm. However, when he saw the tombstone, Fang Chen was completely shocked. Heavenly Body Tier. There was actually a Heavenly Body Tier elite buried here. Tomb of the Demonic Star Monarch. Only Heavenly Body Tier elites were called Star Monarchs. Tomb of a Heavenly Body Tier elite. Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he stared at the tombstone. The tomb of a Heavenly Body Tier elite was also extremely attractive to Heaven Dipper realm cultivators. I wonder what's in this tomb, Fang Chen said to himself. Boss, we'll know once we dig it out, the little mouse said impatiently. Fang Chen nodded and joined forces with the little mouse to dig out the soil on the tomb. Soon, the man and beast dug out a large hole. Wang. In an instant, Fang Chen felt the space become chaotic, and his whole body was filled with oppression. What's going on? Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly, and he was a little worried. However, at this moment, a vast aura emerged from a pitch-black coffin. Shio. The dense blood-red aura condensed into a blood-red arrow in the air and shot towards Fang Chen. Catcher. The hidden star sword swung and slashed at the arrow, but it couldn't cut it. Peng. The blood-red arrow hit the hidden star sword and burst into a spark. Then, it changed direction and rushed towards the little mouse. You're courting death. Seeing this, the little mouse's body surged with purple light, and it directly used its body to block. Peng, peng, peng. The sound of golden mice intertwining rang out. The little mouse forcibly blocked the attack of the blood-red arrow. What a strong physical body, Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Just now, when he collided with the arrow, he felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. However, the little mouse actually used its body to block it. Are you all right? Fang Chen asked. The little mouse shook its head, and then said, this bit of attack can't break my defense at all. The heaven-devouring divine mouse was a nature-defying race in itself. Attack, defense, incomparably strong. After the arrow dissipated, the coffin returned to normal. Fang Chen and the little mouse cautiously approached the coffin. Wang. At this moment, all the demon blood in Fang Chen's body surged out and directly entered the coffin. After the coffin absorbed the demon blood, it kept shaking as if the dead Heavenly Body Tier elite inside was about to break out of the coffin. Fang Chen saw that when the coffin shook, some golden symbols appeared on the coffin lid, and then a stream of light appeared. In an instant, the coffin was suppressed. The golden symbols were faintly discernible, and some words appeared above the golden symbols. Eternal Cloud Star Lord, in a certain year, suppressed the leader of the demon blood race. Seeing this, Fang Chen instantly understood. The Heavenly Body Tier elite that killed the Devil Statue Star Lord should be this Eternal Cloud Star Lord. Dong. When the Eternal Cloud Star Lord's name appeared on the coffin lid, the Devil Statue Star Lord's name also appeared. The golden and black words on the coffin lid confronted each other. Huala. In the air above the two names, two balls of light appeared. I, the Eternal Cloud Star Lord, have left my eternal cloud inheritance here. The fated one can obtain it. The demonic blood inheritance is extremely domineering. Once cultivated, one will be invincible. Both inheritances came from Heavenly Body Tier elites. Fang Chen was a little dazed. His appearance had actually led to two inheritances. Now, there were two choices in front of him. Boss. Seeing Fang Chen in a daze, the little mouse called out. The dazed Fang Chen was awakened by the little mouse, and then he reached out to touch the golden ball of light. He was a human cultivator, so naturally, he would choose the human inheritance. Wang. When his hand came into contact with the golden ball of light, the Hangyun inheritance immediately entered his mind. At this moment, the demonic golem's inheritance light turned into a black, angry face. It glared at Fang Chen, as if blaming Fang Chen for not choosing its inheritance. It was a pity that it was already dead and couldn't attack Fang Chen. I, the eternal Cloud Star Lord, was the subordinate of the Island Lord of Scar Island. Back then, I hunted down the Devil Statue clan. Although I killed the Devil Statue clan in the end, I suffered heavy injuries and died. I have left my inheritance here, hoping that the Fated One can obtain it. My inheritance is a secret killing technique called the Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao. Once cultivated, it won't be a problem to fight across cultivation levels. However, my inheritance is easy to cultivate in the early stages. In the later stages, especially when it reaches perfection, it requires the blood of a foreign race to succeed. When Fang Chen finished reading the Eternal Cloud Inheritance, a smile appeared on his face. The Eternal Cloud Inheritance was more suitable for Fang Chen. Although the Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao is powerful, it can't compare to the Heavenly Star technique, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Above immortal tier cultivation techniques were secret techniques. Those that could be called secret techniques were all cultivation techniques that could destroy heaven and earth. The Void Meteor Annihilation Dao was the lowest level secret technique. It was everywhere on Scar Island. The Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao was stronger than the Void Meteor Annihilation Dao. As for the Heavenly Star technique, it was definitely a top secret technique. Even 10 Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao couldn't compare to the Heavenly Star technique. As for the Heavenly Star technique, Fang Chen only had a slight understanding of it. Let's start cultivating. Since he had obtained the secret technique, he naturally had to cultivate it. Fang Chen's goal was to raise his cultivation level. Therefore, he would do anything that could raise his cultivation level. In the following time, Fang Chen began to cultivate the Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao. As for the little mouse, it was biting on the coffin lid as if it wanted to open it. Crack! The little mouse's teeth were extremely hard. It actually bit a hole in the coffin lid. The Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao was a secret technique that leaned towards space. Fang Chen had the space-time true intent, so it was much easier for him to cultivate it. In addition to Fang Chen's heaven-defying potential, as time passed, the Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao was slowly being grasped by him. Inside the prison, the leader of the demonic blood clan had been waiting for the return of the blood sword. However, the blood sword was still unwilling to come out. Leader, will the blood sword be all right? The person who spoke was the Blood Raven. He had already come out of seclusion and broke through to the Heaven Star border realm. Perhaps it was because of the stimulation of the blood sword, the Blood Raven's breakthrough this time was very easy. It shouldn't be. The leader of the demonic blood clan shook his head slightly. Just like that, half a year passed. On a certain day after half a year, Fang Chen finally opened his eyes in the Bloodfiend Tower. In half a year, he had finally comprehended the Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao. Let's give it a try. Fang Chen stood up and smiled with his eyes lit up. Subsequently, a vast aura emerged from Fang Chen's body. His hands formed a complicated seal. 2 snow-white hands appeared in the sky and blasted into the distance. Dong! The 2 snow-white hands collided with the ground, causing a tremor. What power! It's much stronger than the Void Meteor Annihilation, said Fang Chen inwardly. In half a year, Fang Chen's cultivation had increased once again. It's time to go out, said Fang Chen. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he discovered that the little mouse had disappeared. Where did the little mouse go? Fang Chen looked around, looking for the little mouse. Boss, I'm here. The little mouse's voice came from the coffin. Fang Chen looked at the coffin with a dumbfounded expression. The little mouse crawled out from the coffin. The little mouse rubbed its stomach and burped a little. I'm so full. The little mouse smiled. You entered the coffin? Fang Chen asked in astonishment. Chapter 1013. You didn't swallow the corpse of the demonic statue star monarch, did you? Fang Chen asked, his eyes wide. The little mouse chuckled and nodded in confirmation. Wang. Fang Chen felt his mind go blank. The body of a heavenly body tier elite was as hard as a level 5 divine weapon. Although it had died, it was not something that could be damaged by outsiders. And the little mouse actually swallowed the corpse of the demonic statue star monarch. How hard did one's teeth have to be able to do that? Fang Chen was completely confused. After a long time, he came back to his senses. He looked at the little mouse and asked worriedly, "Do you feel any discomfort?" The little mouse shook its head, very excited. "Boss, I found that after swallowing the corpse of a heavenly body tier elite, my strength is increasing." Could it not increase? That was the corpse of a heavenly body tier elite. Fang Chen tried hard to calm the shock in his heart. He lightly patted the little mouse's head and then turned to leave. "Boss." The little mouse called out to Fang Chen. "What's wrong?" Fang Chen asked. "Why is there no demon blood tribe aura on your body?" the little mouse asked. After the little mouse said that, Fang Chen realized that something was wrong. Then, he checked his body and found that the demon blood tribe blood in his veins had all disappeared. What's going on? Could it be because of the eternal cloud inheritance? After thinking about it, Fang Chen thought that it must be because of the eternal cloud inheritance. After all, he had received the eternal cloud star monarch's inheritance. He would definitely not allow the demon blood tribe aura to exist in his body. Forget it, since it's like this, then I can only return to the slaughter arena, Fang Chen said to himself. There was almost no one around the Blood Fiend Tower. Fang Chen and the little mouse secretly came out of the Blood Fiend Tower. Wang. Ripples appeared around them, but Fang Chen did not care. He used the true meaning of time and space and disappeared instantly. At this time, the demon blood tribe leader in the palace felt the movement of the Blood Fiend Tower and was overjoyed. His figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the Blood Fiend Tower. Where is he? He thought that the blood sword had appeared, but it was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the demonic blood race leader caught a trace of spatial fluctuation. Human martial artist. Immediately, the leader of the demonic blood clan was enraged. He took a step forward, tore apart the void, and chased after him. Not good. Fang Chen shouted inwardly as he pushed his speed to the limit. And at this time, the demonic blood race leader that was chasing Fang Chen instantly understood. Thief, you actually dare to impersonate Xue Jian. The leader of the demonic blood clan roared. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had fled far away. However, the leader of the demonic blood race was still chasing after him. Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao. As Fang Chen fled, he unleashed the Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao. Hum in the sky, two snow-white hands containing a trace of star power shot toward the demon blood race leader. Courting death. The leader of the demonic blood race was enraged. He immediately exerted all his strength to attack the snow-white hand. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chen continued to flee. After a while, Fang Chen saw the edge of the slaughter arena. As long as he could escape into the slaughter arena, he would not have to worry about his life. Crack. The snow-white hand was shattered. The leader of the demonic blood race instantly chased after him. Thief, die. The leader of the demonic blood race launched an attack. Fang Chen was already prepared. He drilled into the ground. Under the ground, Fang Chen used the star-concealing sword to quickly advance. And above the ground, the little mouse stood, staring at the leader of the demonic blood race. Just as the attack was about to touch it, its body underwent a change. Raw. Innate ability, Devour. A terrifying suction force instantly enveloped the leader of the demonic blood race. If it was an ordinary Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist, they would definitely be severely injured. However, the leader of the demonic blood race was abnormally strong. With absolute strength, it blasted away the innate ability of the little mouse. Poochie. The little mouse's face was slightly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he unleashed his second innate ability. Extreme Piercing. The purple luster on the little mouse's body condensed into a purple spear that pierced towards the leader of the demonic blood race. Crash. The leader of the demonic blood race waved his hand and instantly shattered several spears. However, there were several spears that managed to dodge the demonic blood clan's leader's attack and pierced into his arm. Hiss! Drops of blood dripped down from the leader's arm. What kind of attack is this? The leader of the demonic blood race was shocked. The penetrating power is too strong. The extreme piercing successfully created some trouble for the leader of the demonic blood race. Then, the little mouse turned around and left. When the leader of the demonic blood race completely shattered the extreme piercing, he discovered that Fang Chen had already escaped back to the slaughter arena. Damn it! The leader of the demonic blood race was furious. Whoosh! When the little mouse returned to the slaughter arena, its aura was very weak. It forcefully unleashed 2 innate abilities and suffered a backlash. It's all my fault. Fang Chen felt very guilty. Last time, in order to save him, the little mouse fell into a coma. After obtaining the 9-turn life and death grass with great difficulty, the little mouse woke up from its coma. And this time, the little mouse was heavily injured again. Boss, I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest, the little mouse said. Perhaps because it swallowed the corpse of a heavenly body tier elite, the little mouse actually didn't fall into a coma this time. It also didn't feel any major problems. This allowed Fang Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. The leader of the demonic blood race looked at Fang Chen from afar and asked, "Brat, who exactly are you?" "I'm a human cultivator, Sanguinati," Fang Chen said. Damn it. Fang Chen ignored the leader of the demonic blood race and returned to the slaughter arena. After returning, Fang Chen felt a little strange. What's going on? Why isn't there a single person? Fang Chen searched the entire residential area. There was no one. Then, he went to the slaughter arena. There was also no one. Finally, Fang Chen came to the entrance of the prison. To his surprise, he found that the entrance had long been sealed. What on earth happened? Fang Chen looked at the sealed entrance, dumbfounded. He felt a little helpless. After a long time, his heart calmed down. Fang Chen recognized the reality. The cultivators of the Demon Cloud continent had all left the prison. As for himself, he was trapped in the prison. Could it be that I'm going to be trapped for a lifetime? Fang Chen said to himself. Then, Fang Chen's eyes burned with fighting spirit, and he said, "No, I definitely can't be trapped here for a lifetime. I want to become stronger. I want to break out of this prison and leave this place." Originally, his goal was to kill the younger generation of the Demon Cloud family. But now, he was facing the demonic blood race alone. The news that Xue Jian was a human cultivator in disguise instantly spread. Countless demonic blood race members couldn't accept this for a while. However, this matter was said by the leader himself. There was no doubt that it was true. The people of the demonic blood race hated Xue Jian to the bone. Damn human! How dare you pretend to be a member of our race? We must kill this boy. Kill him. Everyone in the demonic blood race roared. Go to the arena. The people of the demonic blood race knew that now that the prison was closed, Xue Jian couldn't leave. They wanted to go to the arena to kill Xue Jian. Many Mystic King Realm cultivators all rushed into the arena, clamoring for Xue Jian. It just so happens that I cultivate the Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao. Fang Chen grinned when he heard the clamor. Then, Fang Chen stepped into the arena of the 9th-level Mystic King Realm. "Xue Jian, you despicable villain, I'm going to kill you." In an instant, a person rushed onto the arena and launched a fierce and domineering attack on Fang Chen. Die. Now, Fang Chen had nothing to fear. He went all out, killing an expert of the demonic blood race in one move. Everyone, let's kill this boy together. There was a restriction in the slaughter arena. Heavenly Star Realm cultivators couldn't enter the arena of the Mystic King Realm. Therefore, Fang Chen was practically standing in an undefeatable position in the ninefold arena. Hundreds of demonic blood race surrounded Fang Chen. However, they couldn't accept the result. In just 15 minutes, hundreds of demonic blood race cultivators were all dead. After the Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao absorbed the blood of the demonic blood race, it became stronger and closer to perfection. This made Fang Chen very satisfied. Previously, He had no choice but to disguise himself as a demonic blood race cultivator. Now, as a human, it was natural for him to kill the demonic blood race. Kill. The ninefold arena fell into a chaotic battle. After the leader of the demonic blood race heard the report, he was furious, but there was nothing he could do. In just one day, the demonic blood race lost 3,000 mystic king realm cultivators. This battle made the name Sanguinati resound in the prison. In the slaughter arena area, the name Sanguinati was at the top of the battle power tablet. Leader, that Sanguinati has been in the nine-layered arena. We can't do anything to him. Challenge him in the Heavenly Star Realm first level arena. The leader of the demonic blood race said coldly. Since things had come to this was the only way. Indeed, in the Heavenly Star Realm first level arena, the demonic blood race led by Bloodraven were challenging Fang Chen. This is an excellent opportunity to train. Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he thought to himself. Then, he resolutely entered the nine-layered arena. He had to cultivate the Eternal Cloud Annihilation Tao to the Transformation Realm before he could enter the Heavenly Star Realm first level arena. Sanguinati, you despicable person. You're obviously as strong as a Heavenly Star Realm cultivator, but you don't dare to enter. I'm right here. If you want to kill me, come here. After he finished speaking, Fang Chen closed his eyes to cultivate. Seeing Fang Chen's arrogant attitude, the people of the demonic blood race couldn't hold themselves back. In the nine-layered arena, a chaotic battle broke out again. Fang Chen fought against thousands of people of the demonic blood race alone. Poochie. Cries of agony could be heard coming from the nine-layered arena. After an hour of bloody battle, the nine-layered arena was filled with corpses. Fang Chen's body was filled with the blood of the demonic blood race. The Eternal Cloud Annihilation Tao is evolving quickly. The Eternal Cloud Star Sovereign had said that his inheritance needed the blood of the demonic blood race to nourish it. While Fang Chen was slaughtering, the demonic cloud continent also welcomed a heavenly body realm elite. Chapter 10:14. With the return of the Demon Cloud ancestor, the Demon Cloud family was overjoyed. Demon Cloud State Capital, Demon Cloud Family Mansion, Conference Hall. The Demon Cloud ancestor's face was gloomy, seemingly a little displeased. At the side, the Demon Cloud family patriarch lowered his head, not daring to look at the Demon Cloud ancestor. The Demon Cloud family was one of the 10 great families of Scar Island. Its glory made countless forces dim in comparison, the Demon Cloud ancestor said solemnly. Look at what the Demon Cloud family has become now. The current Demon Cloud family was no longer as strong as before. The younger generation was even more lacking. The only thing that made the Demon Cloud ancestor gratified was that Demon Cloud Lianheng had obtained the Demon Sword Emperor's Sword Dao Seal and was cultivating the Black Demon Sword technique. I hid it from the higher-ups of Scar Island and secretly opened the prison, but you made it like this, the Demon Cloud ancestor scolded. Ancestor. The Demon Cloud family patriarch explained in a low voice. However, he was stopped by the Demon Cloud ancestor with a wave of his hand. With your mentality, when can you step into the heavenly body tier? The Demon Cloud ancestor was a little displeased. He then stood up and walked out of the conference hall. Seeing this, the Demon Cloud family patriarch followed closely behind. Soon, the Demon Cloud ancestor arrived in front of the prison. Then, with the power of a high-level heavenly body tier, he opened the prison again. At this time, Fang Chen, who was fighting fiercely, was also undergoing a great transformation. Stepping on white bones, the entire nine-layered arena was simply a nightmare for the Demon Blood Clan. In the Heaven Dipper Realm First Layer arena, many Heaven Dipper Realm Demon Blood Clan members had been clamoring for Sanguinati, waiting for him to go. However, Fang Chen had been honing his Eternal Cloud Annihilation path in the nine-layered arena. At a certain moment, Fang Chen felt that the aura of the Eternal Cloud Annihilation path was changing. In the next moment, he suddenly blasted out with both hands. Huala! In the sky, a pair of snow-white hands appeared and directly pressed down. Rumble! A powerful force swept through the entire martial arts arena. On the martial arts arena, thousands of Demon Blood Clan members were instantly suppressed. Transformation Realm. A hint of excitement shot out of Fang's eyes. After killing the Blood Clan for so long, His eternal cloud annihilation path had finally reached transformation realm. The everlasting cloud annihilation Tao had reached the transcendent state and its power had become even stronger. Retreat. At this time, the demonic blood race was also afraid. Their human wave tactic was useless against sanguinati. In the blink of an eye, the people of the demon blood clan had all left the nine-layered arena. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not pursue and prepared to return. However, at this moment, the mark on his forehead flickered slightly. Then, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. However, just as Fang Chen was feeling nervous, the undying bird's blood essence in his body suddenly gushed out and gathered at the mark. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The scorching flames instantly engulfed the imprint. In the blink of an eye, the mark disappeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Why would the phoenix's blood devour the mark? Fang Chen was puzzled. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen didn't understand. However, he guessed that this should have something to do with him killing the demonic blood clan. During this period of time, he killed the demonic blood clan, and the phoenix's blood essence had been absorbing the blood of the demonic blood clan. Maybe it evolved. Dong. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out. In the next moment, the prison opened, and a vast aura instantly spread out. The prison opened. Fang Chen was startled and immediately flew out of the slaughter arena. The demon blood clan's ancestor was a high-level heavenly body tier elite. The aura around him made countless demonic blood clan feel oppressed. Who is it? The leader of the demonic blood clan felt this vast aura from inside the palace. With a thought, he rose into the air and stood in the sky. Die! The demon blood clan's ancestor only said one word, and then the sky changed color. An extremely vast aura instantly shot out and directly hit the body of the demonic blood clan's leader. Bang! The leader of the demonic blood clan, who was at the 9th layer of Heaven Dipper tier, had no room to fight back in front of the demon blood clan's ancestor. He was directly killed. The leader is dead. After the death of the demonic blood clan's leader, many clansmen prostrated themselves on the ground, their hearts filled with terror. After the demon blood clan's ancestor did all this, he turned and left. However, just at this moment, he discovered Fang Chen. Who is this person? When the prison opened, only he and the demon blood clan's ancestor came in. And this person was obviously a human, so why was he here? Why is there someone here? The demon blood clan's ancestor was also a little confused. Whoosh! The two of them landed in front of Fang Chen. Junior greets the two seniors. Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting. Who are you and why are you here? The demon blood clan's ancestor asked in a low voice. Junior followed the rules and entered this place to temper myself. Afterwards, I comprehended something and went into seclusion. Who would have thought that when I came out of seclusion, this place was already closed? I could only kill the demonic blood clan here to temper myself, Fang Chen said in a low voice. The demonic blood clan inside were all killed by you, the demon blood clan's ancestor said. With the strength of his soul, he had already discovered the piles of corpses in the 9th layer arena. It was me, Fang Chen said. In front of a heavenly body tier elite, he didn't dare to be careless. Once he was discovered, only death would await him. Not bad. The demon blood clan's ancestor finished speaking and turned to leave. To be able to make the demon blood clan's ancestor say he was not bad, then this person must be extraordinary. Work hard. The demon blood clan's ancestor patted Fang Chen's shoulder. The demon blood clan's ancestor had already decided in his heart to cultivate this person. After the demon blood clan's ancestor and the demon blood clan's ancestor left, about half a day later, many cultivators once again entered the prison. The prison was once again bustling with activity. When the azure-robed man saw Fang Chen, his face was filled with an excited smile. Brother Blood, where did you go? I haven't seen you since then, the azure-robed man said. Fang Chen replied with a simple sentence. Just like this, the slaughter arena returned to normal. After the demon blood clan's ancestor attacked, the demonic blood clan was no longer able to resist the attacks of the human race. They could only be forced to become the human race's sparring partners. Fang Chen did not attack the demon blood clan's people. The demon blood clan's ancestor did not leave this place, so it was not appropriate to attack. Half a month later, a new demon king appeared again, but this time it was not 5 demon kings, but 3 demon kings. The first on the combat strength list was Sanguinati, the second was the azure-robed man, and the third was Tan Fu. The 3 of them had terrifying combat strength and were invincible under the Heaven Dipper realm. However, among these 3 people, the most terrifying was Sanguinati. With the cultivation of the 7th level Profound King realm, he could actually crush Tan Fu and the azure-robed man. The 3 of them were respectfully called Demon Kings. One day, Tan Fu found the azure-robed man and explained his intentions. Sanguinati had never displayed his true strength, which made Tan Fu a little curious. Therefore, Tan Fu wanted to join forces with the azure-robed man to fight Sanguinati. Of course, it was just a friendly spar. The azure-robed man immediately agreed. He also wanted to know how strong Sanguinati was. On this day, Tan Fu and the azure-robed man found Sanguinati together. The news of the battle between the 3 demon kings instantly spread throughout the entire slaughter arena. Some of the martial artists who were fighting in the arena also directly gave up their battles and ran over to watch. The 3 demon kings are going to battle. Hurry up and go watch. This is really exciting. The 3 demon kings are going to battle. Tan Fu and the azure-robed man are joining forces to fight Sanguinati. I wonder who will win. In an instant, the entire slaughter arena was bustling with noise and excitement. On a plain, there were cultivators watching the battle everywhere. In the middle of the plain, there were 3 people. Tan Fu, the azure-robed man, and Sanguinati. Brother Shui, I'm very curious. How strong are you exactly? The azure-robed man said. Sanguinati, I hope you can go all out in this battle, Tan Fu said. Fang Chen nodded and said, I will. Buzz. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Tan Fu attacked first. Ha! Tan Fu roared and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Then, he clenched his fist and punched toward Fang Chen. Rumble, wherever Tan Fu's fist passed, the air would scatter in all directions. Seeing Tan Fu attack, the azure-robed man also attacked. He closed the fan in his hand and a laser beam shot toward Fang Chen. Eternal Cloud Annihilation Path. Fang Chen didn't hesitate and used the Eternal Cloud Annihilation Path. In the sky, 2 snow-white hands appeared. Bang! Bang! The first hand grabbed Tan Fu's fist and used a bit of strength to instantly shatter Tan Fu's fist. The second hand easily blocked the laser beam. Amazing! The azure-robed man couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he and Tan Fu looked at each other and used their ultimate moves. Facing Sanguinati, probing was useless. They had no choice but to use their trump cards. The spectating cultivators around the plain exclaimed. This Bloodsword Saint is too strong. He blocked the attacks of the 2 of them so easily. You have to know that Sanguinati's cultivation is only at the 7th level of the Mystic King realm. Sanguinati is probably the most heaven-defying Mystic King realm cultivator in the Demon Cloud state, or even on the Scar Island. No one in the younger generation of the Demon Cloud state could match him. Even among the younger generation of the Scar Island, he was considered one of the best. Unknowingly, many cultivators thought that Sanguinati could defeat the 2 of them. In the clouds, the Heaven Star Border realm elders of the Demon Cloud family were also watching. This kid's strength is too strong. 7th level of the Mystic King realm and his combat strength is close to the Heaven Star Border realm. This is the true definition of being invincible under the Heaven Star Border realm. I didn't expect such a heaven-defying cultivator to appear in our Demon Cloud state. The elders' eyes were burning and they even had the thought of taking Tan Fu as a disciple. However, they could only think about it. With Sanguinati's talent, how could they take him as a disciple? I heard that even the old ancestor praised this kid. No wonder the patriarch told us to pay attention to Sanguinati. While the elders were chatting, the battle on the plain had already reached its climax. Tan Fu and the azure-robed man had already used their trump cards. Chapter 10:15. The Heavenly Star technique was Fang Chen's strongest secret technique so far. Once he used it, the 2 of them would definitely lose. Fang Chen wanted to take this opportunity to see where his limits were. The trump cards of these two people have surprised me. However, the eternal cloud annihilation Dao should be able to block them. Fang Chen thought to himself with a grave expression as he attacked. Kill. Tan Fu let out a loud roar and threw out punch after punch. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with his fist radiance. These fist radiance contained an extremely majestic power. At this moment, the power that Tan Fu had unleashed was something that ordinary half-step heaven realm martial artists wouldn't be able to block. Of course, other than Tan Fu, this was also the first time the green-robed man had used his full strength. I didn't expect to meet such a heaven-defying genius when I came out of seclusion. The green-robed man had already placed the folding fan in his interspatial ring. At this moment, his eyes were filled with seriousness. Such a genius is worthy of my full strength. Buzz. As soon as the green-robed man finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. The hilt of this long sword was red and the body of the sword was pitch black. The moment it appeared, it was filled with an extremely majestic power. Rank 3 divine weapon. Seeing this, Fang Chen was also a little surprised. All this while, no one knew that the green-robed man was actually a sword cultivator. Moreover, he had a terrifying rank 3 divine weapon. Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao. Fang Chen used the transformative realm Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao and blocked the fist radiance that filled the sky. Then, the snow-white hand sent Tan Fu flying. Bang! Tan Fu fell to the ground. His face was pale and he was panting. I admit defeat to Sanguinati. Tan Fu stood up and cupped his hands towards Sanguinati. Then, he walked to the side. He had already lost this battle. In a situation where the two of them worked together, he was sent flying by Sanguinati. This was enough to show how strong Sanguinati was. Of course, what surprised Tan Fu was the green-robed man. Is this his true strength? At this moment, the green-robed man was holding a level 3 divine weapon in his hand, and his entire body was filled with boundless sword chi. Sword hero's chi. Both of them could sense the sword hero chi from each other. I didn't expect you to be a sword cultivator as well. Fang Chen stood on the ground, stopped attacking, and grinned. Brother Shui, I thought that if the both of us were to join forces, we would be able to defeat you. But, seems like I was wrong. The green-robed man said softly, next, I will use my strongest attack. Regardless of whether I win or lose, I hope to befriend Brother Blood. Alright, then let's have a good fight. Fang Chen laughed loudly. The two streams of sword hero chi collided with each other in the void, emitting dazzling sparks. Then, the green-robed man displayed a pitilessly domineering sword technique. What kind of sword technique is that? Seeing this sword technique, Fang Chen was a little surprised. There was a destructive aura in the green-robed man's sword technique. This destructive aura was too ferocious. Fang Chen didn't use the everlasting cloud annihilation technique because he knew that this secret technique wouldn't be able to withstand the green-robed man's attack. Star Sky Technique. Fang Chen displayed the Star Sky Technique. All of a sudden, his arms began to swell in size. Then, the power of the stars in the surrounding air instantly covered both of his arms. Crash. As both of his arms pulled, the space was torn apart. Suppress. Fang Chen bellowed. His arms were like two pillars that could hold up the sky, directly tearing apart the void and suppressing down. Crack. Before the Star Sky Technique, the green-robed man's sword light was instantly shattered. The thick arms collided with the rank 3 divine weapon, and a deafening sound erupted. A rank 3 divine weapon is too strong. The rank 3 divine weapon was consuming the arms formed by the Star Sky Technique. Fang Chen was shocked. Hiss. Hiss. In the blink of an eye, the rank 3 divine weapon sliced apart the thick arms. Dong. The Star Sky Technique didn't lose to the green-robed man's sword technique, but to the rank 3 divine weapon. His thick arms suddenly exploded, causing the entire ground to tremble. The rank 3 divine weapon's path of attack was instantly blocked, and then it was directly blasted to the ground by the terrifying explosion. Buzz. The rank 3 divine weapon was ruthlessly stabbed into the ground, and a layer of terrifying sword chi instantly spread out on the ground. Many of the spectating cultivators around the plain were shocked, and they all retreated. In the clouds, a few elders of the demon cloud family were also a little shocked. They immediately took action, and only then did they resolve this disaster. A rank 3 divine weapon is indeed powerful. The few elders were shocked. Hiss. In the center of the plain, the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. Two slender figures stood quietly, looking at each other and laughing loudly. It was a draw. The two of them had fought to a draw. Is it over? Who won? Outside the plain, a cultivator asked curiously. The green-robed man put away the rank 3 divine weapon and looked at Fang Chen, laughing happily in his heart. After coming out of the mountain, this was the most satisfying battle, and he was very happy. I lost, the green-robed man said calmly. You didn't lose, Fang Chen said. The green-robed man shook his head. It was the rank 3 divine weapon that blocked your attack, not me. Weapons are also part of one's strength, Fang Chen said. Some people can't even get a rank 3 divine weapon in their lifetime. Hearing this, the green-robed man didn't say anything else. He walked step by step towards Fang Chen. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Qing Hu, the green-robed man said as he stretched out his hand. Fang Chen glanced at the green-robed man, and then shook the green-robed man's hand. Sanguinati. However, Fang Chen added in his heart. Sorry, I can't tell you my real name now. The Demon Cloud family hated Fang Chen to the core. Once the Demon Cloud family knew that he was in prison, he would definitely die. I'm very happy to be able to make friends with a sword genius like you, Qing Hu said with a smile. Me too. There was a saying that people of talent appreciated each other. Now, the two of them felt that way. Let's go and drink to our heart's content. The green-robed man put his arm around Fang Chen's shoulder and laughed. Seeing Sanguinati and the green-robed man leave, the shocked hearts of the crowd gradually calmed down. Then, they gradually dispersed. However, several elders of the Demon Cloud family in the clouds had already hurried back to the Demon Cloud family to discuss matters. Ever since the green-robed man revealed his strength, he had been ranked second on the combat strength list. As for the first place, it was the abnormal Sanguinati. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, the relationship between Fang Chen and Qing Hu became better and better. In the end, they called each other brothers. Fang Chen's strength had been steadily improving. However, he couldn't cultivate the heavenly demon sword art, which troubled Fang Chen very much. However, good things didn't last long. One day after half a year, the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family personally came to the prison and found the two of them. He brought the two of them back to the Demon Cloud state. There were only 3 people in the Demon Cloud family's meeting hall. Fang Chen, the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family, and the green-robed man. Patriarch, may I know why you called us here? Qing Hu asked. I already know about your performance in the slaughter arena. The two of you are invincible under the Heaven Star border realm. The patriarch of the Demon Cloud family said with a smile. Qing Hu and Fang Chen stopped talking and waited for the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family to continue. Half a year ago, I found a relic at the edge of the Azure Sky State. The patriarch of the Demon Cloud family said slowly, after careful exploration, I found that there is a supreme treasure in the relic. It is very important to me. I hope that the two of you can take out the supreme treasure for me. The patriarch of the Demon Cloud family said. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned slightly. Qing Hu said directly, even the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family can't take out the supreme treasure. The two of us will be courting death if we go in. The patriarch of the Demon Cloud family shook his head and said, No, let me finish. There is a seal in the ancient relic. Heaven Star border realm experts can't enter. Only mysterious King realm martial artists can enter. The patriarch of the Demon Cloud family said, As long as you help me take out the supreme treasure, I will agree to whatever you want. Fang Chen and Qing Hu looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Moreover, there seems to be an inheritance left behind by a sword principal supreme in the ancient times. The patriarch of the Demon Cloud family said again. At this time, Fang Chen and Qing Hu's eyes lit up. If there was anything that could attract the two of them at this stage, it would be the inheritance of a sword principle supreme. The further they walked on the sword principle, the more they knew. If no one knew this, the road ahead would be too difficult. Although Qing Hu had a master, his master was only a Heaven Dipper realm expert. The inheritance of a sword principle supreme? Fang Chen asked for the first time. To be called a supreme, one had to be at least at the heavenly body tier. That's right, it's absolutely true. The other provinces are already moving, the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family said. The two of them thought for a moment, and after exchanging ideas, they agreed to the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family's request. Okay, we agree, Qing Hu said. In the face of the inheritance of a sword principle supreme, they couldn't help but be tempted. Fang Chen was even more so. The enemy was standing in front of him, but he was powerless. He couldn't wait to improve his strength. When do we leave? Fang Chen asked. Today, the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family said. After Fang Chen and Qing Hu prepared for an hour, the patriarch of the Demon Cloud family personally came to pick them up. Then, the three of them stepped on the road to the Blue Sky Continent. The Blue Sky Continent was at the edge of the Mark Island, very far from the Demon Cloud family. With the speed of the three of them, it would take at least 2 months to reach the Blue Sky Continent. However, this bit of time was nothing to the three of them. Brother Qing, do you know about the Blue Sky Continent? Fang Chen asked through soul voice transmission on the way. I heard from my master that the Blue Sky Continent is close to the edge of the Mark Island. On the other side of it is the boundless void ocean, Qing Hu said. Chapter 10:16. 2 months later. Fang Chen and the other two stepped into the border of the Azure Sky Continent. This is the Green Sky Prefecture. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The auras of the Blue Sky Continent and the Demon Cloud Continent were completely different. In the Demon Cloud state, one could feel the scorching aura everywhere. In the Azure Sky Continent, the temperature was extremely low. The warriors of the Azure Sky Continent are basically all cultivators of the water element. The environment here is related to their customs, the Demon Cloud Patriarch explained. However, just as the three of them were talking, a figure with a powerful aura appeared in the sky. Sensing carefully, this person's cultivation base is at least a Heavenly Dipper realm high rank. This is the territory of the Azure Sky Prefecture. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. This person was clad in golden armor and spoke in a deep voice. I am the State Lord of the Demon Cloud State. I came here to explore, the Demon Cloud Patriarch said loudly. Hearing this, the expression of the man in golden armor eased a lot. So it's the Demon Cloud State Lord. Is the Azure Sky Prefecture's Lord here? The Demon Cloud Patriarch asked. The Azure Sky Prefecture's Lord is in the prefecture. Please follow me. The Lord of a state had a very high status. Even the golden-armored man did not dare to be careless. The golden-armored man had a flying treasure. Fang Chen and the other two stood on the flying treasure and flew at an extremely fast speed. This flying treasure was even faster than the Demon Cloud Clan's patriarch. Several days later, the four of them arrived at the capital of the Azure Sky State. I will go and see the Lord of Azure Sky Prefecture first. You all wait here, the Demon Cloud Clan leader said. Then, the Demon Cloud Clan leader entered the City Lord mansion. After a while, the Demon Cloud Patriarch came out. The Azure Sky Prefecture Lord is not here. Let's go to the ruins first, said the Demon Cloud Clan leader. Fang Chen and Qing Hu followed the Demon Cloud Clan leader to the relic. There was an entrance on the mountain behind the prefecture city. This entrance was the entrance to the ruins. Are we in the ruins? Fang Chen asked. That's right. Let's go in, said the Demon Cloud Clan leader. Fang Chen was a little confused. He glanced at Qing Hu and did not move forward. Why? Are you afraid of danger? Asked the Demon Cloud Clan's leader. Let's go. Qing Hu thought for a moment, exchanged a look with Fang Chen, and then entered the entrance. Inside the entrance was a winding, pitch-black passageway. The Demon Cloud Clan leader was in the front while Fang Chen and Qing Hu were behind him. They had been walking in the tunnel. After walking for about 10 minutes, The three of them came out of the passage. "What is this place?" Fang Chen asked. "This is..." Halfway through his words, the patriarch of the demon cloud suddenly exuded a majestic aura. The next moment, he stretched out his hand and attacked Fang Chen and Qing Hu. Sure enough, there's a problem. Fang Chen had long noticed that something was wrong with the demon cloud patriarch. Now that he saw the latter attack, he was prepared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space to dodge the demon cloud patriarch's attack. Qing Hu, on the other hand, was not so lucky. He hurriedly took out a stage 3 divine weapon and barely blocked the demon cloud patriarch's attack. Patriarch Mo Yun. Qing Hu was furious, glaring at the demon cloud patriarch. "It's your fortune to be able to become this king's target." The demon cloud patriarch revealed his true face at this time. He was not in a hurry to attack. He knew that Qing Hu could not escape. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. "I am the demon cloud state lord," the demon cloud patriarch said softly. Squinting his eyes, he was very happy to see the angry expressions of the two. "Why do you want to attack us?" Fang Chen continued to ask. He was stalling for time while the little mouse was preparing its innate ability. Perhaps only the innate ability of the little mouse could help them escape. "Because you are the specimens we have chosen." Specimens? The two of them had a lot of doubts in their hearts. Why did the demon cloud patriarch lure them here from so far away? Didn't the Azure Sky State Lord know about this? Or was it all controlled by the Azure Sky State Lord and the demon cloud state lord? "The two of you are invincible under the Heaven Star Border realm. You are perfect specimens." The demon cloud state lord grinned. He did not waste his breath and was ready to attack. Buzz! Before the demon cloud state lord made a move, Fang Chen directly displayed the heavenly stars technique. Puff! The demon cloud state lord clenched his hands into fists and directly shattered the thick arm formed by the star sky technique. At the same time, Qing Hu's stage 3 divine weapon also erupted with the most powerful power. Roar! When the demon cloud state lord was blocking Qing Hu's attack, the little mouse performed its innate ability. The last time it performed 2 innate abilities in succession, its body was extremely weak. After such a long time of recuperation, it had already recovered. Innate ability, Devour. A terrifying suction force instantly filled the entire cave. Spiritual chi raged like a violent storm. "You are courting death." The demon cloud state lord was enraged by the two of them and said coldly. Then, he stretched out his hands and directly blocked the little mouse's devour. When the demon cloud state lord's hands were about to reach the little mouse, it suddenly performed its second innate ability, extreme piercing. Swoosh! A bright light shot directly toward the demon cloud state lord's hands. The demon cloud state lord exclaimed softly. He actually felt a trace of threat. What kind of innate ability is this? The demon cloud state lord was too powerful. Thick vital spirit gushed out from his hands and slapped on the dazzling light. Bang! The bright light was not smashed by the demon cloud state lord. Instead, it changed direction and directly hit the wall on the side. Crack! At this moment, the wall instantly shattered, and ripples appeared on the surface of the wall. What's that? Fang Chen was shocked. He found that there was a seal on the wall. Behind the wall was a pitch-black place. Run! Without saying anything, Fang Chen and Qing Hu directly drilled into the pitch-black space behind the wall. In an instant, powerful auras were emitted from behind the wall. Seeing this, the demon cloud state lord did not chase after Fang Chen and Qing Hu. Instead, he constantly made complicated seals with his hands to reseal the wall. "State lord, what's going on?" At this moment, the man in golden armor came here. "What about them?" The man in golden armor asked. "They entered there," the demon cloud state lord said unhappily. "What? They opened the seal?" The man in golden armor asked in shock. The demon cloud state lord nodded. In his mind, he was still thinking about the innate ability that the little mouse had just used. "That penetrating power is too tyrannical," the demon cloud state lord said to himself. "State lord, these two people will definitely die if they enter that place." There is a group of lunatics living there, the man in golden armor said with a smile. The demon cloud state lord did not say anything. He just told the man in golden armor to guard this place well. After leaving the cave, the demon cloud state lord returned to the city lord mansion. If someone else was here, they would be shocked speechless. Wherever the demon cloud state lord passed, there were martial artists saluting him and calling him state lord. It was not the demon cloud state lord, but the azure sky state lord. The azure sky state lord and the golden river state lord are here to visit, a martial artist reminded him. The demon cloud state lord nodded. Then his face wriggled and changed his appearance in an instant. Finally, he entered the conference hall. Golden River State Lord, have you thought about the matter I told you last time? The demon cloud state lord asked. Azure sky state lord, I have searched for 10 heavenly dipper realm invincible people. This is the limit. If I continue to search, I will be discovered, the Golden River State Lord said. 10 is fine, the Demon Cloud State Lord said. Those 10 people are in the City Lord Mansion. Where is the thing I want? The Golden River State Lord said with a smile. Take it. The Demon Cloud State Lord took out something from his arms and threw it to the Golden River State Lord. After the transaction was completed, the Golden River State Lord left. Looking at the back of the Golden River State Lord, the corners of the Demon Cloud State Lord's mouth curled up and a trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. One day, you will also become my specimen, the Demon Cloud State Lord said to himself. If the outside world knew that the Demon Cloud State Lord and the Azure Sky State Lord were the same person, how shocked would they be? Unfortunately, this matter was a secret and no one knew about it. Over the years, the Demon Cloud State Lord's focus had been on the Azure Sky State. As long as he could achieve his goal, he would have the opportunity to destroy other states. After Fang Chen and Qing who entered the dark space, they felt a strong pressure. He's not chasing us. After running for a while, Fang Chen stopped and turned his head to look. There is a strong seal on the wall. I think there should be something that the Demon Cloud State Lord cares about, Qing Hu said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Brother Shui, thank you this time. Qing Hu cupped his hands and thanked him. Who would have thought that the Demon Cloud State Lord would be so vicious? The two of them almost died in the hands of the Demon Cloud State Lord. Fortunately, the two of them escaped from the Demon Cloud State Lord's pursuit with the little mouse's 2 innate divine powers. Where is this place? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. The two of them felt their bodies falling. However, it was dark around them and they couldn't see anything clearly. After an unknown period of time, the two of them fell to the ground with a loud thud. It hurts. Qing Hu screamed miserably. Fang Chen was better than Qing Hu. After all, his constitution was the strongest in the world, the perfect sword body. He was still able to withstand such a small amount of force. At this time, the darkness disappeared and was replaced by light. Fang Chen hurriedly looked around. What's going on? Fang Chen was shocked. This was a dilapidated plain. On the plain, they could vaguely see the outline of some dilapidated buildings. However, it was precisely because of the outline of these dilapidated buildings that Fang Chen and Qing Hu were shocked. Because the style of these buildings was completely different from the architectural style of Scar Island. Where is this place? Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he quickly walked to the dilapidated buildings. After the baptism of time, these buildings had long been dilapidated. Fang Chen gently stroked a broken golden plaque. The dust was blown away, and some words appeared. Brother Qing, do you recognize them? Fang Chen asked. He couldn't recognize these words. Chapter 10:17. Do you have any idea? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The architectural style here was completely different from the outside world, and he did not recognize the words on the golden plaque at all. Qing Hu frowned slightly and his expression kept changing. Then he said, these seem to be words from ancient times. What words from ancient times? Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. How could there be words from ancient times here? Was this a site left behind from ancient times? Brother Qing, do you recognize these words? Fang Chen continued to ask, wanting to see the meaning of the words on the golden plaque. But unfortunately, Ching Hu shook his head, indicating that he did not know. I also happened to see these words at my master's place. Master said that these are ancient words, but I can't understand what they are, Ching Hu said. Why are there words from ancient times here? The two of them were full of doubts. Was this place really an ancient relic as the demon cloud state lord said? Then why did he trick them into entering the cave and then kill them? The two of them were very puzzled. This place is very strange. Maybe it really is an ancient site. Let's look for it, Ching Hu suggested. Immediately, Fang Chen and Ching Hu continued to move forward. Along the way, the two of them found many ancient sites, which were all dilapidated buildings. At first glance, they knew that they had been here for a long time. They did not see a single person, which made the two of them very puzzled. If there was no one here, why would the demon cloud state lord seal this place? There must be something strange. Sure enough, after walking for about 3 days, they finally met a person. It was a young man dressed in animal skin. After seeing Fang Chen and Ching Hu, he turned around and left. Catch him, Fang Chen said. Immediately, Ching Hu exerted the true meaning of time and space. His figure kept flickering and he also used his fastest speed. The two of them, one in front and one behind, directly surrounded the young man in animal skin. Crash! Fang Chen stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed the young man in animal skin. Let go of me. The young man in animal skin struggled desperately and shouted loudly. Hearing the young man in animal skin, Fang Chen and Ching Hu were dumbfounded. This was because they actually couldn't understand what the young man was saying. What are you talking about? Fang Chen grabbed the boy's collar and asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the young man's eyes widened. He looked at the two of them in disbelief. Then, the young man in animal skin actually made another sound. This time, both Fang Chen and Ching Hu could understand. The young man in beast skin actually knew the common language of the outer realms. You're from the outside world, the young man said quickly. Who are you? Fang Chen asked. This young man clad in animal skin was full of doubts. The young man stopped struggling and said in a deep voice, You outsiders actually dare to enter this place. After some questioning, Fang Chen finally understood where the two of them had entered. This was an ancient site, where ancient martial art practitioners who had survived since ancient times lived. Although countless years had passed, they were still the descendants of ancient almighties. Before the almighties died, they used extremely powerful methods to seal this place so that they would not be affected by the rules of the world and could live forever. They had been living here peacefully. Because it was isolated from the outside world, the spiritual chi here was very thin and the rules were somewhat missing. Therefore, their highest cultivation was the Heaven Dipper realm, and they could not cultivate to a higher realm at all. However, one day, an outsider accidentally discovered this place. He wanted to occupy this place and enslave them. Hearing this, Fang Chen and Ching Hu looked at each other. It seemed that the one who wanted to enslave them should be the demon cloud state lord. How did you resist in the end? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, the young man in animal skin showed a proud expression. Although our clan was weak at that time, we were famous in the world. The young man in animal skin said, Our clan defeated the invader with the help of puppets. However, because of this, we reached an agreement with the invader and gave him the method of making puppets. He also swore that he would not invade our clan for 10,000 years. Fang Chen and Ching Hu came to a realization upon hearing this. So that was it. The reason why the demon cloud state lord deceived them to come here and said that they were perfect specimens should be to turn them into puppets. Thinking of this, Fang Chen said directly, Little brother, we have no evil intentions. The reason why we came here is because of the evil man who invaded your clan. Hearing this, the young man in animal skin was skeptical. That evil man wanted to refine us into puppets. In the end, we successfully escaped and accidentally found this place, so we came here in a panic. Ching Hu said. At this time, the young man in animal skin believed the two's words. Let's go, I'll take you to see the patriarch. This space was extremely narrow. At the very center, there was a rather decent building. This was the place where this clan lived. When Fang Chen and Ching Hu arrived here, they found that there were only 50 people in this clan. Moreover, most of the martial artists' cultivation was at the mysterious king realm, and only a small number of them were at the Heaven Dipper realm. Patriarch, I found 2 outsiders today. The young man in animal skin said. Outsiders. Hearing this, the Patriarch's face was solemn as he stared at Fang Chen and Qing Hu. Patriarch, don't misunderstand, we are not that evil man's henchmen. On the contrary, we have a common enemy. Patriarch, these 2 people were forced by that evil man and came here in a panic. They caught me before and didn't hurt me. The young man in animal skin spoke to Qing Hu for Fang Chen. Take them to the mineral vein to mine. The Patriarch pondered for a moment and said. Hearing this, several Heaven Dipper realm clansmen directly escorted Fang Chen and Qing Hu to the mineral vein in the back mountain. Outsider, if you want to live, you'd better mine obediently. In the end, this clan still didn't believe Fang Chen and Qing Hu. It was just that they saw that they were weak, so they didn't attack them, but let them mine. Fang Chen and Qing Hu didn't think too much. As long as they could survive, nothing was more important. After the 2 entered the mineral vein, their eyes widened. This was actually a purple crystal mineral vein. This mineral vein is so big, the number of purple crystals mined is uncountable. Qing Hu was shocked. They are isolated from the world, why do they need so many purple crystals? Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. In the end, the 2 entered the depths of the mineral vein and started mining. At this moment, the 2 saw many figures. Are they also outsiders? Qing Hu asked curiously. These figures came to Fang Chen and Qing Hu's side in no time. Then, they started mining quickly. Everyone. Fang Chen tried to talk to these people, but they ignored Fang Chen. What's going on? Qing Hu asked. At this moment, Fang Chen noticed some details. These people had been mining rhythmically and didn't speak at all. After taking a closer look, Fang Chen finally felt that something was wrong. He enveloped these people with his soul spirit and shockingly found that they didn't have any soul spirit. Could it be that these people were puppets created by this clan? Brother Qing, they seem to be puppets. Fang Chen said. What puppets? Qing Hu was really frightened. Puppets were made to look like human warriors. This method was too brilliant. Finally, after a day of mining, the 2 of them confirmed that it was a puppet that was mining with them. The next day, Fang Chen and Qing Hu avoided these puppets and went to the depths of the mineral vein to mine in an inconspicuous place. Brother Shui, there are so many purple crystals. If we hide some of them, they probably won't know, Qing Hu said. Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he nodded heavily. Purple crystals were hard currency in the outside world. It was very important to them. As for the little mouse, when it first entered the mineral vein, it had already drilled into the purple crystal and absorbed the power of the purple crystal to recover. Just like that, Fang Chen and Qing Hu began their mining life. Meanwhile, in the base camp of this clan, everyone was discussing important matters. Patriarch, I think we should refine these 2 people into puppets, a burly man said. Patriarch, these 2 people are so weak and have no intention of harming our clan. Moreover, we have a common enemy, the young man in animal skin said. The other clansmen also expressed their opinions. Ever since the appearance of the demon cloud state lord last time, their peaceful lives had been disrupted. They could no longer continue to live carefree lives. And this time, these 2 outsiders had entered. This made the Patriarch very uneasy. Fortunately, these 2 outsiders were very weak. They were only in the mystic king realm. Patriarch, that evil man has already made a martial oath that he will not invade for 10,000 years. Let's just kill these 2 people. Patriarch, there are fewer and fewer people in our Sky Puppet clan. We can try to absorb them into our Sky Puppet clan. Hearing this, the Patriarch's eyes lit up. If they are talented enough, it's not impossible to absorb them into the Sky Puppet clan. The Patriarch's wish had always been to lead the Sky Puppet clan to rise again. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve such a grand goal. Once, the Sky Puppet clan was a well-known clan in the world. Now, they had fallen to such a state. After making a decision, the Patriarch summoned Fang Chen and Qing Hu back. Now, there are 2 choices for you to decide, the patriarch said in a deep voice as he looked at Fang Chen and Qing Hu. What choice? Fang Chen and Qing Hu looked at each other and then looked at the patriarch warily. Join the Sky Puppet Clan or die, the patriarch said. What? Fang Chen and Qing Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. The patriarch was actually asking them to join the Sky Puppet Clan. As time passes, our Sky Puppet Clan has fewer and fewer people and geniuses. If we want to strengthen the Sky Puppet Clan, we have to do it by hook or by crook. The patriarch said, of course, it's not that easy to join the Sky Puppet Clan. You have to pass a test. If they didn't join the Sky Puppet Clan, they would die. If they joined the Sky Puppet Clan, they could live. Chapter 1018. We are willing to join the Sky Puppeteer Clan. Fang Chen and Qing Hu had seen the puppets created by the Sky Puppeteer Clan, and they were amazed. After thinking about it, they agreed immediately. Good, very good. Now, let me talk about the test. The clan leader laughed. There are 3 levels to the test. The first level tests combat strength, which is also the most basic. Both of you are Mystic King Realm martial artists. As long as your combat strength reaches Heaven Star Border Stage 1, you will pass the test, the clan leader said. Fang Chen and Qing Hu were speechless when they heard that. The Sky Puppeteer Clan's test was really crazy. If they were ordinary martial artists, they would definitely not be able to pass the test. Of course, the clan leader had his own thoughts. If they could pass the test, they would be true geniuses who were even more outstanding than the martial artists of the Sky Puppeteer Clan. Only such people were qualified to join the Sky Puppeteer Clan. As they spoke, an ancient stone tablet broke out of the ground. This stone tablet was 10 meters tall and was surrounded by wisps of spiritual chi. This stone tablet is the standing test tablet. Use all your strength and punch it. It will show whether you pass or not, the clan leader said. Let me go first. Qing Hu stood out first and said. Buzz. Qing Hu clenched his fist, and a red glow appeared around his body and gathered on his fist. In the end, he punched the testing stone steely. A dazzling light exploded from the tablet and swallowed Qing Hu's fist instantly. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling light on the tablet disappeared. At this moment, a green picture appeared on the tablet. Pass. The clan leader's eyes lit up. There were a total of 7 colors on the combat strength testing tablet. Mortal, yellow, green, blue, and purple represented the 7 levels. Qing Hu's test had a green rating, which meant that his combat strength was at the 4th level. A Heaven Star Border Stage 9 Mystic King Realm martial artist was enough to show Qing Hu's talent. Not bad. Very good. The clan leader grinned. The Sky Puppeteer Clan could not ask for more geniuses like him. The other clansmen were also speechless. Ever since the Sky Puppeteer Clan had fallen to this state, there had not been such a genius in a long time. The highest rating on the combat strength testing tablet was only yellow. This person's test was green as soon as he came up. It was too shocking. Brother Xue, it's your turn. Qing Hu smiled. Fang Chen took a step forward and carefully examined the stone tablet. Then, he gathered all the power in his body on his fist and punched out. When Fang Chen punched out, the stone tablet didn't even emit a dazzling light. Seeing this, the clan leader frowned slightly, seemingly a little displeased. There was no reaction from the stone tablet. In other words, he had failed the test. The other clansmen were also disdainful. It was impossible for him to join the Heaven Puppet Clan if he couldn't even reach the most basic red rank. Failure, said the clan chief in a deep voice. His words to Fang Chen were filled with coldness. The Sky Puppeteer race did not want trash. Since this person had failed, only death awaited him. Fang Chen was also a little curious as to why there was no movement from the stone tablet. He left the stone tablet helplessly and shrugged at Qing Hu. You will take the second test. As for him, after you join the Heaven Puppet Clan, you can refine him into a puppet, said the clan leader. Qing Hu wanted to say something, but he hesitated. He looked at Sanguinati and then looked back at the stone tablet in disbelief. Just as everyone was about to leave, all of a sudden, the stone tablet trembled. Then, a ball of color appeared on the stone tablet. Purple. Ching, who was the first to discover it, and shouted excitedly, "Clan chief, look." His voice alerted the other clansmen who were about to leave. When they turned their heads to look, they were astonished and dumbfounded. "What is purple?" Seeing this, the clan leader's heart trembled and his face was filled with excitement. Purple. Even in the Heaven Puppet Clan at its peak, there were very few geniuses who could reach the purple rank. At this moment, the clan leader looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Purple? Fang Chen's heart trembled, but there was no expression on his face. Oh my God, he actually reached the purple rank. What kind of genius can reach the purple rank? It's too heaven-defying. After such a long time, we can actually see the purple rank. The martial artists of the Heaven Puppet Clan were completely shocked. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen. The clan leader looked embarrassed and came to Fang Chen. "Don't mind what I said just now. Our Heaven Puppet Clan is in dire straits, and we don't have any extra resources to use." So, Fang Chen could understand the Heaven Puppet Clan's current situation. "Let's start the second test," Fang Chen said. The second test was the strength of the soul. The martial artists of the Heaven Puppet Clan all had strong souls. In the path of puppetry, one had to have a strong soul to be able to make puppets. You are all Mystic King Realm martial artists. You pass if your soul reaches the green rank, the clan leader said. Ching, who released his soul. It was a late-stage green rank, which was very strong. Pass, the clan leader said. Next was Fang Chen. Everyone looked at him with burning eyes. Buzz. When Fang Chen released his soul, everyone was shocked. Peak green rank. The clan leader's body trembled a little. A Mystic King Realm martial artist actually had a peak green rank soul and was only one step away from reaching the blue rank. It was too shocking. They had really picked up a treasure. If such a genius joined the Heaven Puppet Clan, he might lead the clan to rise again. Good, very good. The clan leader's body trembled, and his voice was a little excited. The other members of the Heaven Puppet Clan were also excited. Although Ching, who was very outstanding, in front of Fang Chen, he also paled in comparison. After a long time, the third test began. As for the third test, it tested comprehension. As a martial artist, comprehension was very important. This is the simplest secret technique of our clan. If you can comprehend it to the entry level in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you will pass the test, the clan leader said. As he spoke, he tossed a sheepskin scroll to Fang Chen and Ching Hu. The two sat cross-legged and started to comprehend it. Recorded on the scroll was a body-refining secret technique. This secret technique was the lowest-level secret technique and also the simplest secret technique. Unfortunately, it was a secret technique of the Heaven Puppet Clan and was useless to other martial artists. This secret technique seems a little similar to the Void Meteor Annihilation, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he started to comprehend it. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When 2/3 of the incense stick had burned, Ching Hu opened his eyes. You've comprehended it, the clan leader said. Ching Hu nodded slightly and then formed a hand seal with both hands, deriving the most basic move of the secret technique. This is too heaven-defying. The clan leader was very excited. Being able to comprehend it in 2/3 of the incense stick's time meant that this person's comprehension was much stronger than the former's. Brother Blood is still comprehending it. Ching Hu looked at Fang Chen in confusion. The incense stick was still burning, and everyone's eyes were on Fang Chen. However, he still hadn't woken up, which meant that he hadn't comprehended it yet. At this time, Fang Chen was comprehending the secret technique, and his golden heart was rapidly beating. His mind was filled with the trajectories of all kinds of secret techniques that were evolving. So it's like this. After such a long time, Fang Chen had finally comprehended the secret technique, and comprehending it was much easier. In the blink of an eye, the incense stick had burned out. At this time, Fang Chen still hadn't woken up. Sigh. The clan leader sighed. He had done so well in the first 2 tests, but he had failed in the third test. He had high expectations for Fang Chen, even higher than Ching Hu. However, he had failed in the third test. He failed, he actually failed. The youth in animal skin was also a little puzzled. He had done so well in the first 2 tests, So why had he failed in the third? Did he fail? Qing Hu muttered to himself. Just as everyone was feeling disappointed, Fang Chen opened his eyes. The incense stick's time has passed, the clan leader said, a little disappointed. Although it had passed, Fang Chen had a meaningful smile on his face. Let's go, the clan leader said. He wasn't in the mood to talk about anything else. However, Fang Chen stopped the clan leader. Clan leader, take a look at the secret technique I comprehended, Fang Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, the clan leader stopped in his tracks and nodded, indicating for Fang Chen to use it. Rumble. Fang Chen's hands formed a complicated seal, and a vast aura surged out of his body. Then, a 3-meter-long hand appeared in the sky and whistled down. When he saw this scene, the clan leader was completely shocked. A 3-meter-long hand, this is clearly the manifestation of the transcendent realm. The clan leader's heart trembled. He didn't dare to believe that this kid could comprehend the transcendent realm in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. His comprehension ability was too heaven-defying. Whoosh! The large hand swooped down and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. However, the secret technique Fang Chen had used was still very weak. Ultimately, it was because he wasn't a member of the Sky Puppet race. Clan leader. The youth in animal skin looked at the clan leader and asked, "Have you come in contact with this secret technique before?" The clan leader did his best to suppress his excitement and asked. Fang Chen shook his head. This was a secret technique of the Sky Puppet race, and he had never come in contact with it. You comprehended it from the beginning to the transcendent realm in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the clan leader continued. What transcendent realm? The others were shocked when they heard this. Even Qing Hu was shocked. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he looked at Fang Chen. To comprehend it from the transcendent realm in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, how heaven-defying was his comprehension ability. Although I have reached the transcendent realm, there is still room for improvement, Fang Chen said modestly. The clan leader was so excited that he hugged Fang Chen's arm with both hands, his expression indescribable. The members of the Sky Puppet race were so shocked that they couldn't speak. No wonder he took an incense stick's worth of time to open his eyes. It turned out that he was aiming for the transcendent realm. Thinking of this, Qing Hu sighed. Chapter 1019. Comprehending a secret technique in half an hour. What kind of heaven-defying potential was this? The funny thing was that for a long time, Qing Hu had always thought that his potential was outstanding. He had always thought that his talent was outstanding. However, reality had given him a hard slap in the face. Sanguinati's appearance had made him recognize reality. With a bitter smile on his face, Qing Hu had a firm belief in his heart. From this moment on, he would do his best to catch up to Sanguinati. Seeing Qing Hu's expression, Fang Chen knew what he was thinking. He walked in front of Qing Hu and gently patted his shoulder. The path of martial arts focuses on cultivating the heart. Don't forget your original intention and you will achieve success. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Qing Hu's heart shook. His eyes became clear. He seemed to have understood something in an instant. Thank you, Brother Shui. Sanguinati's words made him understand a lot. He woke up from his previous emotions. At this moment, the patriarch of the Sky Puppet race also laughed heartily. The Sky Puppet race was really happy that they were able to recruit these two geniuses. Congratulations to the two of you for becoming members of the Sky Puppet race. When the Sky Puppet race was strong, they would often recruit some human elites to strengthen their race. Now that they were in such dire straits, everyone in the Sky Puppet race was very happy that they were able to recruit Fang Chen and Qing Hu. After successfully joining the Sky Puppet race, at least their lives were no longer in danger. This made Fang Chen and Qing Hu breathe a sigh of relief. As for the Demon Cloud State Lord, they did not think too much about it. With their current strength, even if they faced the Demon Cloud State Lord, they would only be courting death. Therefore, increasing their cultivation was the most important. Since you have become members of the Sky Puppet race, from tomorrow onwards, you will have a preliminary understanding of puppetry, the patriarch said. Since they were living under someone else's roof, they naturally had to obey orders. In the following time, Fang Chen and Qing Hu cultivated while learning about puppetry. The more they learned about the sky puppet race's puppetry, the more shocked they were. As expected of the ancient race, the sky puppet race's achievements in puppetry were really high. In this place, any young martial artist could refine a very powerful puppet. Furthermore, after careful research, Fang Chen discovered that the puppets of the sky puppet race were completely different from the puppets of the outside world. The puppets refined in the outside world were refined using the bodies of martial artists. On the other hand, the heaven puppeteer race used some rare materials to create their puppets. A puppet of the heaven puppet race. Fang Chen pondered. The puppets of the heaven puppeteer race gave him a very familiar feeling. After pondering for a long time, Fang Chen suddenly understood. According to the knowledge of the people on Earth, using the body of a martial artist to refine a puppet was an unorthodox method. It was a type of witchcraft. The puppets of the sky puppeteer race were equivalent to the more advanced robots on Earth. It did not have any emotions, nor did it have a trace of soul. It was just a mechanical puppet. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The heaven puppet race was too powerful. To think that they could even come up with such a method. In the process of learning the Tao of puppetry, the two of them would occasionally go to the purple crystal mine to mine. For the heaven puppeteer race, they were naturally very happy to see the hope of rising again. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Fang Chen's cultivation had risen to the 8th level of the profound king realm. As for Qing Hu, he had directly broken through to the 1st level of the heaven star border realm. Such progress made the members of the heaven puppeteer race very happy. On this day, the members of the heaven puppeteer race stood in the square with solemn expressions. In the center of the square, the patriarch stood quietly. At the side, there were 2 stone platforms with countless rare materials placed on them. Today was the day to test the results of the two of them learning the Tao of puppetry. Everyone was looking forward to it. The two of you have been learning the Tao of puppetry for half a year. Today, let us see the results of your learning, the patriarch said loudly. Fang Chen and Qing Hu each chose a stone platform. The rare materials on it were all required to refine puppets. Begin. Following the patriarch's order, Fang Chen and Qing Hu quickly started to refine the puppets. Both of their refining techniques were extremely exquisite. Not bad. Seeing this, the patriarch nodded in satisfaction. From the performance of the two of them, they had already started to learn the refining techniques of the heaven puppeteer race. It was just that the patriarch didn't know what grade of puppets they could refine. The heaven puppeteer race's puppets were also divided into grades. Similar to the grades of human cultivators, each grade was divided into 9 levels. The patriarch of the heaven puppeteer race was very skilled in the art of puppetry. He could refine puppets at the 6th level of the heaven star border realm. As for the other clansmen, they could only refine puppets at the 3rd level of the heaven star border realm at most. Thinking back, when the heaven puppeteer race was at their peak, they could easily refine heavenly body realm puppets. They could even refine higher grade puppets. At that time, the heaven puppeteer race dominated the world with their puppetry techniques. And now, they were finally in dire straits. The speed at which the two of them refined puppets was very fast. It was dazzling to watch. After an hour, Qing Hu was the first to refine a puppet. If one didn't look carefully, they would really think that it was a human cultivator. The patriarch inspected it. This puppet was a low-level mystic king realm puppet. Not bad. It's really rare to be able to refine a low-level mystic king realm puppet in half a year, the patriarch encouraged. At this moment, Fang Chen also finished refining. Patriarch. Fang Chen handed the puppet he refined to the patriarch. After inspecting it, the patriarch's face was filled with shock. Then, he gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. "You're the most outstanding genius I've ever seen," the patriarch said slowly. Fang Chen's puppet had reached the mid-level mystic king realm. Really amazing. Many clansmen of the heaven puppeteer race discussed. Fang Chen only smiled slightly and didn't say anything. After the test, everyone dispersed. The heaven puppeteer race went to discuss important matters. As for Fang Chen and Qing Hu, they still went to the purple crystal mine to mine as usual. On the way, Ching Hu clasped his hands and said, "Brother Blood, I admire you. I, Ching Hu, have never admired anyone in the younger generation. You're the first." Sanguinati's performance made Ching Hu admire him greatly. Fang Chen chuckled, and the two of them entered the purple crystal mine. After all these years of mining, the amethyst vein had already been dug very deep. This time, the two of them directly entered the deepest part of the purple crystal mine. Whoosh! Just as they reached the deepest part, the little mouse appeared from the darkness. At this moment, the little mouse's body was covered in a purple light, and its aura was much stronger. After eating purple crystals every day, the little mouse's strength was gradually increasing. "Boss, I found a magical place," the little mouse said with a smile. "Magical place?" Fang Chen was a bit confused. Then, the little mouse led the two forward. Around half an hour later, the two humans and one mouse began to make their way underground. There was a big hole here that the little mouse had dug. It went all the way to the bottom of the ground. "How deep did you dig?" Fang Chen asked casually. "About 10,000 miles, the little mouse said. After sinking for a while, the little mouse stopped. They had already sunk to the bottom. The purple crystals here were getting brighter and brighter. "I didn't expect this purple crystal mine to be so big." Fang Chen and Ching Hu couldn't help but exclaim. After sinking for 10,000 miles, they still hadn't reached the end. It was enough to show how big this purple crystal mine was. "Where's the magical place?" Fang Chen looked around and asked. "Over there." The little mouse's little paw pointed to a wall on the left. Fang Chen and Ching Hu turned around and found nothing. "There's nothing," Fang Chen said. "Boss, I found it by accident. Look." After the little mouse finished speaking, it picked up a piece of purple crystal and threw it at the wall. Something strange happened. When the purple crystal touched the wall, a whirlpool appeared on the wall and directly swallowed the purple crystal. "What's going on?" Seeing this, Fang Chen and Ching Hu's expressions changed slightly. They gradually approached the wall. If there were no foreign objects near the wall, the latter wouldn't change at all. Next, Fang Chen picked up several pieces of purple crystal and threw them on the wall. The situation was the same. As long as the purple crystal got close, a whirlpool would appear on the wall and swallow the purple crystal. "What's going on?" Ching Hu asked curiously. They had never seen such a strange thing. The two released their souls and tried to enter the wall to check, but as soon as they touched the wall, they disappeared without a trace. "It's isolated from soul detection." The two were shocked. What was inside the wall? Buzz. However, just as the two were thinking, they suddenly heard the sound of the tide rising and falling. "There's the sound of flowing water," Fang Chen hurriedly said. Boom. After the sound of the tide disappeared, a whirlpool suddenly appeared on the wall. Immediately after, a vast aura surged toward them. "Retreat!" Fang Chen shouted and quickly retreated. Even so, his and Ching Hu's bodies were still sent flying by the vast aura and their limbs were almost broken. "It hurts." Ching Hu cursed. His Heaven Star border realm body was sent flying. How strong is that vast aura? Is there a supreme treasure inside? Fang Chen suddenly had such a thought. He looked at Ching Hu subconsciously and said, "Brother Ching, I feel that something is wrong here. I'll go in and take a look." "Brother Blood, be careful," Ching Hu reminded. Then, Fang Chen approached the wall step by step. Little Mouse saw this and jumped on Fang Chen's shoulder, ready to attack at any time. Standing in front of the wall, Fang Chen stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the wall. Splash! A terrifying whirlpool appeared. Fang Chen couldn't resist and was instantly swallowed by the whirlpool. "Brother Blood!" Seeing this, Ching Hu hurriedly shouted. He wanted to help, but he was overturned by a terrifying airwave. In an instant, the whirlpool disappeared. Brother Blood. Chapter 1020. Soon, the clan leader arrived. What happened? The clan leader was confused and asked directly. "Clan leader, what is this place? Why was Brother Blood sucked away when he approached the wall?" Ching Hu asked anxiously. "What sucked away?" The clan leader was shocked. Ching Hu demonstrated it to the clan head and threw a purple crystal to him. It was instantly sucked away by the vortex, and then a terrifying wave of air surged in, flipping the two of them over. At this moment, the clan leader seemed to have thought of something. Not good. The clan leader shouted, his face full of seriousness. Clan leader, Ching, who called out. If I remember correctly, this phenomenon should be a realm wall, the clan leader said in a low voice. What is a realm wall? Ching, who asked. The vast universe is filled with the void ocean, and the area we are in is above the void ocean, the clan leader explained. Hearing this, Ching, who was even more shocked. Clan leader, you mean the wall here is the realm wall between Scar Island and the void ocean? Ching, who asked with wide eyes. According to legends, every island had a realm wall between it and the void ocean. This realm wall protected the island from being swallowed by the void ocean. Therefore, the human ancient martial art practitioners were able to survive on the island without any problems. What Ching, who never expected, was that they actually dug to the boundary wall while they were mining. Brother Blood was sucked away by the realm wall. Doesn't that mean? Ching, who didn't dare to imagine what happened next. Being sucked in by the realm wall, Sanguinati was probably already in the void ocean. Human cultivators entering the void ocean would only be a dead end. Moreover, Sanguinati's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Mystic King tier. Brother Blood, Ching, who sighed in his heart. After this period of time, he and Sanguinati could be considered as brothers who had gone through life and death together. At this moment, watching Sanguinati being sucked into the void ocean and being unable to do anything, Ching, who was in great pain. The realm wall is very mysterious. Even heavenly body tier elites can't destroy it. The clan leader felt a little heartache. Sanguinati was an outstanding martial artist. He was prepared to nurture him, but he was sucked into the void ocean. With the existence of the boundary wall, the void ocean cannot invade the island, but the warriors on the island can leave at will. In other words, the boundary wall could only stop the void ocean, but it could not stop human ancient martial art practitioners. To be sucked into the void ocean in such a manner, it was most likely in the depths of the void ocean. On the surface of the void ocean, there were also martial artists coming and going to the various islands. However, some of them were so powerful that they could fly at will, and some of them relied on their treasured ships. Even heavenly body tier elites didn't dare to dive into the depths of the void ocean. Once they entered, they would die without a doubt. A Mystic King realm brat entered the depths of the void ocean. Even if he had 10 lives, he probably wouldn't be able to get out safely. A dead genius was no longer a genius. Forget it, he's already dead. Let's go. Sanguinati was dead, but Ching, who was still alive. There was still hope for the heaven puppet race. Brother Blood, I hope you're still alive. Ching, who murmured in his heart. In the end, he left with the clan leader. The boundless universe was infinitely vast. It was said that when the universe was first created, the laws evolved and eventually formed the void ocean. The vast universe was filled with the void ocean. And above the void ocean, there were countless archipelagos. The Old Hua archipelagos was one of the countless archipelagos in the vast universe. The archipelagos were made up of countless small islands. Each archipelagos had a different number of components. For example, the Old Hua archipelagos was made up of 36 islands. And Scar Island was one of the weaker islands in the Old Hua archipelagos. Why was Scar Island said to be weak? That was because there were almost no elites above the heavenly body tier on Scar Island now. In other words, the strongest on Scar Island was only at the peak of the heavenly body tier. As for the other small islands, there were elites above the heavenly body tier. Although it was called an archipelagos, the 36 islands weren't close to each other. The distance between each island was also very far. If one took a ship-type treasure, it would take at least half a year to travel from one island to another. Of course, the great elites who were determined by strength ignored this number. Within Scar Island, there were 24 prefectures. Azure Sky Prefecture was near the border of Scar Island. On this day, there was a slight change in the sea near Scar Island. At this moment, a human cultivator was floating 1,000 meters above the sea. If Ching, who was here, he would definitely recognize this person as Fang Chen. Rumble. The mighty sea water kept crashing onto Fang Chen's body. The latter's clothes were already in tatters. Even the little mouse couldn't withstand the impact of the seawater and returned to the spatial ring. Sword chi surrounded Fang Chen's body. The perfect sword body was automatically released to protect his body. However, even so, there were still bloodstains on his body. Every time the sea water crashed onto Fang Chen's body, there would be more wounds on his body. Time passed bit by bit. The smell of blood attracted the water demons in the sea. Splash! A 1,000-meter-long octopus swam rapidly in Fang Chen's direction. Foolish human. The huge octopus swam very fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Fang Chen. Every time a human came to the depths of the sea, the water demons would devour them. Too weak. The octopus said with disdain. The reason why it was the only one here was that the other water demons felt that Fang Chen was weak and didn't want to devour him. Splash! The octopus opened its mouth and was about to devour Fang Chen. However, at this moment, a laser beam suddenly shot out from the surface of the sea and shot into 1,000 meters. Then, it ruthlessly shot onto the huge body of the octopus. Roar! Blood appeared on the octopus's back. It roared furiously and kept struggling. In the midst of its struggle, one of the octopus's claws grabbed onto Fang Chen's body. However, no matter how the octopus struggled, it couldn't break free from the control of the laser beam. In the end, its huge body was pulled to the surface of the sea. At this moment, there was a huge ship on the surface of the sea. There were a few bearded men standing on the ship. They were wearing strange clothes. Ha ha ha, it's the octopus. A burly man laughed. The octopus is suspicious and very cunning. I didn't expect to catch it. Another burly man laughed. Immediately, the burly men began to fish out the octopus. After a while, the 1,000-meter-long octopus was brought to the ship by them. Out of the sea, the octopus was no longer a threat and was killed by them. Hey, why is there another person on the sea? Suddenly, a bearded man noticed Fang Chen and shouted, "Let's take a look." The few of them easily fished Fang Chen out. After checking, he realized that Fang Chen was still alive. He was still breathing. This kid dared to go into the depths of the sea. He must be tired of living. A man said, "Let's deal with the octopus first." Saving Fang Chen was just a casual decision. They didn't think too much about it. Their main goal was to get the octopus. After dealing with the octopus, their gazes landed on Fang Chen once again. We've been waiting here for 3 years and haven't caught the octopus. But this time, we caught it easily. Could it be because of this kid? I think what boss said is very likely. This kid attracted the octopus, causing it to be careless and be captured by us. In that case, let's leave him on the ship. After being unconscious for an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen finally woke up. However, his whole body was sore and his bones were about to shatter. His injuries were very serious. He should be proud that he didn't die after being crushed by the sea. "Kid, you're awake." A bearded man looked at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen looked around with difficulty and found that he was on a ship. He opened his mouth and asked, "Where is this?" "This is our ship. When you were found, it was in the void sea. We fished it out," said the bearded man. "You were unconscious for half a year." Another man walked over. "Half a year?" Fang Chen was filled with questions. But his injuries were too serious. Healing was more important. Dong. The golden heart was still rapidly beating, maintaining Fang Chen's bodily functions. "Fortunately, I have the golden heart," said Fang Chen. After waking up, he was able to absorb spiritual qi on his own. Adding on the golden heart's assistance, Fang Chen's recovery ability was astonishing. After a month, he was able to move freely. This scene caused everyone on the ship to be dumbstruck. "This kid's recovery ability is too shocking," said the men. "Perhaps the reason he was able to survive in the void sea is because of his terrifying recovery ability," said the boss. Because of Fang Chen, they were in a very good mood after catching the octopus. So their attitude toward Fang Chen was much warmer. One day, Fang Chen went to find them and asked about the situation. "Kid, you really are lucky. You were unconscious 1,000 meters above the void sea and almost got eaten by the octopus. How did you end up unconscious in the void sea? Hearing that, Fang Chen immediately understood. After being sucked into the wall, he appeared in the void sea. I found a wall. Fang Chen seriously recounted his experience to the few of them. After listening, the few of them unanimously agreed that the wall that Fang Chen touched should be the realm wall. You're really unlucky. You actually dug into the realm wall while mining. The boss laughed. Through their explanation, Fang Chen learned about the realm wall. He was filled with emotions. At the same time, he felt very lucky. Lucky that he was able to survive in the void sea. Seniors, thank you for saving my life. Fang Chen clasped his hands and thanked them. Chapter 1021. Explorers. The team that saved Fang Chen was a group called Explorers. There were many martial artists who wanted to earn money and improve their cultivation. Since they couldn't get resources on the island, they chose to go to the sea. The void ocean was boundless. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't dare to come here. In the void ocean, there was less competition. However, the danger was infinitely greater. Of course, they were called explorers because they weren't afraid of danger. For example, this group of explorers had waited here for 3 years before catching an octopus. Even so, they were still very happy. Because the price of an octopus had exceeded their 3 years of waiting. Sea demons were very popular on human islands. Although this octopus was only a Heaven Star border realm octopus, it could definitely be sold for a sky-high price because it came from the void ocean. Explorers were very different from pirates. Pirates were villains who specialized in robbing ships that roamed the void ocean. Explorers were different. They wouldn't rob human martial artists' ships. They would only use their own strength to catch more sea demons and sell them. After chatting with them, Fang Chen also found out. These people actually came from Clear Sky Island. Clear Sky Island is very far from here. Why are you here? Fang Chen was a little confused. Clear Sky Island and Scar Island were both islands in the old Hua Islands, but they were very far from each other. Crossing the void ocean was a very dangerous thing to do. We had no choice. With our strength, we could only catch some Heaven Star border realm sea demons. The void ocean near Clear Sky Island is basically filled with Mystic King realm sea demons. We could only travel a long distance and finally found this place, said one of the explorers. That's right. Relatively speaking, Clear Sky Island and Scar Island are relatively close. If we rush with all our strength, we can return in about 8 months. Also, the danger is relatively low. Scar Island was a weak island. Almost no pirates were willing to swim in the nearby waters. Because even if they robbed human martial artists, they wouldn't get anything. After a few rounds, the explorers' leaders became more familiar with Fang Chen. Little brother, to be honest, if you hadn't attracted the octopus this time, it would have been very difficult for us to catch it, the leader of the explorers said. The leader of the explorers was very grateful for this. Therefore, his attitude towards Fang Chen was very good. I have to thank everyone for saving me. Fang Chen smiled and cupped his hands. Little brother, we're heading back to Heavenspan Island. What do you think? Asked one of the other explorers. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the blue sky. There was a complicated expression in his deep eyes. Finally, he said, I have an old friend on Heavenspan Island. Fang Chen's intentions were clear. He wanted to go to Clear Sky Island as well. With his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to return to Scar Island. Moreover, these explorers would not get too close to Scar Island. It would be troublesome if they were to come into contact with the Imprint Island's boundary. Ha ha ha, we'll reach Heavenspan Island in 2 months. The explorer grinned. After coming to the outer realm, Fang Chen realized that time was no longer so important to cultivators. The weakest cultivators in the outer realm were all at the Mystic King realm and had no problem living for 10,000 years. And Heaven Dipper tier and Heavenly Body tier cultivators had even longer lifespans. In the last 2 months, Fang Chen did not idle around. He had been cultivating. Now, his cultivation had stepped into the 8th level of the Mystic King realm. At least, he was considered an elite in a prefecture city like the Sky Sword Mansion. However, he was still a weakling in a prefecture city. He had to work hard to raise his cultivation. I wonder how Brother Qinghu is doing, Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The explorer's ship finally docked. Looking from afar, the entire Heavenspan Island was floating in the sea of void. It was extremely shocking. What a huge island. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. A single Tongtian Island was much larger than the mortal continent by many times. Brother, we've arrived at Heavenspan Island. Let's part here, the leader of the explorers said with a smile. I haven't asked for Senior's name. Fang Chen cupped his hands and asked. No matter what, this team of explorers had saved his life. My name is Hu Shaw. My team of explorers is called the Libing Explorers. After saying that, the members of the explorers transported the octopus back to Heavenspan Island. As for Fang Chen, he also stepped onto the island. After passing through the realm wall, Fang Chen realized that he could not see the sea of void clearly. He could only see a grey expanse. Is this Heavenspan Island? Fang Chen never dreamed that he would cross the island and arrive at Heavenspan Island when he was at the Mystic King realm. Immediately, Fang Chen entered Heavenspan Peak. Master. When the artifact spirit and half-beast man saw Fang Chen appear, they hurriedly cupped their hands and called out. Artifact spirit, are you familiar with Heavenspan Island? Fang Chen asked. Of course I am. Back then, Old Master was the island master of Heavenspan Island. I've been by Master's side for many years. Naturally, I'm very familiar with it, the artifact spirit said slowly. I'm already in the vicinity of Heavenspan Island. Where should I go now? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, the artifact spirit was shocked. What? Master has already arrived at Heavenspan Island? The artifact spirit could tell at a glance that Fang Chen's cultivation had not reached the Heaven Star border realm. He did not understand how Master had crossed the island and arrived at Heavenspan Island. It's a long story. Fang Chen said faintly. After a long time, the artifact spirit woke up from his shock. Then, he said with a burning gaze, Master, continue forward and see if there are any cities ahead. Only then can I know your approximate location. Fang Chen nodded and agreed. He left Heavenspan Peak and continued forward. After walking for a few days, Fang Chen discovered a city. Sealed Sky City. Fang Chen told these 3 words to the artifact spirit. Sealed Sky City should be at the westernmost part of Heavenspan Island. The artifact spirit pondered for a moment and said, Master, this Sealed Sky City can be considered a rather famous city. Fang Chen continued to ask, what's so famous about it? According to ancient legends, a demon sword is sealed in Sealed Sky City. This demon sword is extremely powerful. If you don't get its approval, you won't be able to find it. The artifact spirit said. Then what about the Old Master? Fang Chen asked. Before the Old Master became the Island Master, he came to Sealed Sky City once. At that time, he failed to communicate with the demon sword. After becoming the Island Master, he came again. That time, no one knew what happened. Even I don't know what the final result was. The artifact spirit wanted Fang Chen to go to Sealed Sky City and see if he could communicate with the demon sword. However, Master, you must not use the Void Meteor Annihilation or the Heavenspan Star Art within Heavenspan Island. Why is that? Fang Chen didn't understand. Because the reason the Old Master died back then was because he was framed. If my guess is correct, the current Island Master should be the Old Master's enemy. The artifact spirit solemnly said, once someone discovers you using the Heavenspan Star Art, the current Island Master will definitely regard you as the Old Master's descendant and kill you. Fang Chen's heart shook. He kept that in mind. It seemed he could only cultivate in a low-key manner. Let's go in and take a look. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he entered the Sealed Sky City. Heavenspan Island's structure was different from Scar Island's. Scar Island had 24 provinces, while Heavenspan Island was made up of 8 major cities. Sealed Sky City was one of them. After entering the Sealed Sky City, Fang Chen found that the Sealed Sky City was much larger than the Demon Cloud Continent and the Heavenly Thunder Continent combined. Inside Sealed Sky City, there were countless people coming and going. Their auras were powerful. There are so many people. Fang Chen was speechless. Sealed Sky City was a border city of Heavenspan Island, but it was so lively. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen continued to move forward. After a while, Fang Chen inquired about the location of the demon sword. Sealed Sky City, Severed Head Cliff. According to rumors, the demon sword was in Severed Head Cliff, but it couldn't be seen. When Fang Chen arrived at Severed Head Cliff, it was full of people. In front of Severed Head Cliff, there was a large plain. All the cultivators were watching from the plain. There were also some powerful cultivators near the edge of Severed Head Cliff, looking down. Someone said they saw the demon sword move. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not sure, maybe it's really possible. Absolutely impossible. Without being recognized, the demon sword will never appear. So many cultivators came here for the demon sword. The younger generation of several cities near Sealed Sky City had all come here, wanting to communicate with the demon sword. Originally, the demon sword was silent and no one could communicate with it. Many of the younger generation had already given up. However, not long ago, there was a piece of news. The demon sword moved, disappearing in a flash. Someone saw a gigantic demon sword that could churn clouds and rain, appearing in front of the decapitation cliff for a short moment. When this piece of news spread, the entire Clear Sky Island was shocked. Although some of the major powers didn't believe it, they still sent their younger generation to check it out. At this moment, the majority of the cultivators on the plain were Heaven Star border cultivators. The strongest among them had even reached the 3rd level of Heaven Star border. So many people are here for the demon sword. Fang Chen said as he secretly surveyed his surroundings. When he arrived at Severed Head Cliff, he could feel a vast sword chi hidden in the air. Furthermore, the golden heart was beating rapidly. The legend of the demon sword should be true. Fang Chen's face was incomparably solemn. In the legends, the demon sword was extremely powerful. Whoever could obtain the demon sword would be unrivaled in the same generation. The legend of the demon sword had been around for countless years. However, not a single cultivator was able to obtain it. Look, it's Jiyu Xingyun from Ice Sky City. He's communicating with the demon sword. Someone in the crowd shouted. Instantly, everyone's gaze landed on the figure sitting cross-legged at the front of Severed Head Cliff. This person was none other than Jiyu Xingyun from Ice Sky City. He was trying to communicate with the demon sword. Jiyu Xingyun. Chapter 1022. Jiyu Xingyun, a young prodigy of Ice Sky City. His cultivation had reached Heaven Star Border Stage 2. Jiyu Xingyun sat cross-legged and tried to communicate with the demon sword. His body was filled with dense sword chi and he was constantly absorbing the heaven and earth's astral energy. I wonder if Jiyu Xingyun will succeed. I don't think it's possible. The demon sword only exists in legends. I don't think any of the young prodigies can communicate with it. That's hard to say. Jiyu Xingyun is a prodigy of Ice Sky City and his attainments in the sword Dao are incredible. Many martial artists were discussing. Some of the weaker martial artists stood at the furthest distance. The closer a martial artist was to the guillotine cliff, the stronger they were. There were a few figures not far away from Jiyu Xingyun. A beautiful lady looked at Jiyu Xingyun with sparkling eyes. Pei Shi, do you think Jiyu Xingyun will succeed? Beside the lady, a man in plain clothes asked with a smile. Let's wait and see. Pei Shi didn't say anything and just smiled. So it's Fairy Pei Shi and Brother Wang Wenlong. Right at this moment, a clear voice entered everyone's ears. In the next moment, a burly man came to Pei Shi and Wang Wenlong's side. It's Golden Sword Jin Tianzhan. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Golden Sword Jin Tianzhan was famous among the young prodigies of Clear Sky Island. He was a supreme prodigy of Gold Sky City and his cultivation had reached Heaven Star Border Stage 3. Everyone knew that he had been pursuing Fairy Pei Shi of Rain City, but the latter had no interest in him. Brother Jin, you're here too. Fairy Pei Shi didn't say anything. Wang Wenlong asked with a smile. I've always been curious about the legend of the demon sword. I heard that the demon sword was moving, so I came to check it out. After saying that, Jin Tianzhan looked at Jiyu Xingyun. Jiyu Xingyun's strength has increased by a lot. The three people at the front were the most eye-catching among the crowd. As for the people behind him, they were much inferior. Fang Chen silently observed the three of them as he muttered to himself. These people should be the elites of Clear Sky Island's young prodigies. I wonder if they can communicate with the demon sword. But just as everyone was talking, Jiyu Xingyun opened his eyes. How is it? Wang Wenlong asked. Jiyu Xingyun's expression was grave as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. When the crowd saw this, they were a little disappointed. Seems like Jiyu Xingyun also didn't communicate with the demon sword. Let me try. When Jiyu Xingyun walked to the side of Fairy Pei Shi, Wang Wenlong grinned. He sat down cross-legged and started to communicate with the demon sword. Jin Tianzhan, I didn't expect you to be interested in the demon sword as well, said Jiyu Xingyun. Jin Tianzhan grinned. However, his gaze was always on Fairy Pei Shi. Not long after, Wang Wenlong also failed. Out of the 4 geniuses, 2 had failed. Only Jin Tianzhan and Fairy Pei Shi were left. Fairy, you go first. Jin Tianzhan extended his hand towards Fairy Pei Shi. Fairy Pei Shi stood still, as if she had no intention of communicating for the time being. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the middle of the crowd, suddenly moved. He couldn't control his body and walked out of the crowd. He walked to Fairy Pei Shi's side and sat down cross-legged. In front of so many people, Fang Chen started to communicate with the demon sword. Who is this person? He's actually vainly trying to communicate with the demon sword. I've never seen him before. He should be a nobody. Jin Tianzhan is angry. Some sharp-eyed people saw that Jin Tianzhan seemed to be angry. Temph, a piece of trash like him wants to communicate with the demon sword? How laughable, sneered Jin Tianzhan. Everyone has the right to try to communicate with the demon sword, said Fairy Pei Shi on Fang Chen's behalf. Hearing that, Jin Tianzhan sneered and said no more. Jin Tianzhan's status was too high. Even if he was angry, he wouldn't act rashly. However, the other cultivators couldn't bear to see this. The 4 geniuses haven't even finished communicating with the demon sword. When did it become this brat's turn? Damn it, he dares try to communicate with Brother Jin before he does. He's courting death. As they spoke, several of Jin Tianzhan's supporters prepared to attack. They walked forward and surrounded Fang Chen. Jin Tianzhan, said Fairy Pei Shi again. Hearing Fairy Pei Shi speak up for Fang Chen twice, Jin Tianzhan became even angrier. There was a hint of killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. Brother Jin, even if this person is in the wrong, we should wait until he communicates with the demon sword, said Jiyu Xingyun. Step down, Jin Tianzhan said after hearing that. Immediately, the other cultivators quickly retreated. I want to see what ability this person has to vainly attempt to communicate with the demon sword, sneered Jin Tianzhan. At this moment, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His golden heart was rapidly beating. His mind was filled with the aura of a grand swordsman. As his golden heart beat, he could clearly feel it. There seemed to be something below the decapitation cliff that was calling out to him. Could it be that the demon sword is calling out to me? Wondered Fang Chen. Buzz. Strands of sword Dao aura were unceasingly emitted from Fang Chen's body and entered the decapitation cliff. In the beginning, there was no movement below the decapitation cliff. But later on, there was a trembling sound below the decapitation cliff. It was as if the demon sword was about to appear. Could it be that this person can really communicate with the demon sword? At this moment, the expressions of many cultivators changed. The decapitation cliff was trembling. Was this a sign that the demon sword was about to appear? Everyone's gaze was focused on Fang Chen. Even the 4 great prodigies were staring at Fang Chen. The trembling below the decapitation cliff grew stronger and stronger. In the end, even the 4 great prodigies' expressions changed. In an instant, the golden heart seemed to have broken out of Fang Chen's body and entered the decapitation cliff. However, only Fang Chen saw it. No one else saw it. You're too weak to make me appear, said the demon sword. The demon sword spoke, saying that Fang Chen was too weak. Yes. Hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. Although the demon sword said he was too weak, being able to communicate with the demon sword was not something an ordinary person could do. Just because my cultivation is weak now doesn't mean I'll be weak in the future, said Fang Chen. You're too weak to make me appear. Go back. After saying that, the demon sword fell silent. At the same time, the golden heart returned. The trembling below the decapitation cliff also disappeared. The shock on everyone's faces faded. The decapitation cliff returned to its calm state. The demon sword did not appear. It seemed that the trembling just now had not been caused by this child. Chimpage, I knew it. How could trash like you communicate with the demon sword? Sneered Jin Tianzhan. As Jin Tianzhan was speaking, Fang Chen just happened to open his eyes. Fang Chen was a bit displeased to hear such insults right after waking up. While you're calling others trash, can someone with a higher cultivation base call you trash as well? Fang Chen suddenly stood up. Brat, are you courting death? Raged Jin Tianzhan. You're the only one allowed to talk about others, but no one is allowed to talk about you, retorted Fang Chen. Who do you think you are? You haven't even reached the heavenly Dipper realm, but you dare talk to me like that? Cursed Jin Tianzhan angrily. You're not worthy of being called a heavenly genius with such magnanimity, sneered Fang Chen. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? Scolded Wang Wenlong. In their eyes, Fang Chen was just trash at the profound king realm. He wasn't worth mentioning. Only Pei Shi and Jiyu Xingyun remained silent. That's right. A piece of trash dares to challenge Brother Jin? You're really courting death, said Jin Tianzhan. You keep calling others trash, but what about the rest of you? All you know is bootlicking. What else can you do? Fang Chen's attitude was unyielding. Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you believe I won't kill you? Said a 9th-level profound king. Fang Chen sneered when he heard that. I can kill someone like you with one punch. Fang Chen's words completely enraged these cultivators. Brother Jin, this person is too arrogant. Let us teach him a lesson, said the 9th-level profound king. Jin Tianzhan nodded and stopped looking at Fang Chen. Brat, open your eyes in your next life. Don't offend people you can't afford to offend. The 9th-level profound king realm martial artist shouted in a low voice as he launched a fierce attack. Puchi Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched the 9th-level mystic king realm martial artist's head with a simple punch. Crack! The cultivator's head exploded and blood splattered across the sky. Silence. The entire plane was in a state of chaos. A martial artist at the 9th level of the profound king realm was killed by him with a single punch. How strong was this kid? My cultivation is at the 8th level profound king realm. I'm not afraid of anyone below the heavenly Dipper realm, said Fang Chen loudly after killing a 9th level profound king. He's too arrogant. Fang Chen's arrogant words enraged everyone. Immediately, a few 9th level profound king realm martial artists attacked like lightning. Fang Chen was alone. Wherever his fist passed, the 9th level profound king realm cultivators couldn't block it and died instantly. Bang! Bang! After 4 or 5 punches, all the cultivators surrounding Fang Chen were killed. This scene shocked everyone. Even the 4 prodigies were slightly shocked. Brat, do you know what you're doing? Finally, Jin Tianzhan spoke. They wanted to kill me. Can't I fight back? Fang Chen retorted. What's the point of arguing? Jin Tianzhan wanted to attack. You're a prodigy at the 3rd level of the heavenly Dipper realm. Don't you find it embarrassing to deal with an 8th level profound king realm cultivator? Fang Chen said in a deep voice. If I've cultivated for as long as you, I'll kill you instantly. Throughout Fang Chen's cultivation journey, it had only been less than 20 years. As for Jin Tianzhan, although he was a prodigy, he had cultivated for more than 100 years. The two couldn't be compared. You. Jin Tianzhan was furious and glared at Fang Chen. Jin Tianzhan, he's right. You're at the 3rd level of the heavenly Dipper realm. There's no need to lower yourself to deal with an 8th level profound king realm cultivator. As for them, they're 1 level higher than him. They can only blame themselves for being too weak. Fairy Pei, she said softly. Chapter 1023. Jin Tianzhan wanted to make a move, but he was restrained by his identity and the other prodigies were present. He didn't want to embarrass himself. However, he signaled the other martial artists to make a move with his eyes. Some of the martial artists who followed him were confident after receiving his signal. "Kid, you must die today," a martial artist said coldly. Everyone looked over and found that the person who spoke was a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm. "Kill." The half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist attacked fiercely. Spiritual chi surged around him and every move was filled with killing intent. Fang Chen could feel the killing intent in this person's heart. "If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed." Fang Chen thought to himself and punched out. Crack. The half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist still couldn't dodge Fang Chen's punch. There were exclamations on the plane. Who is this person? Why is he so powerful? Could it be that his strength is comparable to a Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist? Someone exclaimed. Jin Tianzhan's face was ugly. Even a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist was killed by a single punch. He was a little embarrassed. "Brother Jin, although this person's cultivation is only at the 8th level Profound King Realm, his real combat strength is comparable to a 1st level Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist. Let me capture him." A 1st level Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist wanted to make a move. "Alright, you do it," Jin Tianzhan said. "If the weak can't beat me, then let the strong come." Fang Chen sneered and said coldly. With his current strength, he really didn't need to fear a 1st level Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist. Once he used the space-time true intent, he could escape from Jin Tianzhan. That was the reason why Fang Chen had acted so unscrupulously. "Kid, you will die in front of me." The 1st level Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist took a step forward. The vital essence around him surged and his aura shook the sky. Flood Dragon attack. The 1st level Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist roared and attacked Fang Chen's vital points with his hands like scissors. Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao. After receiving the artifact spirit's instructions, Fang Chen naturally wouldn't use the Star Sky technique. He had used the Evercloud Annihilation Dao of the Transcendent State. Although this secret technique was a low-level secret technique, it came from the Eternal Cloud Starlord, so its power was needless to say. Rumble spiritual chi soared into the sky, transforming into a large snow-white hand that swooped down. The snow-white big hand, containing a tyrannical aura, directly installed on the hands of the Heavenly Dipper Realm 1st layer martial artist. Crack. The Heavenly Dipper Realm Level 1 martial artist suddenly felt a strong force, instantly hit his face, his hands, the flesh and blood, blurred. Our Heavenly Dipper Realm 1st layer martial artist screamed miserably. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen displayed the space-time true meaning, instantly came to the side of the Heavenly Dipper Realm 1st level martial artist, and then kicked him away. Bang. Heavenly Dipper Realm 1st layer martial artist, seriously injured, fell to the ground. Fang Chen retracted his aura and stood in place, motionless. The surrounding martial artists were shocked and cried out involuntarily. They stared at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. Even Heaven Dipper Realm Level 1 martial artists were defeated by him. Damn it. Seeing this, Jin Tianzhan could no longer sit still. He wanted to make a move. Jin Tianzhan. Jiyu Xingyun tried to stop him, but to no avail. "Brat, you're dead," Jin Tianzhan said coldly. In the next moment, his vital essence surged, and his aura soared through the clouds. Fang Chen was ready to display the space-time true meaning. However, at this moment, below the decapitation cliff, there was another tremor. It seemed like the demon sword was moving. "Is the demon sword reacting?" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Even Jin Tianzhan, who was about to make a move, was stunned. It must be the demon sword reacting. As soon as Jin Tianzhan finished his words, he sat cross-legged in the front row, close to the decapitation cliff, and tried to communicate with the demon sword. Fairy Pei, she also started to communicate with the demon sword. Dong. The decapitation cliff shook, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. On the plains, there was an oppressive atmosphere. "Is the demon sword angry?" someone exclaimed. All this while, Everyone thought that the demon sword did not exist in this world. But now, some people believed that the demon sword might really exist. Fang Chen looked around, then turned and entered the crowd, leaving this place. He knew that there was no one here who could communicate with the demon sword. Speaking of which, it was strange. After Fang Chen left, the tremors below the decapitation cliff gradually disappeared, and the demon sword also stopped moving. Jin Tianzhan suddenly opened his eyes, and he was a little confused. Why can't I communicate with the demon sword? Jin Tianzhan was puzzled. Fairy Pei, she also felt a little helpless. Clearly, she was also unable to communicate with the demon sword. The demon sword has a spirit, and we can't get its approval. Jiyu Xingyun spoke first. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. After Jiyu Xingyun left, Wang Wenlong also left. I'm leaving too. Fairy Pei, she also left. In the end, only Jin Tianzhan was left. Ian, where's that brat? Jin Tianzhan looked around, and found that Fang Chen was long gone. He clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with anger. Brat, the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. With that, Jin Tianzhan disappeared into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists on the decapitation cliff had left. The legend of the demon sword was still circulating in the sealed Sky City. However, no one tried to communicate with the demon sword anymore. If even a genius like Jin Tianzhan couldn't communicate with it, no one else had any hope. The sealed Sky City was very vast. Fang Chen came to an inn in the north of the sealed Sky City and stayed there. When he was mining in the Heaven Puppeteer race, he had hidden a lot of purple crystals, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough purple crystals. It had been 3 days since the matter of the demon sword. There were still many people discussing the demon sword. Fang Chen didn't pay much attention to it. The demon sword said that he was too weak and couldn't make it appear. Then, he would wait until he was a little stronger to try. He used these 3 days to thoroughly understand some things about the sealed Sky City. There were 3 top forces in the sealed Sky City. Any one of these 3 top forces was much stronger than the Demon Cloud family. Because the 3 top forces had always been competing, no one could completely control the sealed Sky City. All these years, there hadn't been an overlord force in the sealed Sky City. At this stage, the most important thing was to raise his cultivation. Fang Chen thought about it for a long time and finally decided on one thing. That was to join one of the top forces. Under the protection of the top forces, it would be easier to raise his cultivation. The Sealed Sky Sect, the Ancient Tao Sect, and the Sword Firmament Sect. The 3 top forces of the Sealed Sky City. Apart from the 3 top forces, there were some weaker forces. It was said that the Sealed Sky Sect could seal the sky at its peak. However, no one knew the exact details. The Ancient Tao Sect's disciples were all cultivators. Unlike martial artists, they specialized in Daoist techniques. The Sword Firmament Sect was a Sword Tao sect. After learning about the 3 top forces, Fang Chen decided to join the Sword Firmament Sect. However, the 3 top forces were very strict in recruiting disciples. It was very difficult to join. However, Fang Chen believed that there would be a chance. Scar Island, Azure Sky Province. In the old site of the Sky Puppet Clan. After Fang Chen disappeared, Qing Kong had been cultivating the puppet Dao of the Sky Puppet Clan. After nearly a year, Qing Hu was able to refine a Heaven Star Border Stage 3 puppet. This made the Sky Puppet Clan very excited. Qing Hu's cultivation had also reached Heaven Dipper Realm Level 2. Qing Hu, you have already learned the basics of creating puppets. Next, I will teach you the supreme Tao of puppets of our race. The clan leader looked at Qing Hu as he spoke. Supreme. Qing Hu was excited when he heard that. Although he was a sword cultivator, his talent in the puppet Tao was also very strong. Most importantly, refining puppets could also increase one's cultivation. Moreover, the puppets of the Sky Puppet Clan were very powerful and domineering. Qing Hu had heard that the Sky Puppet Clan had a supreme puppet Tao. In the history of the Sky Puppet Clan, there were geniuses who had cultivated it. It was said that once one cultivated the puppet Tao to the peak, they would be able to stand at the peak of the world. This day was an unforgettable day for the Down and Out Sky Puppet clan. Because of the clan leader's decision, they had created a puppet overlord. In the years to come, Ching Hu's name would resound throughout the world. Of course, this was in the future. After Ching Hu had just obtained the puppet Dao, he could not comprehend it at all. After all, his understanding of the puppet Dao was too shallow. However, this made Ching Hu even more excited. Day and night, he studied the supreme Dao of puppetry. The people of the Sky Puppet Clan were also doing their best to help Ching Hu. In the prefecture city of the Azure Sky State, the Lord of the Golden Creek State came to visit the Azure Sky State again. Lord of the Golden Creek State, what brings you here? The Azure Sky State Lord asked. Azure Sky State Lord, I have something important to tell you, said the Lord of the Golden Creek State Lord. What is it? I still want what you gave me last time, said the Lord of the Golden Creek State Lord. The Azure Sky State Lord agreed without hesitation. After getting what he wanted, the Lord of the Golden Creek State Lord left immediately. The Azure Sky State Lord laughed wantonly as he watched the Lord of the Golden Creek State Lord leave. Everything is under my control. The Azure Sky State Lord gave the Lord of the Golden Creek State Lord a supreme treasure. Although it was useful for increasing cultivation, it had a big drawback. This was discovered through the Sky Puppet Clan's puppet Dao. If one swallowed too much, they would gradually become a living puppet. The Azure Sky State Lord was tempting the Lord of the Golden Creek State Lord step by step. Fang Chen did not know what was happening in the Demon Cloud State at all. He was on Clear Sky Island, thinking of a way to join the Sword Firmament sect. One day, a piece of news made Fang Chen extremely excited. The Sword Firmament sect publicly recruited disciples and only recruited sword cultivators. In the Sword Firmament sect, on a mountain peak surrounded by clouds and mist, the white-robed old man looked down at the ground and muttered to himself, "Did someone communicate with the demon sword? If someone was here and heard this, they would definitely be shocked." Some time ago, the matter of the demon sword was a hot topic. Someone actually communicated with the demon sword. However, no one knew why. Chapter 1024. One of the three top forces in the Sealed Sky City, the Sword Firmament sect, was going to openly recruit disciples. This was definitely a piece of explosive news, and it quickly spread throughout the entire Sealed Sky City. Even some rogue cultivators from the surrounding cities came to compete. After Fang Chen heard the news, he immediately paid attention to the Sword Firmament sect's movements. However, because of the Sword Firmament sect's rules, most of the cultivators were directly rejected. First of all, the disciples they recruited had to be sword cultivators. Just this point alone had rejected many outstanding cultivators. Secondly, their cultivation had to be at least at the high level of the Mystic King realm. Of course, this was only the minimum requirement. In a certain square in the Sealed Sky City, there was a sea of people. The cultivators who came here all wanted to join the Sword Firmament sect. Fang Chen stood in the crowd. Under the sun, his forehead was covered in sweat. He sighed in his heart. As expected of a top force, there were so many people who signed up just like that. There were probably close to 10,000 people present. The Sword Firmament sect was also very efficient. Close to 10,000 people signed up, and it only took them a day to complete it. During this period, they also had to check if the cultivator's cultivation had reached the standard. After the registration was over, an elder in charge of recruiting disciples looked around at the crowd and then said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the Sword Firmament sect is openly recruiting disciples this time. The registration has been completed and the sect's entrance examination will be held tomorrow." After the elder finished speaking, the crowd dispersed. Early the next morning, all the cultivators came to the square and waited for the Sword Firmament sect's disciple recruitment examination. Not long after, the elder arrived. The Sword Firmament sect's disciple recruitment examination is very simple. It tests one's comprehension of the Sword Dao, said the elder. Hearing the elder's words, the eyes of some cultivators with high comprehension abilities burned with excitement. "That's great. It tests my comprehension. I will definitely be able to join the Sword Firmament sect. Among the 10,000 people, I don't have an advantage in terms of strength, but my comprehension definitely has a huge advantage. Such voices could be vaguely heard in the crowd. Some people were strong, but their comprehension was poor. Some people were weak, but their comprehension was strong. In fact, the most important thing in the martial Tao was comprehension. The Sword Firmament sect knew this very well. Therefore, a cultivator's cultivation wasn't too important. They valued comprehension the most. If one's comprehension was strong, under the Sword Firmament sect's nurturing, it wouldn't take long for them to become an expert. Perception. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. In terms of comprehension ability, he really did not fear anyone. Ever since he started fighting on the ancient Sword Continent, the Golden Heart had been constantly changing his body and his perception. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's perception was already heaven-defying. Follow me. The elder waved his hand and immediately soared into the sky. He led nearly 10,000 people and swept forward in a grandiose manner. Not long after, the elder landed on the ground. This was a relatively wide plaza. Because it was close to the edge of the sealed sky city, very few people would come here. There was a formation on the square. The inside of the formation was filled with extremely dense sword chi. This formation contains a sword technique. Whoever can discover this sword technique in the shortest amount of time will pass the test, the elder said. Hearing this, nearly 10,000 cultivators entered the array one after another. Fang Chen followed the crowd and entered. As soon as he stepped in, he immediately noticed a powerful surge of sword chi. This formation is really exquisite. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. Dong. The Golden Heart beat rapidly, emitting a clear aura that spread across the place. In the next moment, Fang Chen's mind was filled with the majestic sword hero chi. Fang Chen's soul was out of his body, and he could even see the movement of the formation. Nearly 10,000 people were racing against each other to find the sword technique. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed, and everyone was still searching. Outside the formation, there were a few young cultivators beside the elder. Elder, how long do you think it will take for the cultivators who signed up this time to find the sword technique? A young cultivator asked. I think it will take at least 6 hours, another cultivator said. The elder's face was solemn. He looked at the formation and said, in the history of the Sword Firmament sect, the cultivator who took the shortest time was the current sect leader. He only took an hour to find the sword technique. The rest of the cultivators basically took at least 2 hours. The elder's words were very obvious. He thought that these cultivators would take at least 2 hours to find the sword technique. To be able to find the sword technique within 6 hours, his comprehension is considered very strong, the young cultivator from before nodded and said. At this moment, Fang Chen seemed to have some ideas in the formation. The formation seems to be operating in reverse. Suddenly, Fang Chen realized that the formation's operation seemed to be different from ordinary formations. Then, he looked deeper and discovered something. There were actually some complicated patterns on the formation that was operating in reverse. After discovering this, Fang Chen immediately began to study these patterns. When 20 minutes had passed, Fang Chen's mind shook. Then, a message appeared in his mind. Basic sword technique. The sword technique contained in the formation was called the basic sword technique. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He did not expect to find the sword technique so quickly. Fang Chen looked around and saw that almost 10,000 people were searching with their eyes closed. He should be the fastest. However, Fang Chen did not get up. Instead, he began to cultivate the basic sword technique. Although it was the basic sword technique, it was the Sword Firmament sect's sword technique after all. Its power was still very strong. Moreover, Fang Chen realized that there were many new moves in the basic sword technique. Anyway, I still have a long time. Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the following time, Fang Chen began to cultivate the basic sword technique. Fang Chen's superb comprehension allowed him to cultivate the basic sword technique at an extremely fast speed. If the elders outside knew that Fang Chen had discovered the basic sword technique within 20 minutes, they would definitely be shocked and even the entire Sword Firmament sect would be alarmed. The current sect leader took the shortest time in history. He took an hour. He did not expect Fang Chen to take much less time than him. Time passed quickly. After 4 hours, a martial artist finally discovered the basic sword technique. I've discovered the basic sword technique. Someone stood up from the magic formation and walked out of it in high spirits. It's Chu Cheong. His comprehension is too strong. Some martial artists were alarmed by Chu Cheong and opened their eyes one after another. When they realized that Chu Cheong had already found the basic sword technique, they were shocked. Outside the formation, the elder smiled when he saw Chu Cheong coming out. "Elder, I've already found the basic sword technique," Chu Cheong said with a smile. The elder asked Chu Cheong to recite the chants of the basic sword technique and Chu Cheong memorized them. After getting confirmation, the elder was even more excited. "Good, very good. You found the basic sword technique within an hour. Your comprehension is very strong," the elder said with a smile. "You're the first among the newcomers this time." Chu Cheong was also very happy to be praised by the elder. He was the first among the newcomers and his comprehension was very high. He would definitely be noticed by the upper echelons of the Sword Firmament sect. By then, his cultivation path would be very smooth. After 4 hours, another martial artist discovered the basic sword technique. Dong Tianhao, who was at the 9th level of the Profound King realm, used 4 hours to complete the test. Inside the formation, Fang Chen had been cultivating the basic sword technique. When it was 6 hours, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. This basic sword technique is broad and profound. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. He thought that it would be easy to cultivate the basic sword technique. But he was wrong. The basic sword technique of the Sword Firmament sect covered a lot of things. It took him more than 4 hours to reach the manifestation realm. As expected of the Sword Firmament sect, Fang Chen was even more determined to join the Sword Firmament sect. It was the right choice. Then, he stood up and walked out of the formation. Chu Cheong and Dong Tianhao were surprised when they saw Fang Chen walk out. The elder casually tested Fang Chen and they knew that he had passed the test. "What's your name?" the elder asked. "Sanguinati," Fang Chen said. "Very good. You used 6 hours and you are the third among the newcomers," the elder said. Fang Chen nodded and walked to Chu Cheong and Dong Tianhao's side. Chu Cheong and Dong Tianhao only glanced at Fang Chen before they looked away. In their opinion, the 6 hours Fang Chen used was not worth mentioning. But they did not know that if it was not for the basic sword technique, Fang Chen's time would be the Sword Firmament sect's record. Time passed by slowly. The martial artists in the formation walked out one by one. After a day had passed, 300 warriors walked out of the array. At this moment, the elder waved his hand and removed the formation. The other martial artists were puzzled as to why the elder removed the formation. However, what the elder said next made their hearts turn to ashes. "Those who are unable to discover the basic sword technique within a day will be eliminated," the elder said in a deep voice. The Sword Firmament sect did not care about those who were unable to discover the basic sword technique within a day. Many martial artists were helpless and their faces were filled with bitterness. However, the Sword Firmament sect would not care about them. "From today onwards, the 300 of you will be disciples of the Sword Firmament sect." After speaking, the elder led the crowd to the Sword Firmament sect. In the crowd, many martial artists looked at Chu Cheong enviously. Due to Chu Cheong's strong comprehension, the elder allowed Chu Cheong to follow him. Even Dong Tianhao, who was ranked second, did not receive such treatment. "Chu Cheong, when we return to the Sword Firmament sect, I will introduce you to a few elders. As for whether you can become their disciple, it will depend on your luck," the elder who was in charge of recruiting disciples said with a smile. "Thank you, elder." Chu Cheong's face was full of smiles. The Sword Firmament sect was located on a mountain peak in the northernmost part of the Sealed Sky City. Chapter 1025. Sword Mountain, Sword Firmament sect. There were 3 famous mountains in the Sealed Sky City. One of them was Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain was originally an ordinary mountain, but because of the existence of Sword Firmament sect, it became a famous mountain. Sword Chi surrounded Sword Mountain all year round, and ordinary people could not get close to it. The 300 disciples stood at the foot of Sword Mountain, their hearts filled with shock. Is this Sword Mountain? Many people had heard of Sword Mountain long ago and had seen it from afar. However, they had never been so close to Sword Mountain. Fang Chen looked into the distance and was shocked. The entire Sword Mountain is enveloped by the aura of Sword Tao. It's barely discernible, Fang Chen thought to himself. Climb the mountain. Under the lead of the elder, many cultivators ascended the mountain in a grandiose manner. Soon, they reached the top of Sword Mountain. There was a square on Sword Mountain, and there were 9 elders there. They had smiles on their faces as they waited for the arrival of the 300 disciples. Mountain Lords, we are recruiting a total of 300 disciples this time, the elder in charge of recruiting said as he cupped his hands. The 300 disciples stood in the square, and they could feel the powerful aura from the 9 people standing in front of them. Everyone, first, I would like to introduce the Sword Firmament sect to you. The elder in charge of recruiting disciples began to introduce the sect to everyone. After his introduction, everyone knew. There were a total of 9 mountains in the Sword Firmament sect. From the 1st mountain to the 9th mountain. Each mountain represented a type of Sword Tao. It was said that the 9 mountains represented the Sword Tao. The 1st mountain was the strongest, while the 9th mountain was the weakest. Over the years, countless talented disciples had gone to the 1st mountain, causing the 1st mountain to be much more powerful than the other mountains. The 9 people standing in front of them were the mountain lords of the 9 mountains. Every new disciple had the right to choose. Each mountain had a sword technique, and only those who joined could cultivate it. After the introduction of each mountain, the disciples began to make their choice. I choose the 1st mountain. Chu Qiong chose the 1st mountain. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the face of the 1st mountain's mountain master. 1st Mountain Lord, this person has the highest comprehension in the newcomer assessment, the elder in charge of recruiting disciples said. Next, Dong Tianhao chose the 2nd mountain. As for the other disciples, the 9 mountains had their own choices. However, very few disciples chose the 9th mountain. The 9th mountain specializes in the illusory Sword Tao. It suits me better, Fang Chen thought to himself. Actually, it didn't matter which mountain he went to, as long as he could increase his cultivation. However, the other disciples didn't think so. They believed that choosing a powerful mountain would allow them to improve their cultivation. I choose the 9th mountain. As Fang Chen spoke, he arrived beside the 9th mountain lord. Chu Qiong and Dong Tianhao shook their heads when they saw Fang Chen choosing the 9th mountain. Their eyes flickered with disdain. Not long after, the 300 disciples were divided up by the 9 mountains. From now on, all of you will work hard on your cultivation in the 9 mountains, said the elder in charge of recruiting disciples. After that, the 9 mountains' mountain masters led their disciples back to their respective places. From afar, Sword Mountain looked like a towering mountain peak. However, when one was on the Sword Mountain, one would realize that the Sword Mountain was not a single mountain peak, but a chain of peaks. 9 mountains stood side by side, with the Sword Mountain at the center. The 9th mountain was located in the southwest and was slightly shorter than the Sword Mountain. When they arrived at the 9th mountain, the mountain master began to introduce the situation of the 9th mountain to everyone. Now, there are a total of 80 disciples on the 9th mountain. Including the 20 of you, there are a total of 100 people. The other mountains had more disciples than the 9th mountain. The 9th mountain was very bleak, and this was related to their overall strength. The upper echelons of the Sword Firmament sect had always distributed resources according to their strength. As the 9th mountain became weaker and weaker, the resources allocated to it became less and less, forming a vicious cycle. The sword technique of the 9th mountain is called the Heart Illusion Sword Technique. If you want to cultivate it, you have to cultivate the basic sword technique to the transformation level, said the 9th mountain master. After that, the 9th mountain master assigned everyone to their respective residences. As there were very few disciples on the 9th mountain, everyone was assigned an independent courtyard. From this point of view, they were treated better than the disciples of the other mountains. After settling the disciples, the ninth mountain master returned to the main hall. Fang Chen found his way to the main hall. Mountain Master. Yes, what's the matter? The ninth mountain master knew that Sanguinati was ranked third among the newcomers. He had used 6 hours to discover the basic sword technique. Therefore, he had a good impression of Sanguinati. Mountain Master, as long as I cultivate the basic sword technique to the transformation level, I can cultivate the heart illusion sword technique at any time? Fang Chen asked. That's right. The ninth mountain master nodded. When Fang Chen heard this, he grinned and said, Then, I think I can cultivate the heart illusion sword technique now. Although your comprehension is high, don't bite off more than you can chew. Cultivate the basic sword technique to the transformation level first. Hearing this, the ninth mountain master was a little unhappy. This Sanguinati was a little too full of himself. He had just joined the ninth mountain and he wanted to cultivate the heart illusion sword technique. Mountain Master, I have already cultivated the basic sword technique to the transformation level, Fang Chen said as he spread out his hands. What? When the ninth mountain master heard this, his face was filled with doubt. It was obvious that he did not believe him. Whoosh. Fang Chen did not say anything. He used his actions to prove that what he said was true. Fang Chen displayed every move of the basic sword technique seriously. This, when he was halfway through, the ninth mountain master's heart was filled with excitement. He did not look like he had just cultivated it. From the looks of it, he looked like he had completely comprehended it. After Fang Chen displayed the entire set of basic sword technique, he looked at the ninth mountain master and said, Mountain Master, I'm not lying, right? You. The ninth mountain master was so shocked that he was a little speechless. When did you cultivate to the transformation level? In the test array, Fang Chen said. What do you mean in the test array? You cultivated the basic sword technique to the transformation level? The ninth mountain master cried out. Fang Chen nodded. Seeing this, the ninth mountain master seemed to have realized something. He hurriedly asked, in that case, you didn't even use 6 hours to discover the basic sword technique? No, I used 20 minutes to discover the basic sword technique. After that, I encountered some difficulties in cultivation. However, I still managed to cultivate it to the transformation level within 6 hours, Fang Chen said seriously. He did not know how much shock his words had brought to the ninth mountain master. Buzz. The ninth mountain master's mind instantly went blank. 20 minutes. He actually used only 20 minutes to discover the basic sword technique. How powerful was this lad's comprehension ability? One had to know that the fastest person in the history of the Sword Firmament sect was the current sect leader. He also took an hour. However, this lad only used 20 minutes. The most shocking thing was that he managed to cultivate the basic sword technique to the transformation level in the test array. The ninth mountain master was very clear that the basic sword technique of the Sword Firmament sect was passed down by the first sect leader. It was infused with a very deep understanding of the way of the sword. Although it was just a basic sword technique, it was very difficult to cultivate. Genius. He was definitely a genius. The ninth mountain lord looked at Fang Chen with eyes that were filled with passion. Sanguinati, don't mention this to anyone, the ninth mountain master reminded him. Although Fang Chen was puzzled, he still nodded and agreed. This is the heart illusion sword technique. Take it and cultivate it. If there's anything you don't understand, come and look for me, the ninth mountain master said. Fang Chen put away the heart illusion sword technique and turned to leave. Looking at Fang Chen's back, the ninth mountain master's body trembled. In a flash, he left the ninth mountain and headed towards the Sword Mountain. At the peak of the Sword Mountain, there was a metal palace. This palace represented the supreme existence of the Sword Firmament sect. In the metal palace, there was an elder in white who was thinking about the way of the sword. Suddenly, the ninth mountain lord hurriedly ran in. Little Nine, why are you in such a hurry? The elder in white stopped thinking and asked. Sect Master, the Sword Firmament sect has recruited a genius this time, the ninth mountain master said excitedly. Genius. There are countless geniuses in the Sword Firmament sect. How can a mere genius make you so excited? The elder in white thought that the ninth mountain had been in decline for a long time. Recruiting a genius would make the ninth mountain master excited. No, this genius's comprehension is better than yours, the ninth mountain master shook his head and said hurriedly. At first, the elder in white did not think much of it. However, after hearing the ninth mountain master's words, his expression became more serious. Are you sure that this genius's comprehension is better than mine? The elder in white asked. Hearing this, the ninth mountain master nodded and said, Sect master, in the history of the sword firmament sect, you should be the one who took the fastest time to learn the basic sword technique, right? The elder in white nodded. This matter was indisputable. When he took the entrance examination, he took an hour and shocked the sword firmament sect. Because of this, he was very outstanding in his cultivation and eventually became the new sect master of the sword firmament sect. 1 hour. You'll need 1 hour. This time, there is a genius who took a shorter time than you, the ninth mountain master said excitedly. Shorter than me? At this moment, the elder in white could no longer sit still. He immediately stood up and asked anxiously. That's right. This disciple joined the ninth mountain. He took 20 minutes to discover the basic sword technique. Then why didn't anyone tell me? The elder in white asked. Because other than me, no one knew that this disciple took the shortest time. The ninth mountain lord explained to the white-robed elder why Fang Chen had taken 6 hours to walk out of the array formation. After hearing the ninth mountain master's words, the elder in white was completely shocked. You're saying that this disciple cultivated the basic sword technique to the perfection stage in the array? The elder in white asked uncertainly. The ninth mountain master nodded and said, actually, he is the undisputed #1 among the newcomers. The elder in white was shocked. At the same time, he remembered Sanguinati's name. Discovering the basic sword technique in 20 minutes and cultivating it to the perfection stage in 6 hours. Chapter 10:26. Sword Firmament Sect, Ninth Mountain. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed since he arrived at the ninth mountain. Fang Chen had a thorough understanding of the Sword Firmament Sect. All the martial artists in the Sword Firmament Sect were sword cultivators. The ninth mountain was filled with illusory sword principle cultivators. In the ninth mountain, the strongest disciple among the younger generation was only at Heaven Star Border Stage 1. Under normal circumstances, those who could reach Heaven Star Border Stage 2 would be able to become a disciple of the Sword Mountain. The Sword Mountain was above the ninth mountain and was controlled by the sect leader. Every disciple of the ninth mountain wished to join the Sword Mountain. Once they became a disciple of the Sword Mountain, they would have a chance to compete for the position of the sect leader. This was very important to every sword cultivator. There were also Heaven Star Border Stage 3 disciples in the Sword Firmament Sect, but they were all cultivating. The reason why there were no disciples of the Sword Firmament Sect when the demon sword acted strangely was because the sect leader had ordered them not to go there. Only he knew that with the current strength of the Sword Firmament Sect disciples, it was impossible for them to gain the recognition of the demon sword. On the ninth mountain, in Fang Chen's courtyard, the sun shone on the ground, making people feel exceptionally comfortable. Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. During this period of cultivation, he had already grasped the basics of the Heart Illusory Sword Principle. The Heart Illusory Sword Principle was very magical and difficult to cultivate. Fortunately, Fang Chen was already a cultivator of the Illusory Sword Principle. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to get started. Once he got started, it would be much easier to cultivate. Today, the ninth mountain was going to hold a disciple assembly to allow the new and old disciples to integrate. Fang Chen arrived at the square of the ninth mountain at the appointed time. At this moment, all the disciples had arrived. Upon seeing Fang Chen's arrival, the ninth mountain lord's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. However, she was soon under his control. The surrounding elders did not notice the abnormality in the ninth mountain lord's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it has been some time since everyone came to the ninth mountain. Today, I want to test everyone's cultivation of the basic sword principle, the ninth mountain lord said loudly. In the following period of time, One new disciple after another stepped onto the martial arts stage and displayed their basic sword techniques. Among them, there were some outstanding disciples. However, most of the disciples had not even reached the perfect realm of basic swordsmanship, let alone the transcendent realm. After an hour, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. Some of the older disciples scoffed at the new disciples. This batch of new disciples is too weak. None of them have reached the transcendent state. That's right. He couldn't even cultivate his basic sword techniques to the transformation stage in half a month. How could such a person become a disciple of the Sword Firmament sect? Many senior disciples were secretly expressing their dissatisfaction. As Fang Chen ascended the stage, the ninth mountain lord could no longer sit still. The weak-looking man in front of him was even stronger than the Sword Firmament sect leader. While Fang Chen began to perform the basic swordsmanship, and it didn't take long for him to finish performing the basic swordsmanship smoothly. Instantly, the entire square was filled with exclamations. This kid actually managed to cultivate his basic sword techniques to the transformation stage. Many of the older disciples were in disbelief. On the other hand, some of the new disciples sighed. No wonder he was ranked third among the new disciples. His comprehension was too strong. However, the crowd was only slightly surprised. After all, it was just a basic sword technique. After all the disciples had finished performing, the ninth mountain lord nodded his head. Finally, it was time for the new and old disciples to spar. The strongest disciple in the ninth mountain was a peak mystic king realm disciple. There were no Heaven Star Border Stage 1 disciples. Wu Shan, challenge the new disciples. Suddenly, a senior disciple called Wu Shan announced that he wanted to challenge the new disciples. Some of the new disciples who thought they were strong went up the stage and challenged Wu Shan. Soon, they were defeated by Wu Shan. Who else? Wu Shan's face was filled with arrogance as he asked coldly. After seeing how powerful Wu Shan was, none of the new disciples dared to challenge him. Everyone retreated when Wu Shan looked at them. Only Fang Chen remained in his spot without moving. You are Sanguinati, right? Wu Shan asked as he looked at Fang Chen. So what if I am? Fang Chen retorted. I heard that you are ranked third among the new disciples. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Wu Shan laughed. Among all the new disciples, only Sanguinati had mastered the basic sword technique to the perfection stage. His goal was to challenge Wu Shan. Previously, when he attacked the other new disciple, it was just to intimidate the new disciple. Hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head and said, You are no match for me. Fang Chen's words shocked many of the new disciples. Some of the older disciples even snorted. HMPH, pretentious. On the martial arts stage, Wu Shan's face was completely gloomy. Kid, you are too arrogant. Wu Shan said coldly, if a battle can be won by talking, you will definitely win. Wu Shan's mockery made Fang Chen unhappy. Then, he raised his head and looked at Wu Shan with his pitch-black eyes. He asked softly, Do you really want to challenge me? Wu Shan nodded and said, Of course, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, you can choose not to. Since you want to fight, I will grant you your wish. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he leaped onto the martial arts practice platform. Before Wu Shan could make a move, he was blasted out of the arena by Fang Chen's punch. You lost. Wu Shan, who was on the ground, was furious. However, Fang Chen's voice drifted into his ears. The older disciple who had mocked Sanguinati looked at Fang Chen with a different gaze. This new disciple was quite strong. Wu Shan was at the 9th level of the profound king realm. This person was at least a half step to the Heaven Star Border realm to be able to send him flying with one punch. Sneak attack. What kind of skill is that? Wu Shan roared angrily. You can challenge me again if you sneak attack me, Fang Chen said casually. Wu Shan wanted to challenge Fang Chen again, but he was stopped by a half step to the Heaven Star Border realm martial artist. Wu Shan, you are not his match. After this person finished speaking, he walked straight up to the martial arts stage. Wu Shan is my brother, the man with thick eyebrows said. So you want to stand up for him? Fang Chen asked. I want to challenge you, the man with thick eyebrows said. Fang Chen was about to make a move, but he was stopped by a voice. "Let's end it here." The person who spoke was the Ninth Mountain Lord. From the way Fang Chen defeated Wu Shan with one punch, the Ninth Mountain Lord knew that Wu Tian was no match for Fang Chen. However, he did not point it out. The disciples' grand competition is in 3 months. You can fight then, the Ninth Mountain Lord said. Although Wu Tian wanted to make a move, he did not dare to disobey the Ninth Mountain Lord's order. In the end, he glared at Sanguinati and left the stage. Fang Chen felt that his illusory sword principle had improved greatly while cultivating on the Ninth Mountain. However, one day, the Ninth Mountain Lord came looking for him. "Sanguinati, there is a mission for you," the Ninth Mountain Lord said. "What mission?" Fang Chen asked. "There are some robbers at the northeastern border of the sealed Sky City. You need to kill them," the Ninth Mountain Lord said. "I have already investigated. They are all Mystic King Realm martial artists. You should be able to deal with them. When do we leave?" Fang Chen asked. "Let's leave today." With that, the Ninth Mountain Lord passed the information regarding the mission to Fang Chen and left. Fang Chen packed up and left the Sword Mountain. As soon as Fang Chen left the Sword Mountain, Wu Shan and Wu Tian knew about it. "Big brother, what should we do?" Wu Shan asked in a courtyard. "Inform those guys," Wu Tian said. Wu Shan's eyes lit up. After leaving the Sword Mountain, Fang Chen went as fast as he could to the northeast where the robbers were. The closer he got to the robbers, the more he could see that there were many refugees fleeing in the direction of the sealed Sky City. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived at the robbers' area. If the information is correct, the robbers should be in this area. At a glance, there were endless mountains in front of him. According to the information, the robbers were in the mountains and would occasionally rob ordinary martial artists on the official road. In front of Fang Chen was an official road. Fang Chen slowly walked on the official road. This place was desolate and uninhabited. There was not a single soul in sight. However, just as Fang Chen was about to reach the endless mountains, the robbers finally appeared. "Brat, leave behind your wealth and we can spare your life," said one of the robbers coldly. Another robber held a war blade in his hand and emitted a fiendish aura. However, what surprised them was that when Fang Chen raised his head, there was a smile on his face. They finally appeared. Fang Chen had been waiting for the robbers to appear. But after waiting for so long, they finally appeared. "Brat, you're courting death." The robber with the war blade felt that something was wrong and immediately swung his war blade at Fang Chen. Bang bang bang. After 4 punches, the 4 robbers were instantly killed. "They're just some small fries," Fang Chen muttered to himself. Then he entered the endless mountain range alone. Arriving at the mountain range, Fang Chen saw several patrolling robbers. This time, he killed a few of them and left one alive. "You only have one chance. Tell me everything about your base," said Fang Chen coldly. "Sir, please spare my life. I'll tell you now." This bandit was scared witless by Fang Chen's ruthless methods. He told Fang Chen everything about the bandit's lair. Poochie. After receiving the news, Fang Chen directly killed him. Deep in the mountains, there were 50 people in this robber group. Among them, the 2 leaders were the strongest and had reached the limit of the Mystic King realm. However, they were nothing to be afraid of. With Fang Chen's strength, he could destroy this robber group in minutes. Chapter 1027. Deep in the endless mountains. There was a mountain stronghold, which was the base camp of this group of bandits. At this moment, the chief was receiving 2 martial artists in red in the mountain stronghold. "I wonder why Redhead Blade is here." If they were ordinary martial artists, the chief would definitely ignore them and even kill them. However, these 2 red-clothed martial artists had a great background. Redhead Blade was a group of explorers. These 2 martial artists in red were members of Redhead Blade. Someone wants this person's life. I hope the chief can help. One of the martial artists in red took out a portrait and said softly, "Explorers were not allowed to kill people for no reason. The best way was to borrow the hands of bandits." "Oh, what's his cultivation?" The chief did not answer directly, but asked for the person's information. This person's cultivation is at the 8th level Mystic King realm, but his strength should be at the half-step Heaven realm. The martial artist in red said. Okay, I'll take this mission. The chief laughed heartily. A Mystic King realm brat was not worth mentioning in his eyes. The chief is indeed a forthright person. I, Redhead Blade, will never forget the chief's kindness. After saying that, the martial artist in red took out a jade pendant from his arms. Seeing this jade pendant, the chief's eyes lit up. He had always wanted this jade pendant, but had no way to get it. However, Redhead Blade actually gave it to him this time. Don't worry, I'm very reliable, the chief said confidently. At this moment, Fang Chen had already arrived in front of the mountain stronghold. Let's just rush in. In order to complete the mission as soon as possible, Fang Chen went directly to the mountain stronghold. Someone is approaching. Kill him. The guards at the mountain stronghold saw Fang Chen approaching and shouted loudly. Suddenly, dozens of bandits rushed out. Die! With Fang Chen's strength, he easily crushed these bandits and killed them one by one. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bandits were killed by Fang Chen. After that, Fang Chen swaggered into the mountain stronghold. Reporting to Fort Master, someone has barged in and killed more than 10 of our brothers. A bandit hurriedly rushed to where the Fort Master was and loudly reported. What? Someone broke in? A bunch of trash. Hearing this, the chief was enraged. The two red-clothed cultivators did not say anything about this. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go take care of this problem. With that, the Fort Master turned and left. Pucci, when the chief arrived at the center of the village, he happened to see Fang Chen kill a bandit. Damned bastard, I'll take your life. The chief roared furiously. However, when the chief saw Fang Chen's face clearly, he laughed out loud. Brat, I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me, the stockade master sneered. Looking for me? Fang Chen was a little confused after hearing this. He didn't know this bandit leader, so why was he looking for him? Die, brat. Spiritual chi surged around the master's body as he punched out at Fang Chen. Bang bang bang. Fang Chen revealed his strongest strength and sent the chief flying with a punch. Second brother. The chief roared, and a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm cultivator suddenly appeared beside the chief. Boss, what's wrong? Join forces with me to deal with this brat. With that, the two leaders began to deal with Fang Chen. Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao. Fang Chen displayed the Eternal Cloud Annihilation Dao, and his tyrannical power was instantly displayed. Ah! The chief was suppressed by the snow-white hand and let out a miserable cry. In the next moment, the two commanders died. Seeing this, the bandits in the stronghold wanted to escape. However, they were all killed by Fang Chen without exception. Yes, there are still people. Fang Chen's soul spirit scanned the village and found two red-clothed cultivators. Crash. Fang Chen appeared in front of the red-clothed cultivator. Yes, why is it you, Fort Master? The red-clothed cultivator cried out when he saw Fang Chen. Seeing the shock in the two red-clothed cultivators' eyes, Fang Chen was sure that they were looking for him. I'll give you a chance. Who is the mastermind behind killing me? Fang Chen asked. Brat, you're about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn. With that, the two red-clothed cultivators attacked together. However, before their attacks could get close to Fang Chen, they were suppressed by him. Speak, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. I won't speak. The red-clothed cultivator shouted. Pucci. Fang Chen smashed the head of one of the red-clothed cultivators with a punch, then looked at the other one. Are you going to speak? Fang Chen continued to ask. If you kill him, Redhead Blade will not let you go. The red-clothed cultivator shouted in horror. However, just as Fang Chen was about to speak, a vast aura suddenly spread out. Heaven Star Border Realm Cultivator. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. Didn't the intelligence say that there were no Heaven Star Border Realm cultivators? Could it be that the intelligence was wrong? In fact, what Fang Chen didn't know was that the intelligence wasn't wrong. It was the Ninth Mountain Lord who deliberately tampered with the intelligence in order to train Sanguinati. Of course, The ninth mountain lord also knew that the strongest person here was a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 martial artist. He shouldn't be a threat to Sanguinati. However, he didn't know that Redhead Blade wanted to kill Fang Chen. "Thief, I'm going to tear you into pieces." Suddenly, a furious voice was heard. In the next moment, a sealed cave at the back of the fort opened, and an old man jumped out. He locked onto Fang Chen with a cold expression. Heaven Star Border Stage 1. After discovering the old man's cultivation, Fang Chen sneered. Crack. After killing the red-clothed cultivator, Fang Chen looked at the old man. "You're the real leader of the bandit group?" Fang Chen asked. "You're very unlucky. I just came out of seclusion and met you," the old man said coldly. "Before you die, I want to know something. What is Redhead Blade?" Fang Chen asked. "Redhead Blade is a group of explorers." The old man said, "Seeing that you're about to die, I'll tell you. Now, you can die in peace." True meaning of time and space. Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed slightly. He looked around with vigilance. However, his vigilance didn't work. Fang Chen suddenly appeared and threw out a punch, which landed directly on his body. Although he wasn't injured, his body was sent flying. The old man tried to stabilize himself, but his face was filled with anger. "Kid, you've successfully angered me," the old man roared. "Is that so?" Fang Chen smiled and took out the hidden star sword. He wanted to test the power of the Heart Illusion Sword technique. Heart Illusion Sword technique. Fang Chen growled, and a powerful illusory aura shot out of his eyes. The hidden star sword in his hand constantly danced in strange trajectories. Sword light crisscrossed the sky, and an illusory aura spread. The old man was just about to attack when his body suddenly became stiff. Then, he completely fell into the illusion. Poochie. The hidden star sword pierced the old man's body, instantly waking him up. Thief. The old man was furious and used all his strength to attack Fang Chen. However, it was to no avail. After a series of attacks, the old man finally couldn't resist and died under Fang Chen's sword. The Heart Illusion Sword technique is really powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Heart Illusion Sword technique was definitely a sword technique that cultivators of the illusory sword path yearned for even in their dreams. The current Fang Chen's Heart Illusion Sword technique was comparable to the power of the Heavenly Stars technique. It was a pity that the Heavenly Stars technique could only be cultivated to a higher level after reaching the Heaven Star realm and using one's own vital essence. The current Fang Chen could easily kill a Heaven Star realm stage 1 martial artist. Redhead Blade. Fang Chen secretly remembered this group of explorers. After destroying the bandit group, Fang Chen prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the golden heart beat rapidly a few times. What's going on? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The golden heart wouldn't beat easily under normal circumstances. Could it be that there was something in this stronghold that attracted the golden heart? Fang Chen's soul scanned the entire stronghold, but he didn't find anything. Finally, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the cave behind the stronghold. This cave. Fang Chen quickly came to the cave. The closer he got to the cave, the more Fang Chen found that the golden heart was beating more abnormally. This made Fang Chen certain that there must be something unknown in this cave. The cave wasn't too big. At a glance, he knew that it was the cultivation place of the Heaven Star Realm Stage 1 martial artist. The spirit energy here is quite rich. Fang Chen said slightly. Sure enough, it was different from the outside. Immediately, he probed with his soul. However, he didn't find anything. This cave was very ordinary, surrounded by walls. Fang Chen paced back and forth as he pondered. At a certain moment, one of his feet suddenly sank. How could such a solid ground sink? Fang Chen hurriedly pulled his foot out, then dug the soil and suddenly found a bone. Bone. Immediately, Fang Chen continued to dig the soil, and even called out the little mouse. The little mouse's digging speed was much faster than Fang Chen's. After a while, a man and a mouse had dug a big hole that was 10 feet deep. At this time, there were more and more bones. What is this place? Why are there so many bones? Fang Chen's heart was full of doubts. The golden heart was beating faster and faster. This piqued Fang Chen's curiosity. What exactly was below? Continue digging. A man and a mouse continued to dig. After about 6 hours, they finally dug to the deepest place. There was a black box surrounded by bones. These bones, are they fighting for the black box or protecting it? Fang Chen didn't understand. Because the bones were about to rot, it meant that these martial artists had been dead for a long time. It was impossible to see if they were protecting or fighting for it. Fang Chen reached out and removed the bones around the black box, then cleaned up the soil on the black box, ready to bring the black box to the ground and open it. However, when his palm was placed on the black box, he couldn't move it. So heavy. With Fang Chen's physical strength, he couldn't move the black box.